A nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe?
As Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel, one man to beat. He's going to beat him. Touchdown 49ers. And he waves goodbye to the fans in Philly.
As we wave goodbye to Deebo Samuel as a San Francisco 49er, Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports, as I say good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work and ready for work and ready for school. Hope you had a lovely, lovely weekend. It was cold. It was windy yesterday. Hope you stayed nice and bundled up. It was, I call chilly weather because it's also chilly. Joe Shasky, as I'm joined by you and your lovely face this morning as well. You're battling through some adversity here with your heel, no doubt. But, we got the knockout tournament, so you better,
I'm ready.
Whatever you got to get, the Mr. Miyagi treatment, the warm hands,
Roger
icy
Clemens.
hot.
I might make my sock a little bloody.
Some ketchup, you mean?
Yeah.
Some Tapatio sauce on that thing. It was totally fake.
Well, I mean, whenever I think of Kurt Schilling, I think of salt.
Yeah, that's a good one. Not bad. I think of other things like bankruptcy, but we won't get into that.
I'm sad today. I'm not going to lie.
Why are you sad? Did the Academy Awards last night, is that what it was?
I could not care less about it.
You were locked into Adrian Brody winning Best Actor, Enora winning Best Picture.
Yeah, could not care about any of that. They did
Wicked, Best Production Design.
Sanctimonious actors in L.A. who think they're better than everyone. And you guys stay home. Stay home and mask up. And you just stay distance from each other. I'll stay in my mansion, in my pool. But all of you peons, you stay in your little apartment.
Well, you did stay home. Sam Lubin and I had to go to the station every single morning. But other than that, I hear what you're saying.
I would have came in, trust me. I have no problem with it.
Okay.
No, I'm really sad, though, because, look, I don't know why we do this in sports. The timing can be just right for a divorce in sports, but it doesn't mean we got to spit on everyone out the door. Look, I know the last year for Deebo Samuel hasn't been great. I do. I acknowledge it. There's some things that frustrated me. He was a hell of a Niner. Whether you think he's an all-time Niner, whether you think, he was washed or finished or... Can we all acknowledge he was like the face and heartbeat of this team for a good chunk of his 5, 6, 7 years here?
Yeah, absolutely. As he was traded, by the way, to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. To the Washington Commanders, who, by the way, were just in the NFC Championship game. That's going to be a team, if you're the San Francisco 49ers and you're trying to get back into the playoffs, maybe you see them again next year in the playoff picture. Or I don't even know what their schedule is. Do they play the NFC East next year? I'm not sure. I need to look up who their opponents are.
I don't even know.
So, but to your point, there's a lot baked into the Deebo Samuel experience. And I think what took place this past year might, shift how a lot of people remember him because how it ended was not great. Let's just keep it a buck. It was not great ending for the Deebo Samuel tenure in San Francisco.
Yeah, but very few athletes end their tenure on good terms. Very few people are going out like John Elway, finger up in the air, getting
Peyton Manning.
Getting carried off the field. Bryant Young, for example, say one team his entire career got carried off the field at the end. This doesn't happen that often. More than not, it looks kind of like Klay Thompson, or it looks like, Deebo Samuel, or let me throw a couple other names at you who were salty at the end. And time has kind of healed those wounds. Jeff Kent, Terrell Owens, right? Those were guys that did not, want it to end the way it ended, and it did, and they were pissed off about it. They wanted to have a little more say in where they went. And so the whole Deebo thing, he's 11th all-time in receiving yards. And we know that he means more to this team than stats. This is a guy that was just one of those dudes, those rare guys who sniffed the end zone from anywhere on the field. There's very few guys in my life who every time they touch the ball, I'm like, hey, he could break every tackle and go to the house.
In his career, 22 receiving touchdowns, 20 rushing touchdowns. There you go.
I mean, he was a stud, an absolute stud. He earned the money he got. In retrospect, yeah, they probably overpaid him. In retrospect, yeah, they probably should have moved off him last year. In retrospect, there's a lot of things that they haven't done right. I don't love the business of trading him right now for a 5th-round pick because if we look at the finances, this is hitting your books right now, and it's a $35 million dead cap hit, and it's not great. So I'm not here to defend that. I don't think it's the greatest move in the world. I understand why they did it, though, because you had to kind of turn the page and you had to move forward. But it doesn't mean that I have to spit on the dude out the door. I have nothing but fond memories of Deebo Samuel. And I'm not telling others how to feel. Because, look, the podcast stuff bugged me. Dropping passes this year bugged me. He did get pneumonia, right? So I give him somewhat of a pass. He was out of shape, though. And now Tim Kawakami, and, I hate when this happens.
SF standard.
Tim Kawakami's reporting, hey, they think he was 20 to 25 pounds overweight at various points over the last couple of years. And it's tough.
I hate when that comes out after the fact.
I'm the same way.
I don't like, okay.
It just feels like you're trying to win the narrative.
Exactly.
And to me, it's like, hey, look, man, we had a great run. Our time is over. And I just think fondly of the guy, but I'm not mad at those who are kind of ticked off and they're like, good riddance. But I would just say, like, he brought you a lot of smiles and a lot of great memories. And he dragged this team to the playoffs in 2021 in one of the epic Week 18 performances of all time, throwing, rushing, and receiving a touchdown in LA. It's one of the great games of all time by a 49er. And just a great season that year. He had like 1,300 receiving yards that year when they converted him to running back and just dragging this team to a win. I'll never forget that 3rd and 4th and 7 in Green Bay when they run the ball with Trent Williams, shifting over in motion and leading the block as they set up the game-winning field goal because they didn't score an offensive touchdown in that game. He was a dynamic, great player. I have nothing but fond memories for him. I'm going to root for him. I know I'm probably in the minority when it comes to that. But this is kind of like a sad day to me, man. Like, this is the heartbeat of the team, the face of the team. And now there's a huge seismic shift going on with my Niners.
Well, there's a huge seismic shift, and they might not be done getting rid of cherished wide receivers. Brandon Aiyuk is still out there. And according to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, over the weekend, hopefully he wasn't at Starbucks when he was reporting this. And by the way, we'll get to the guy who broke all that down, that whole Ian Rappaport, Jordan Schultz thing that we were getting to last week. Yeah, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. 8:30 with us today, Joe Shasky, and there's a lot to get into, not just with the 49ers, but the NFL at large, by the way, because we're all this talk about, the automatic strike zone in baseball, but we're getting a technology change in football as well.
Long overdue.
No more of the chain gang. No more ball spot errors. No, we got chip in the ball. We're going Hawkeye system, baby. We're finally going to live in the 21st century, and we're not going to rely on 80-year-old guys with glasses to spot the balls. That would be nice.
It's the most
Mike Florio, 8:30.
The most absurd way of doing the measurements in a game where there are billions on the line, and we're measuring it like I think he might have landed maybe there. Oh, you saw it on the other side? We'll just go with your spot.
It's an absolute joke. I always like doing the ball spot error, like if you're on like Madden or 2K, right? Like way back when, the ball spot error. Maybe they made a mistake, but the game usually never does.
The greatest of all time, the reason why we have now put the chip in, and we should have done it that day, when your boy came out with the index card and winked into the camera. That was the moment. I was like, what do we do? Is this the WWE?
It was Cowboys Raiders at the Coliseum.
Sunday night, too.
It was the way he winked into the camera after doing the index card, and I had never seen that in my life.
And there was space between where he was measuring, like a half of an inch. I was like, that means it's short. If there's like, again, you're going to get me off on a tangent here. One of the most disgusting, deplorable acts I've ever seen on a football field was that index card. And the fact that Gene Steratore is the guy that comes out all the time to talk, because he's the CBS correspondent now, drives me insane. That being said, I do think the Niners are right to trade him pre-June 1st because you had to eat it all this year. You didn't want to sparse it over a couple years if you're the 49ers. I get that you could have and saved money this year because a pre-June 1st trade, and this is what it was, $31 million in dead cap this year. Yeah. $31 million.
They were going to have that hit their books, whether it was this year or spread out over 2 years.
It would have been, if they did it post June 1st, it would have been $10 million this year, but $20 million the following in 2026, which is what you don't want to do. Now, you would have saved $5 million in totality in 2025 again this season, but it really, whatever.
But Joe, I think the bigger issue is that I think for the last couple of years, I've heard nothing but, whether it's the reporters, fans, people that, work in the media, whatever. Oh, the salary cap doesn't even exist. No, eventually the money hits your books. It has to hit your books.
The Rams.
Exactly. And so eventually the money hits your books. Now, is there an argument to be said that, and I'm not trying to put Deebo on the same platform as Russell Wilson in terms of clearly the Broncos despise Russell Wilson's guts and they got rid of him and they overcame Russell Wilson's dead cap money. And now the locker room felt like it needed that oxygen back and they went to the playoffs this year. I get the argument. Forget the money for just a second. I get the argument of I kind of needed to just separate Deebo from Kyle Shanahan for this organization to kind of move forward and to evolve offensively. I kind of listen to that argument because I do feel at times because of their relationship and because when you go through the wars with someone for so long, and we've done this with Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson, it's hard to not go back to someone that you feel indebted to or someone that maybe you feel higher of than everyone else does. Mm-hmm. How many times this year did it feel like early in the game, you're like, is Kyle trying to prove something with Deebo? Yeah. Like I felt that as a Niner fan. It's like
force feeding.
Yes, and at the expense of the overall team. Now I'm not knocking Kyle for that. Like when you had tremendous success with someone, I get why you want to go back down that well. But the reality is that moving forward, I think it was probably best for the entire organization and for Deebo Samuel for all these parties to kind of just go their separate ways. But Joe, make no mistake about it, and I want to make this very clear. Yeah. Giving him the money that I do believe that he earned, let's look at it. I think in retrospect, it was a bad decision in terms of how much money they gave him and then bringing in Christian McCaffrey and kind of making his role redundant, Deebo not living up to the money and now having to eat all that money the way that they did, spending basically $31 million on a 5th-round pick, right? That's how I'm looking. It's not a great business acquisition. Let's just call it what it is. That doesn't mean that it wasn't the right move given how crummy their situation was, but it was bad money spent.
I mean, and in the grand scheme of things, even with the contract, you think about his rookie year, like what 2 Super Bowls with the guy?
No
and he
doubt.
was a big part of both of those Super Bowl runs was Deebo Samuel. You don't get to those Super Bowls without Deebo Samuel.
I probably would have done it again. If I know what I know now, I probably still would have done it again. Look, that 2021 season.
It was all time.
It's one of the all-time great seasons.
Yes.
I know that we've been kind of like blurred because of what Christian McCaffrey did just like a couple of years later, which was spectacular. That Deebo year, they had nothing.
Well, no, their quarterback, his shoulder was falling off in Jimmy Garoppolo.
Exactly.
Trent Williams, his elbow was falling off into the NFC Championship game. It was Deebo Samuel. And then, again, you go back to...
Aiyuk was in and out of the doghouse.
Again.
It's the truth.
The dog... Well, he might be back in the doghouse. I don't even know. They're trying to
start calling him Snoopy.
Snoopy, Snoop Dogg, whatever you want. Well, yeah, depending. But Brandon Aiyuk might now be traded. So, all of a sudden, within the last few months, no Deebo, potentially no Aiyuk, and then you're relying on Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall? Okay. I guess. Now, do you target someone in free agency? Do you target someone in the draft? We're going to see. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. We are streaming on Twitch and YouTube all day long, all week long. Oh, and by the way, again, I mentioned earlier, we got the knockout tournament today, Joe Shasky. After the show,
I'm pretty excited.
We're all going to be carpooling over there. We're going to get some buckets up. We're excited. I know Guru's excited. He was the first eliminated last year. He's going to try to be not the first one to get eliminated this year. Do we put him back first, though? Like, do we do that again this year?
You got to give him that redemption.
Who is doing that this year? Who puts it all in charge?
I don't know.
Or is it our newest host on 95.7 The Game needs to go first?
No, I think you say newest for last. That's how it works.
I think new guy goes first.
No.
Set the tone.
You go with the originals first. The original.
You are the first voice on the station every day, so.
That's true. I always was, in fact.
You still are.
Well, I was last year, and I still wasn't, invited.
I don't know, man.
Sam, are you participating in the knockout tourney?
I'll be there, yeah. I'll have a quick cameo.
How dry is your jumper?
I have not touched a basketball.
Whoa, come on.
Well, he's just saying that because his own feet are hurting already, so he's trying to back up already. But no, I have literally
the original Red Velvet.
I have literally not touched a basketball since last year's knockout tournament. So will be interesting to see how this goes.
Do you prefer as a redheaded man yourself, because you've heard all the nicknames your entire life, but as far as the basketball players, do you prefer the Red Mamba, Matt Bonner, or do you prefer Red Velvet? My guy, what's his face?
Kevin Huerter.
Kevin Huerter.
I never heard of the Red Mamba before.
It's all time.
Yeah, why don't we go with that one? Let's go as far to the opposite as we possibly can. Let's go with Red Mamba.
Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. So we got knockout tournament later after the show. I want to hear from the people though today, Joe Shasky, in regards to Deebo Samuel. This is a massive shift in philosophy, in an all-time Niner. Again, we just mentioned they're still trying to trade Brandon Aiyuk potentially. I don't know if they're going to get the pick that they want. What's the lasting image you have of Deebo Samuel as a San Francisco 49er? 888-957-9570. I just go back to thinking about that Eagles game and him doing all that talking before and all that.
That was an all-time
No, and you were about to saying, okay, man, you're doing the talk. You better back it up. If you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk. And boy, did he. It was the most that I've seen a player cash in on the words that he was saying throughout the week. It was, who was it? CJ Gardner-Johnson and him going back and forth. You know, Deebo was doing all that talk when the Eagles got to the Super Bowl, right? And Deebo, even during the Super Bowl week, wherever it was, Arizona, right? He was doing all the chirping still. And that's why it was so weird to see him in that A.J. Brown Eagles jersey this past. Like, that kind of was the writing on the wall if it already wasn't. Leading up to the Super Bowl, him wearing an A.J. Brown jersey, and then Super Bowl morning, it's like, yeah, Deebo wants to trade. So the way it ended is not great. But as you mentioned, when does it ever end great?
It doesn't.
For some of the all-timers. And don't get it twisted. He is an all-time Niner.
Very few people are like classy in the way Frank Gore was, where he didn't say anything on his way out the door and basically said like, hey, I'm a Niner for life no matter what. But that is so few and far between. Even Navarro Bowman, because of the knee injury, everything, he was not happy with the way that it went down at the end of his career. So I do think that this can kind of happen at times. Richard Sherman, another one. You know, that's more recent. Even
not an all-time Niner either.
No. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to use some examples.
Sure.
This is not a Devondre Campbell situation, though. I see a lot of people like, good riddance.
God.
And I'm like, can we just have a little bit of tact?
Are people really comparing to the Devon? Like, seriously?
No, but I just think that what happens in football is that I think we're so quick to forget the good times. Deebo was awesome. He was a great draft pick. I mean, for a guy that you took in the second round, he was awesome. Awesome for you. And yeah, the last year wasn't great. It just wasn't, like, right? And some are going to say, he only had one great year. Bro, his rookie year was awesome. He came in and had like 800. He had the second most yards anyone's ever had as a receiver in their rookie year.
Right.
At the time. All right? That's a hell of a stat for a 49er. I'm talking about in a 49er uniform, outside of Jerry Rice.
And he did it in such a unique way, too.
He was a stud.
We're not going to see a player quite like Deebo, I feel, in quite some time. And especially in this 49ers offense, where, again, as you said, it feels like Kyle Shanahan was able to unlock the best out of Deebo Samuel. Now, having said that, there's give and take there, right? Because there was a lot of usage for him being a quote-unquote wide back and using him a lot in the short game, the screens, the end arounds, the quick outs, all of that. It was never like he was a polished route runner. That was never his game. It was all the other stuff. It was all the gadget kind of players. And that's kind of what he became, a glorified gadget player. I mean, how many times did we have Bonte on this past year, whether it was me and you or Bonte, and the amount of times he just said, yeah, he's a glorified gadget player now, which is crazy to say because he was so much more than that throughout his tenure. I'm not going to remember him like that. Like, I think of Percy Harvin more of a guy like that.
He was so much better than Percy.
No, he was. And Percy was Percy was really good.
I think Percy was a slight generation, like a half generation early, if that makes sense. Like, had he come into the league now, I think he'd be viewed differently.
And a lot of that off the field, which
he had the migraines too.
Exactly.
He had a lot going on.
Exactly.
No, I love Percy. Percy was more speed than physicality.
Exactly.
Deebo was more physicality than speed.
Correct. But it started slowly. You saw the wear and tear. And because, again, I'm going to say this, he never refined his game as a route runner. That's why it made it easy for the 49ers to get rid of him now, albeit for a 5th round pick. And I'm going to tell you why I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are both intertwined in this selection. And I want to get into how Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going to start to rebuild and retool this team, Joe Shasky, because they're starting right now. Like, this is the move that signals to me, not a rebuild per se, but definitely a retooling in the San Francisco 49ers organization.
I don't think Niner fans want to hear this, but I think they're closer to a rebuild than they are to like a reset, if you will.
Okay, we're going to get into that on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We got Mike Florio at 8:30 as all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And what's coming up in the game is going to be brought to you by the Public Market Emeryville. than the red and gold. And, listening back to that, shout out Joe Buck, courtesy of Fox Sports, then Fox Sports. That was week 18 back in 2021 against the Rams out at SoFi Stadium. They had a win to get in there. And they were down in that game, Joe Shasky. You were very well aware of that. And they ended up going on a huge run. Deebo kind of ignited that entire run. And you could look back to that game in week 18, 2021, that sparked that whole thing all the way up to the NFC Championship game.
This is one of the greatest games Deebo's ever played. Yep. Jimmy threw some horrible passes in that one. And also
every single other ones.
and some great ones. That was just an unbelievable game. God, the year to win the Super Bowl was that 2021 year. I mean, God, they were so close. They would have faced the Bengals and not the Chiefs. It's just,
I don't know.
So
Trent was hurt, though.
No,
Jimmy's arm was falling off. I don't know if it was a given that they would have beaten the Bengals. I get it.
They would have had 2 weeks to get Trent's ankle right. I mean, gosh, I don't know. They had Kittle wide open on the first play of that game.
Well, Jaquaski Tart on one.
Well,
make a catch.
So many different things. So I just think that there's a shift going on with the Niners right now. Look, you could flip things around in one offseason pretty quickly. Like the Eagles went to the playoffs last year, and it ended with a thud, a horrible thud, and they flipped things really dramatically in one offseason. But they had a lot of the right infrastructure in place, and it was just about like pulling the right levers and getting the right.
They did lose again. I don't want to sleep on this. They did lose a lot of key locker room guys, though, and presence and Hall of Fame talent. Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey.
Sure.
And to an extent, Hassan Reddick, who was a baller for them. They lost all three of those guys.
But they brought in Bond, Zach Bond, no one had ever heard of. He was an all-pro. He was amazing.
He's a free agent, I want to say.
Yeah,
too,
he was. I think from Miami.
I think he's a free agent this year again,
No,
too.
he is.
Yeah, right?
He is.
I mean, he'd probably get paid.
And then they brought in Saquon. And that's a big – those are two – I mean, you're talking about two all-pros on both sides of the ball, right? Or an all-pro on both sides of the ball. So those are big acquisitions. But the Niners going away from Deebo, he meant so much to what this team, like the way they wanted to play football, how they wanted to play football. How many games did Deebo set the tone on running over a cornerback on the edge early in the game?
Oh, I can't even name so many of them. I can't give you an exact name, Joe.
Exactly.
Horn. Yeah.
And so this is a seismic shift in terms of how they go out onto the field right now. Now, we could talk about production and like overall production. I don't think it's going to be hard to replicate his production. Juwan Jennings last year, which this is crazy to me, he had more receiving yards last year, Juwan Jennings, than in any year for Deebo Samuel that wasn't 2021.
That's pretty crazy.
Isn't that?
But also not, because, again, for a wide receiver, we don't talk about him as a wide receiver a lot. Like, you think of wide receiver, you think of route running, you think of the yards, but he's so much more baked into that. So we let him off the hook when we talk about it a little bit when it comes to the numbers. But I hear you. Like, it is still kind of insane because we don't think of Juwan Jennings as the number one wide receiver, which he had to be this year, which, again, I think speaks to Deebo and the level of player he is right now. The fact that he couldn't step up and be the team's number one wide receiver and had to be Juwan Jennings, I mean, I'm okay with him not being a 49er anymore. After what I saw this year, Joe Shasky, like, I'm okay with it.
No. I
see the downward. You see the trend right now.
No,
you just do.
I understand. Look. I know where this is going. Yeah. Like I don't think he's not worth the squeeze. That's for sure. But that also doesn't mean that we have to disrespect him on the way out the road, which isn't what you're doing. Yeah. But I do see a lot of people like, he's got to go, and it's frustrating. And it's like, all right, look. Both can be true.
I just did my Soprano social club. He's got to go. Continue.
Both
Carlo.
can be true. Like the timing is about right. Probably the timing was last offseason, the one prior. But also, like, I'm going to remember the good times with Deebo Samuel. And this just changes who they are, man. And I wonder if, like, Christian McCaffrey's acquisition didn't kind of also make him a little redundant. And the other part of this is that I think when I look at the numbers, not that he was like a double team, got to bracket him at all times type of a player, but when Randy Moss came to the 49ers in 2012, part of why Crabtree went off the way he did was because they had Randy Moss, who had to be honored on the other side of the field. And it was
even at that stage in his career where he was so much more of a lesser version, but he was still Randy Moss.
Exactly. And like the way we talk about Steph Curry and the gravity that Steph Curry brings to the floor, or Klay Thompson brings to the floor. I do think that Deebo had to be honored. I'm not saying by double teams, but you had to at least honor him out on that field. And I do think he opened things up for others, especially on those jet sweeps and on those motions when he would come, running across. It did open up a lot in the red zone for for other people to eat. And so, he was deeper than the statistics. And I just think about like style of play. He meant so much that 2019 year, the way he like hit the scene on all those jet sweeps and those runs and the physical brand of football he would play on those power slants. They are going to miss a little element of physicality from this guy.
Well, what I think of what Dre Greenlaw brings and brought to the defense when it comes to that swag, when it comes to that physicality, when it comes to that edge, I thought Deebo Samuel conversely did that to the offense of the San Francisco 49ers. So it's going to be very interesting to see. And you don't replace a guy like that. Like, you just don't, it's just not, I'm not going to get a Deebo part 2 or Deebo copy. Like, I'm not going to get a clone from him. You just can't do that. Now, does that signal a shift in potential philosophy or scheme change or, how you're going to approach your player personnel going forward on offense? I don't know. That's a Kyle Shanahan question, and I'm very curious if this is going to signal a change going forward. At 888-957-9570, we're talking about your lasting image of Deebo Samuel as a San Francisco 49er is what, as he is traded for a fifth-round pick, I should say, to the Washington Commanders, a fifth-round pick for Deebo Samuel. You eat $30 million this year, people. $31 million and 20,000. Yeah, 31, 20, 600. That's a lot you got to eat this year, but you know what? You got to do it. I'm not waiting. You just, again, we were talking about ripping the Band-Aid off and trying to get rid of all the drama. That's just how you do it, Joe Shasky. An Oreo cookie, I see. We'll get to you in a second.
Well, it kind of brings me to another point. So I'm seeing all these rumors about Brandon Aiyuk, and the Niners are open to trading him. Look, the dead cap hit would be tremendous, and now wasn't even the time. Like, if we're being totally fair about this, the Niners probably should have traded both Aiyuk last year and Deebo Samuel. If we're being 100%.
God, that's sincere. So hard to do coming off a Super Bowl, though.
No, I understand
so
that,
hard.
But sometimes the hardest thing to do is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Like trading Tyreek when they did, Kansas City Chiefs, I don't think they regret it for 1 second. I think the timing was perfect for them.
And they knew they had Mahomes. They knew that.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Look, their math is different than the Niners math. But like, if we're being real, I'm talking about dead cap hit money.
Sure.
Like, trading Aiyuk is, wow. I mean, they're paying $65 million this year in dead cap money, whether it's the Armstead money from a couple years ago or all the other guys, including Deebo. It's $65 million. I'll take it a step further. If anyone is willing to give you a couple of second-day picks, meaning second or third-round picks for Brandon Aiyuk, I'd probably do that deal too. I probably would. You're not a throw-first team. You're trying to run the ball between 450 and 500 times a year. You're not ever going to be we're going to have 2,000-yard receivers. That's the Niner offense. It's Kyle Shanahan. He wants to run. He wants to run play action. I think there's a bigger argument for I'll pay 2 tight ends before I pay 1 wide receiver on this team. If you're a running tight end, like a run block tight end who can get downfield. I think there's an argument for that more so than there is for even paying 1 wide receiver premium money. So I would probably take another dead cap hit in trading Aiyuk if I could get the money off the books as well eventually. Like, I really would. I don't know what kind of player he's going to end up being, but on this team, like right now, carve out all of it and like make this a reset year and do what the Broncos did. Have 1 year with a ton of dead cap money. Next year you'll still have a little more, and kind of reset your books and get a bunch of inexpensive contracts and draft picks and just try to nail those.
Oreo Cookies out in Oakland. He wants to shout out one Deebo Samuel, who is no longer a member of the San Francisco 49ers. He is now a Washington Commander. Good morning, Oreo. What you got, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I hope to see both of you guys out there on Chase Center today because I'm going to be out there later on. I'm going to bring home the roasters.
Let's go.
You feel me?
Let's go.
But for the Deebo, man, I just want to tell Deebo thank you for all the memories. You were great for us. We are a run-first offense, and you helped us become that as well. But I do want to say that I don't understand why we only got a 5th rounder. I know they were eating a lot of money. So that tells me that the 49ers were just not interested in bringing him back at all. We're actually paying him to leave. His downfall last year, I think, is when he came in at camp and he said he had lost some weight, which in retrospect, you want to say that that's a good thing. He might stay healthier. But you guys remember he was not breaking any tackles last year.
No.
The first guy to touch him, he was going down. So I hope that he gets his game back, man. I really like Deebo, and I want to say good luck to him in Washington, except when we play him. But I still think we should have got more out of him.
Look, the whole paying
Thanks,
him,
Oreo.
paying Aiyuk, and the timing of when they made the deals and the guaranteed money, which has now hit their books with the dead cap. Because, again, I've been saying this for years. Guys, you pay people, it eventually hits your books. It all came to roost right now. And I think that we have to kind of just suck it up for a year or two in terms of a lot of the dead cap money and just fight through it. And if you can get anything for these guys, you kind of have to do it. Why a 5th-round pick? Because that's what he's viewed as right now.
That's what he is.
I mean, Stephon Diggs went for a 5th-round pick the year prior, right? And I think most teams in the league would rather have Stephon Diggs than Deebo Samuel.
Yes, because, again...
Even though Stephon Diggs is kind of a malcontent.
Exactly. And Deebo Samuel is, I'm not going to say he was a malcontent, but he wasn't the leader I think the 49ers needed him to be this year. That's how I'm going to say it.
You know what I would say about his leadership? I think it was sketchy. Because at times when he was rolling, he had a front-runner attitude where when he was rolling, he was a great leader. But when things weren't going his way, I do think that he showed he showed some bad signs of leadership.
By the way, they do not play the Washington Commanders this season. They will play the NFC South and AFC South, and then all the fourth-place teams of the NFC North, NFC East, and AFC North. So the NFC East team that was obviously in last place this past year was the New York Giants. So they will be playing them. Maybe you'll see Shedeur Sanders this year. We'll see. Maybe the Giants draft him. We're up against it, Joe Shasky. Let's continue this Deebo Samuel conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. What does this Deebo Samuel trade mean to you? What does it signal to you, 49ers fans? And how will you remember Deebo Samuel as a San Francisco 49er? It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
plays like this that they'd love to have him. They'll go with the screen to Samuel, though. He's got blockers and a first down and more. Foot race, Samuel lunging to the pylon. Touchdown! 84 yards. The longest play of the season for Samuel.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I love that Paulie Walnuts cut. Someone's been talking about like that, saying that about me, like in real life though, through like Instagram stories and stuff. It's crazy. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We're reacting to Deebo Samuel. Gone, as Dwayne Kuiper would say. He is a Washington Commander now, as the Niners traded him for a 5th-round pick. What does that signal to you, Niner fans? Is this a retooling? Is this a rebuild? They're also shopping, reportedly, according to Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, they're shopping Brandon Aiyuk. What does that mean? What does that tell you? And how are you going to remember Deebo Samuel? Are you going to remember this past year where, you know, the lack of leadership was alarming at times? You're going to remember the good stuff, the totality of someone. It's never black and white. There's always some gray. There is some nuance to all of this. And I do want to get to some sound from the TK pod, the TK show. Tim Kawakami sat down with the Athletics' Matt Barrows, who covers the team at a very high level, our friend Matt Barrows, and had some very interesting thoughts on the cap hit the Niners are taking for one Deebo Samuel, because it is a $31 million cap hit, Joe Shasky. That is no small amount, so we'll get into that. And Mike Florio, 8:30 on the River Islands Guest Line, Pro Football Talk Zone.
It just sucks. Like, as I'm watching Iguodala get all of his flowers for winning championships, rightfully, with the Warriors, and, you know, we're coming up on 11 years since the Giants last winning their World Series.
Which is crazy.
It really is. It's another generation of guys who I thought should have had a ring, and they didn't get it. And it feels like we're kicking somebody in the tuchus on the way out the door, you know? And I look at Deebo, it's like, dude, they were so close to winning both of those Super Bowls. I mean, they could have easily won either one of those Super Bowls. Not easily. They could have won either one of those Super Bowls, and they didn't. And Armstead, Jimmy Ward, Greenlaw maybe could be gone. Yeah. Obviously now Deebo Samuel, Joe Staley, who was part of that first version. There's lots of different guys who meant a lot to Niner fans.
Mike McGlinchey.
Jimmy Garoppolo, you know, like a lot of Niner fans still love Jimmy Garoppolo. You know, that doesn't mean that they don't love Purdy, but, you know, like all these guys, it's another era of Niner football where there's a core of guys who are going to come out of it with no championship. And it just sucks. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. And I look at like the Warriors, and they're so lucky. I don't think that people understand how lucky you are to win 1, let alone 4. And people are still mad, right? And it's like this Niner team, I'm not going to use the word deserved, but boy, it felt like they did enough to earn a Super Bowl.
They had great opportunities to win, and they squandered them.
But it sucks. And I do feel like had Deebo won just one of them, how different will we be feeling today?
It's a great point. As I'm watching ESPN right now in the studio, and they're just showing highlight after highlight after highlight of Deebo Samuel. And man, it's going to be weird not seeing him out there. The boombox, all of that. That's the lasting image that I have of Deebo. And if you just look about this last season, just the lack of swagger, the lack of an edge, and a lot of that has to do with coming off of a loss like you did. I don't think we can undersell that enough or underscore it enough. Coming off a Super Bowl loss the way you did, in that fashion, against that team that beat you a couple years prior, in Las Vegas, the way it all just went down. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you were there, Joe Shasky. It felt like we were trying to talk ourselves into as a station all offseason, like, oh yeah, they're going to be right back. They could be right. They can be. But did any of us believe that they were going to be? Just given the Aiyuk stuff, given the Trent Williams stuff, the McCaffrey, the late injury that just piled up, and now he's not playing in week 1, and now week 1 turned to week 2, week 3, week 4. Deebo Samuel, all of that baked into the equation. It was just a year to forget. And that's why it sucks that it has to be the year that it's going to be remembered for a lot of people. A year to forget is going to be a year to be remembered in the Deebo Samuel era for a lot of people.
Well, I think this brings me to Kyle Shanahan. Sean McVay has evolved as that roster has evolved. And I think by design, because they've said goodbye to a lot of great players, he's had to adjust how he plays football.
Yeah.
Think about when he first came onto the scene. Todd Gurley, lead back. We're going to run the ball down your throat.
God, Todd Gurley was so sick.
He was so sick.
I don't know if people are going to forget in time, but Todd Gurley was amazing.
He was ridiculous. I watched him score, 3 or 4 touchdowns at Levi's. He was dominant when they were wearing these all yellow uniforms against the Niners wearing all
banana
white
uniforms.
Yeah, in 2018. I mean, it was just, he was unreal. And he salvaged Jared Goff's early career with the play action stuff and doing what he did. And now we don't think of him as this like run the ball kind of a guy, even though Kyron Williams was like 43% of their offense.
Oh, I had fantasy. He was sick.
Yeah, but we think of them as a drop back passing team, don't we? Even though that's kind of not what they are.
Well, and you look at that playoff game they had, that Rams in particular, it was Matt Stafford just being a gunslinger at the end of that. His offensive line had no shot against that defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. And yet, when the chips were down, he was throwing that ball through that piercing snow and throwing back shoulder routes to Puka Nacua and had an opportunity to steal that game and win it. And maybe the Chiefs three-peat. Maybe the Rams go on and win it. Who knows? Maybe the Washington Commanders go on there. So there's so many different ripple effects off that. Yeah.
But they evolved, right?
Yeah.
And let's remember, Aaron Donald retired.
Yeah.
And they really revamped that defense. So
they hit on Jared Verse and Braden Fisk.
Absolutely.
I mean, they just hit, those are hits.
Well, the GM and the coach, and they made the most of it. And he's done it with a variety of coordinators now. Now, he hasn't been perfect every year, but like I look at what he did this year, and I think McVay did an admirable job coaching that team. And
he's not even 40 yet, by the way, Sean McVay.
He's a great coach. He's a great coach. And Kyle's a good coach, Kyle's a really good coach. But he's going to have to wear these 2 Super Bowl losses. And I also think he's going to have to wear being a little too married to some of these players. And I look at the Deebo thing, and I'm like, I think as an organization, even if Kyle wasn't involved in this decision, I'm glad that they hey, we have to separate these two, because Kyle's always going to revert back to wanting to prove something with Deebo. And I think that Kyle, for his own growth, needs to move off and evolve. And I'm not saying that everything needs to change. There's still a lot of yards in this offense. But if they want to continue to be good, you're going to have to add wrinkles and evolve. Andy Reid clearly has evolved on that offensive side of the ball and on the defensive side of the ball from championship #1 with the Chiefs to where they are now. And does anyone not think that they're going to evolve this offseason after losing the way they did?
Oh, they will.
Absolutely.
They have to.
Absolutely. Have the Eagles evolved?
Are you kidding me?
Right?
They didn't blitz in the Super Bowl. He didn't blitz once and has dominated one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen.
Now,
they made Patrick Mahomes look unsure of himself for an entire game. I've never seen that. Ever.
Now, what's the common link of all those teams that were there? And I'll put Washington aside because it's their first little run. And, I'm not dismissing them. I'm just saying it was their first run and it's a great year and they're trying to add to that. But those 3 teams have evolved really well. They've added playmakers on both sides of the ball. Their head coach has adapted to the talent that they have. And their GM has hit on a variety of picks and in free agency.
And the synergy between the GM and the head coach. That is the most important relationship there.
And I think that the Niners, this is a monster offseason. I don't think they're going to even be a contender this year. I really don't.
Wow.
I think making the playoffs would be a great accomplishment this year.
Really?
We have to acknowledge where we're at. The Niners they have a running back who's on the other side of 30, who didn't play really almost all last year. We have no idea what we're going to get from CMC. No idea. You've got a top-tier, expensive, I'm talking about price point, wide receiver who's coming off a devastating multiple knee injury. You've got an over 30-something-year-old tight end who's still a great player, but he's older. You've got an offensive line that's right now patchwork. Middle of the pack, patchwork. That's the best way to describe it. You've got a defense that has 1 great defensive lineman, 1 great middle linebacker, and a couple of really nice secondary pieces. I mean, this is a special teams unit that is a nightmare. All right, let's acknowledge where we're at.
I'm shocked. They're just going to eat this year in totality.
That's not what I'm saying.
It kind of is.
Anyone can go from worst to first. Like we've seen that in the league. It happens all the time. But I think being in the middle, there's a lot of teams in the middle, and the Niners are in the middle right now. This is a monster offseason.
Meat world.
And I think it's GM and head coach. And this is the first of many steps. But is Trent Williams getting better?
No, he's getting older.
Okay.
He's still, even at this stage, I'd still say top 10.
But he didn't have a good year.
No.
He didn't have a good
year.
He
had a lot baked into that, but sure. He did not have a good year.
Yeah, so, right, their defense is awful. Now, I like the Robert Saleh hire. I don't know what they'll be this year. Their personnel was garbage. Their front seven was garbage. All right, everyone's clamoring for Dre Greenlaw, and I am too. I would want him back. But Dre Greenlaw played 50 snaps?
I mean, did we not learn our lesson with these injured players?
That's what I'm saying.
It's...
Right, so let's also acknowledge where the Niners are at. They're in a transition phase, and they would have to hit a grand slam in the draft and in free agency for them to get to 11, 12 wins. Now, it's feasible. It can happen, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them. I think it's being fair. And then the big one is this. Let's get right to it. It's the quarterback. Everybody's afraid to talk about this. I'm not going to. Did you see how much Matt Stafford just got in extension?
I have it right now.
What did he get?
His cap hit next year is going to be $49 million, and then after that, $53 million.
Okay.
For the Rams.
There's no way in hell I'm paying Brock Purdy more than what Matt Stafford just got. Just say it out loud, Niner fans. Are you paying Brock Purdy in a cap hit more than what Matt Stafford just got? No. And that's not me being a hater. I like Brock Purdy. He deserves a big pay raise. But look in your division. If the ball is in the hands of Purdy with 2 minutes to go, or the ball is in the hand of Matt Stafford with 2 minutes to go, who do you fear more? Who has more accomplishments?
I'll tell you who
was better last year.
Well, I'll just ask this. Who do you think the Eagles fear more?
That's exactly. And I'm not I like Brock. He's a good player. So I think the Niners have a lot of decisions ahead of them this offseason. I think this is a monster offseason. And I look right at the GM and the head coach and I say, let's see it. This is the first of many dominoes, the Deebo Samuel. Let's see it.
There's a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan right now.
Absolutely.
I think more so than John Lynch, more so than Brock Purdy, more so than... It is all on Kyle Shanahan to figure this thing out because this was his baby. And this offense is what made everything happen. And their offense just was not good enough this past year. Oh, but look at that game against Detroit. Oh, look at that game against the Bears. Oh, look at... Yeah, they had some outlier performances, sure, where things clicked and it did at some points, but not all the time. And you need consistency. And that's what the Niners, when they are on, have shown consistency. And Deebo Samuel was a part of that. Brandon Aiyuk was a part of that. Now, you might be looking at next season where you don't have Deebo Samuel or Brandon Aiyuk. And now what are you looking at? You're looking at Ricky Pearsall taking a huge leap in his sophomore season. Can he just get on the field for practice? That's all I'm asking right now. Can he just get into training camp and not get injured? And Juwan Jennings, are we sure he's going to replicate what he just did this past year?
It's one thing. It's one thing being the number one as the season goes on. It's another thing going into the year as a number one.
Correct.
It's like, I always use this argument in baseball. It's one thing to say like, hey, I get the ball first at the top of a rotation. That's different than being an ace. Yes. There's only a handful of aces. And I look at number one wide receivers the same way. Just because you happen to be the number one target doesn't necessarily mean that you are a number one wide receiver. Do you get where I'm going?
No, absolutely. No, it's a great point. Just because Jacoby Myers on the Raiders, their number one wide receiver, doesn't mean he's a number one, right?
It's like in basketball. Like you'll see guys, and I think.
And by the way, Jacoby Myers and Juwan Jennings had basically like the same year, so that's why I say that. Like stats wise, it was very similar. So.
Like right now, who's the leading scorer on the Washington Wizards? Is it Jordan Poole?
Well, I was going to say it was Kyle Kuzma probably, but it's probably Jordan Poole now. Exactly.
Does that make him a number one scoring option in the league? Like, you know what I mean? Like there are different conversations. Just because you are on a team doesn't mean A, your team is good, and B, that's what you would be on 30 other teams.
Exactly. And it's funny you bring up Jordan Poole because I was just thinking about him, just how everything ended in his career. And similarly to what Deebo Samuel, kind of like how people were. And I'm not saying everyone's doing that on the text line, 888-957-9570. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I'm not saying everyone's doing that. And your lasting image of Deebo Samuel as a San Francisco 49er, we're asking the question, 888-957-9570. And what does this mean? What does this trade mean to you? What do you think it signals for the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. But similar to how Jordan Poole left, and all it took was a year removed from a championship for everything to change.
Crazy.
Now it's different. Draymond Green punched him in the face. There was a lot baked into that. There was no fighting between Deebo Samuel and any other players. But there is a level of the fans growing tired of him. And I think it's interesting how in hindsight, we're always going to do this. And now if the Deebo replacement comes in and he does great, right? Oh, see, we never needed him. oh, Deebo was the problem, right? Oh, the Warriors, they make the playoffs, or Jordan Poole was the problem. It was little things like that. I hate that we do that as fans, but we do. And that's just aside. Klay Thompson, another example, an all-time legend. Obviously, Deebo's not what Klay meant to the Warriors, but an all-timer. Even Klay had a lot of people. We had so many callers calling, it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. This guy, his presence in the locker room is bad. It's affecting everyone's play on the court. We're going to get that. We've gotten now, add Deebo Samuel to it, the likes of the Jordan Pooles, the likes of the Klay Thompsons, and enter Deebo Samuel. How we're going to remember their last year with the team might cloud a lot of people's and their overall feelings towards the player.
Do you think that this is a huge void in the locker room? Because he would come out with the boombox, with Trent Williams. Like, there was a leadership factor. Ricky Pearsall talked a lot about how Deebo, he learned a lot from Deebo. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Think so.
I think we lost a lot with Eric Armstead.
I don't think so.
And I think I undersold the value of Eric Armstead. And in retrospect, I was probably too harsh on a lot of the intangibles he brought to the table as a leader.
You have George Kittle in there.
That's true.
You have Fred Warner in there. As long as I have those two guys that were both all-pro players this past year, even on losing teams, and from what I heard from George Kittle in this past year, at the podium, like, forget what he did on the field, and it's hard to forget. The guy was insane this year. It was insane. It was him and Brock Bowers, best two tight ends in football. But what he was doing at the podium in a lot of trying losses, and a lot of bad losses and blown leads, and him just rallying the troops and talking to a fan base that desperately needed some leadership, I grew so much more respect for him as a leader on this team, and I am confident in his leadership abilities alongside Brock Purdy, because I do think Brock is actually a good leader. He's still kind of a little young in comparison to what George Kittle and guys like Deebo meant, because they had some more equity built up. But I feel confident in the leadership aspect. Now, as a void on the field, it's going to be interesting, because I don't know what he brought this past season that you're going to say, man, I really missed that.
No, I hear you.
I really missed that. But it's a good point to say what you're missing in the locker room. But I think what you have with George Kittle right there, and Juwan Jennings to an extent, and what he was able to do stepping up this season in place of Brandon Aiyuk, and at times in place of Deebo Samuel, I think you'll be okay with the leadership there.
It's
But the swag factor, there's a part of it. His style of play, like, there is something to be said, because he's a soft-spoken guy. When he would run through someone, like, go like Marshawn Lynch, run through an MFer's chest over and over and over again.
There was an intensity he brought to the table.
And Kittle and McCaffrey and all these other players, Mason, whoever, they fed off that. So that aspect, they might miss that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
just like Dre Greenlaw. I keep comparing the two because I think they're similar.
I like that. I like that a lot. I just keep coming back to CMC. Like,
I don't know what I'm getting from him.
If this team knows that CMC, I mean, how could you know? But if they knew that CMC was going to be healthy for the entire year, doesn't that calm everything down? And if I told you,
I don't know if I believe them, even if they say it, which sucks. Like, that sucks as a fan. Like, they might tell me he's healthy. They told me all last offseason he was fine, right?
Yeah.
Up until he wasn't. Oh, actually, it's a precaution.
If they took
it's going to be a couple weeks. Actually, it might be the whole season. What?
Remember when I said to you about a month ago, like, I would seriously consider taking a running back in the first couple picks, and everyone's heads exploded. And I'm like, just think about how this team wants to play football. First off, they want to get to the 450, 500 rush mark. That's the attempts. That's the mark they're looking for a season. There's no way right now that I could guarantee, CMC will take 300 of those.
Yeah. Now that's
why I keep coming back to tight end and running back aren't the dumbest decisions in terms of draft picks early in this draft, especially if there's no tackles, because everybody's talking about how all these tackles at the combine have short arms and bad feet, and they're all a bunch of guards, and they're not tackles. I'm looking at that 11th pick, and I'm like, all right, if there's no trade that's feasible, if they can't trade down and accumulate more picks, is it really the worst thing to look at a running back or a tight end? Is it really?
He is going to be 29 on June 7th this year. Christian McCaffrey is a running back, and history will tell you, you hit 29, you hit 30, night-night. Unless your name is Derrick Henry.
Who's, let's call it what it is, an outlier freak.
Well, physical specimen, too.
Outlier
whose game
freak.
Is not predicated on hard cuts all the time. Again, back to Marshawn Lynch. He'll just run through an MFer's face. That's what he'll do.
He's amazing. He
Probably
always seems to be running by people, too,
like he
for a
wasn't
guy that's not fast.
Well,
right?
But
It's crazy.
No, he is fast because he's so big, but his legs don't move as quickly, so it doesn't look as fast. He's a gazelle, is what it is. It's not like a cheetah that is Christian McCaffrey. There's different levels of speed and how they look.
I do want to get into the finances of this team because
like a wildebeest.
I look at this team, Joe, and I say to myself, clearly the people that run the books are sitting here staring at the roster and the money that they've allocated the way that I was looking at the roster and the money they allocated all season. Wow, we're overpaying for a lot of guys. If you look at the top 10 players on the team last year, the top 10 players on the team, not many of them were the top 10 in terms of how much they paid them.
That's a good point. And
Jordan Mason, bottom of the list.
Yeah.
Isaac Arendo, bottom of the list. Juwan Jennings, bottom of the list. Like all the top paid players were guys that were in. Now, they paid Diamond last year, but before he got extended, he was one of your best players, and he was not one of your highest paid players.
No.
When I look at the safeties, like Malik Mustafa had a really good year for a rookie, not one of your high paid players. When I look at one of their best offensive linemen, it was Dominic Pooney, a rookie, not one of your high paid players.
No.
So go through the team. Bosa made a lot of money. Trent Williams made a lot of money. Brandon Aiyuk made a lot of money. Deebo made a lot of money. The only guy who really showed up who made a lot of money was George Kittle. And Fred Warner.
And Fred Warner. Both those guys. And again, George Kittle's like, yeah, I just showed up. Now pay me more, right? Because I deserve it because I am one of the top tight ends in the NFL.
But the area with George Kittle that I know that I'm getting, that I don't know that I was getting with Deebo Samuel, I don't question whether George Kittle's coming into camp ready to roll.
Oh, I know.
I don't question his leadership on the sidelines. I don't question his fit with what I want to do as a team financially moving forward.
And we're going to pick this conversation up on the other side, 888-957-9570. You mentioned that when it comes to the cap hits, when it comes to some of these signings, when it comes to the money allocation for the San Francisco 49ers, Tim Kawakami had some very interesting thoughts that I want to play on the other side in his latest podcast with Matt Barrows. That's all coming up next, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
All right, there's something in your home you probably take for granted, yet you may interact with several times a day. And without them in your life would be so much more challenging. Imagine your home without doorknobs, without locks. Not only are they essential, they make a bold statement about your home. And at Golden State Lumber and Showroom, they offer a wide selection of stylish brass and bronze knobs and levers, from sleek modern designs to timeless classics. Go into the showroom and test them out. They got a ton of them. You can even bring them over to your house and take a look at what they look like. Need a perfect match for your decor? They have finishes to complement any style.
Fox Sports, ESPN, one of them. Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni. We're rolling. We're talking Deebo Samuel. He's gone. It's weird. Joe, Deebo's not here anymore. And it saddens me a little bit. It's kind of like, not that a full era is changing in San Francisco, but, you know, no more Deebo, potentially no Aiyuk. You can say offensively, you know, Trent Williams is getting up there. You do have McCaffrey still. Again, what version of McCaffrey? I don't know. You still got George Kittle. And you're going to have Brock Purdy. You're going to pay Brock Purdy. And what are you going to pay him? Because don't get it twisted. This move signals also to me that, hey, you might have some drier areas around the ball than you're otherwise accustomed to seeing, because you are going to be paying your quarterback top quarterback money now. Now, what is top quarterback money? What is top 5 quarterback money? What is top 10 quarterback money? We're going to be seeing that coming up here in the next month or two, and how they're going to pay and how are they going to structure it, Joe Shasky, because you've already mentioned to me it better not be more than Matt Stafford what Brock Purdy's going to be commanding, because Matt Stafford is going to be commanding basically $50 million a year, or a little bit more than that. So are you not paying Brock Purdy a little more than $50 million a year, or around $50 million? We'll find out. But Deebo Samuel's no longer here, and you're eating $30 million. $30 million, you're just going to swallow it up and eat it like a poop sandwich.
Well, this is the one area that everybody for the last 2 or 3 years, because they've paid everyone, it's like, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The cap isn't real. You can finagle it however you want. You only say that until eventually you start saying goodbye to good players, and you're literally paying for them to not play on your team.
I love the word finagle. It's such an underrated word. Continue.
Before I even get to Deebo, Eric Armstead, a $16 million cap hit this year. They already paid a lot last year, and then again this year. Charvarius Ward, $12.5 million dead cap hit. Devondre Campbell, remember him? Almost $3 million. Dre Greenlaw, $2 million. These things add up. Yeah. And eventually, guys that you paid, you have to, like, it hits your books. It's this misnomer that the salary cap isn't real and you can keep finagling it. The New Orleans Saints over the next 2 years, and they've been always the team that everyone points to. Look at what the Saints have done. You look at the dead cap hit numbers for Derek Carr. Oh, my God.
Well, that's why they have to keep him.
Oh, my God.
They're keeping him.
Oh, my God. There's this thing like you manipulate it and you manipulate it and you manipulate it, and then eventually it finally hits you and you have to just take it on the chin. And right now the Niners kind of have to take it on the chin. And I'll take it a step further, and this is where I go to Brandon Aiyuk. The Brandon Aiyuk deal was a bad deal. It was a bad. We all saw it coming a mile away. Get him whatever he wants. He's worth it. No, you run the ball. Like, no, you run the ball, right? And you're a run-first team. And you were never going to be able to target someone 125, 150 times a year, because that's not how you play football, at least with Kyle Shanahan as the coach.
And that gets to a larger conversation. Maybe you should start shifting your whole offensive philosophy somewhat. I'm not saying you can't be a run-first team all the way, but maybe you should, adjust your throwing style, your passing game offense, your passing game coordinator.
They've won a lot of games this way.
Great. Now they're not.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, it's a great point. But I also think
the league adjusts, Joe Shasky, is what I'm saying. And the league clearly adjusted back against the 49ers because everyone was trying to run Kyle Shanahan's offense now. And it shifted a little bit, right?
Yes. Was the bigger problem offense or defense this last year?
Well, it's a loaded question. Defense?
Okay. Yeah, I think it was more defense than offense. Offense wasn't great.
Offense wasn't great. That's what I'm saying.
But also, considering who you had out there, thought they did okay. If you look at their yards per rush and different things, there's different stats that I found encouraging. They put up a lot of yards per game. It was scoring in the red zone, which is a different conversation. I go to hey, you need studs to score in the red zone. Yeah. We can have all the greatest designs in the world. I need studs
that can get separation, and Deebo Samuel was not able to do that.
And Brandon Aiyuk wasn't there.
No.
So I look at this team and I say, I wonder if the front office is saying, Kyle, we've kind of let you pay who you've wanted to pay the last couple of years, and now it's our turn to kind of we're going to hold you accountable on this. And I actually kind of appreciate it. Sometimes the coaches don't always know what's right financially.
Mike Florio, 8:30, NBC, Pro Football Talk. Can't wait to talk to him because he knows all things Kyle Shanahan. He knows all things Cap. He knows all things Deebo Samuel and what he's hearing on Brock Purdy in the future contract there, and also what he's hearing in regards to Brandon Aiyuk and how, I hate when they always say this too. It's oh, well, they'll listen to other teams. I was like, what does that really mean? Aren't you? Because if you ask John Lynch, yeah, we're always listening. We're always listening to everyone. We're always open. But he always says they're not in the business. We're not in the business of losing good players. That was a phrase that he has uttered time in and time out. John Lynch, when it comes to structuring this team and roster, he says he is not in the business of letting go of good players. Well, now Deebo Samuel's gone and they let him go for a 5th-round pick. So what does that tell you? He doesn't think Deebo Samuel is a good player or is not going to be a good player very soon. Is that how he feels about Brandon Aiyuk too? If they really do, that's what I'm saying. If they move off of him for a 4th or a 5th-round pick, then I'm going to start saying, okay, they just did not think he's going to come back at all from this. Now, there's a very important health update he also alluded to with Brandon Aiyuk in this coming weeks or month that I'm very curious to see if things ramp up then in regards to a trade talk. I got to see it to believe it there first because it does feel like a little, that's too much. Deebo, I understood. He requested a trade. They were going to honor that. They've been very forthright and forthcoming throughout that whole process. Aiyuk, I got to see it to believe it. But here's what Tim Kawakami had to say, Joe Shasky, real quick before I get to you. And I get to Richie Rich and Livermore. And your overall thoughts on Deebo Samuel as a 49er, what are they? Your lasting image of Deebo as a Niner, and what this move signals to you going forward for San Francisco as they trade Deebo Samuel, former All-Pro, away for a 5th-round pick. Tim Kawakami, TK Pod, TK Show, what does it mean taking the cap hit for Deebo this season?
I agree. I thought they would not want the big accelerated cap hit, $31.5 million or whatever the hell the number is. It's a big, big number to take for not having a player. Now, it's not dollars paid. That money's been paid. I understand that. And this cap hit would have been taken at some point. You could spread it out to next year if you do the post-June 1 designation. But they're taking it now. They do have space now, but it's going to mean less room to do other things. And there's no question about that. What's the significance of that, Barrows? In the back of my mind, I'm wondering, are they in some way kind of like lessening their push for this year? I mean, you're taking a big hit for a player you won't have just in order to get rid of them and to get that option bonus off your table. What do you think it says that they're taking this hit now?
Yeah, I would reach that conclusion if they are actively trying to shop Aiyuk as well. Mm-hmm. That tells me, this is really a reset season. We're going to try to get younger and, less expensive. I don't think that's going to happen.
That would be an enormous cap. That would be an enormous cap.
It's that, and it's a team. I think that the 49ers would want something big in return. And who's going to give something big in return for a guy who's coming off an ACL? Those two things together. But, it does, to answer your question, they had Deebo last year. He didn't do much. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that saying goodbye to him means that they're not gunning for a Super Bowl this year. They think that people are better than him on the team.
If they do trade Brandon Aiyuk too this season and it's before June 1st, that's an $18 million dead cap hit this year. You combine that with Deebo, it's basically $50 million of a dead cap hit.
Still less than the Russell Wilson deal.
But again, that's fine. That's insane. For a team, we knew where the Broncos were, though. The Broncos weren't doing anything for a decade. That's the Denver Broncos. They were always in mess. It's the San Francisco 49ers. Like, in the Kyle Shanahan, since they've been back to the Super Bowl, all they've known is competing outside of a couple of years where they had a lot of injury problems. And I think last year if you wanted to overall and say they had a lot of injury problems last year, and I would have actually said, okay, fine. You came off a Super Bowl. I wasn't expecting much after a Super Bowl loss. Maybe you make the playoffs.
No, I was.
I know you were.
Really? But that's why they paid Aiyuk.
Well, that's fine. I wasn't, because I knew after you lose the Super Bowl, you basically don't get back. Like, that's just reality.
You make the playoffs.
But they didn't. And they had a lot of injury. Their best player got hurt, and Christian McCaffrey. Their best player didn't play for most of the season.
It's true.
So that's what it is. Brock Purdy's not their best player. And again, they're going to be paying him as he probably is their best player, because that's going to be pay him. That's the position. Whatever. We can get into that at another time. But when it comes to taking these cap hits for Deebo this year and potentially Brandon Aiyuk, the term reset, that scares me as a fan. When I heard Matt Barrow say reset, and you just said that last segment, you think this is going to be kind of a reset year for them?
Yeah.
I think it should be a retooling season. But should the 49ers just do a full reset? 888-957-9570. Like,
aren't they already doing that?
Kind of, but but if you do a reset, you're telling me they can't compete for a Super Bowl this year.
I don't think they can currently. That doesn't mean after the offseason's all said and done that I don't look at it. Like, for example, did you think that the Rams did you think the Rams last year? Okay, did you think the Rams heading into August were competing for a championship?
They had Stafford and McVay and Puka and Cooper Kupp, and I thought they were a dark horse the season prior, Joe Shasky.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm different, but I did because I had respect for that offense, and I thought they could have gone to a Super Bowl last year. And they almost could have done it this year.
Okay. So, but I don't think a lot of people shared that opinion as you do.
And I've seen Matt Stafford win a Super Bowl, so it's different.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Washington was viewed as a team that was competing for a championship.
No. I don't think anyone had the Washington Commanders making the playoffs this year. I think a lot of people were high on Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
A lot of people were even saying they liked him more than Caleb. Okay. So I was like, okay, let's see it. And I like Cliff Kingsbury as an OC. I think he proved a lot of people this year in his capability as an offensive coordinator. But no one thought they were going to be in an NFC championship
like the
game.
Vikings. No. I know it ended in a horrible thud. The Vikings had a hell of a year. It ended horrifically. They were one of the best teams in the league all year. It came out of nowhere. So things can happen is what I'm saying. Like, yes, you can look at it today and then, come October, November, it's totally different. 2019, heading into that year, I did not think the Niners were a contender.
I don't think anyone did.
By the end of the year, I was like, we can win the Super Bowl.
Sure.
You know? And so things do change. I do think they're resetting. Like, look at their front seven. You got Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. You needed multiple linebackers. You need multiple defensive linemen. Okay, look at your back end. You need maybe another safety, at least another corner, right? So you're talking about like 7 new players on defense as starters, impact starters. You need at least another offensive lineman, all right? I have no idea what they're going to do at running back, and I think they're going to bring in another receiver via the draft or whatever. Like, they got a lot of holes here. Right? But I don't think that's exclusive to them. I think every team in the league right now is like, you're up in the air. You know, you don't know where you're at right now. Outside of Philly, who's rolling everybody back, Kansas City.
Trying to get Myles Garrett, too.
You know, Buffalo. I'll throw the Baltimore Ravens in there. Like, I don't think this is an exclusive to the Niners situation, but I do think they've gotten very expensive and they got old overnight, and they do need to hollow this thing out, and they do need to get a little younger. That is real. And then, like, I look at the Brandon Aiyuk thing, and I say to myself, clearly they have buyer's remorse. They overpaid, and they know it, and they screwed up. They messed up on the timing, and I agree with them. They should have traded him away if they were reluctant. They overpaid. They waited too long, and they might just have to bite the bullet.
It's so hard. Like, on one hand, you have to say you have buyer's remorse with Brandon Aiyuk because he got hurt.
Yeah, but even before it, I felt like it.
There was only a couple of games. It's so hard for me to say that. Just a couple of games. And then we're going to say, because he did have some flashes where it's like, okay, maybe he's going to come around. It wasn't like he was horrible throughout. I get it. The body language, the fan vitriol aspect of it.
Just the way the whole thing went down in the offseason.
I understand that. A lot of that also is I put on the 49ers, though, too, not just Aiyuk.
Yeah, but he was also like IG living with Jaden Daniels and doing a lot of, it's just a lot.
Unfortunately, that's just the way the guys do business these days. Deebo Samuel literally were acting like he was the greatest thing ever when he was doing his trade. He asked for a trade a couple of years ago. He's like, get me off this team. He said that. Like, come on, man. So there's a lot baked into it. And yes, you probably have buyer's remorse now because he has one leg. And like, let's keep it a buck. We don't know what his other knee is going to look like and how is he going to be cutting. And his game is predicated on route running. It was never created or predicated on explosiveness or elite speed or physicality. Brandon Aiyuk, who is limited in stature, was a great and elite route runner who had great hands. Is that going to change after this? We'll see. Rich in Livermore wants to join the conversation. He has thoughts on Deebo Samuel. 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers closer to a Super Bowl or a rebuild after this Deebo Samuel trade? 888-957-9570. What's up, Richie Rich?
What's up, Joes? How you guys doing, man?
What's up, bro?
I look at it a few different ways, right? As far as Deebo, like, look, man, the Niners ain't the Niners the last few years without Deebo, period. Mm-hmm. Without Deebo, the Super Bowls ain't there. He was a great Niner, man. So you know what? I'm going to miss him, and I wish him the best, you know. But it's the NFL. It's not for long, right? He slowed down this year. He didn't look he looked a shell of himself, right? And we really didn't have Brandon Aiyuk this year. So I think you go ahead and you get rid of Aiyuk, too, because our offense produced. We just didn't have that red zone threat. We put TDs up this season. We easily got 10, 11 wins. That's where we suffered at. So this is kind of how I look at it, right? Yeah, we are closer to a rebuild than people think. But I also think you can make some moves with free agency in this offseason that still makes you a weapon and still puts you up there as a contender. Hey, there's definitely some number 2 receivers out there that would be ones with us, right? A Keenan Allen, a Chris Godwin, hell, a T. Higgins. You get those guys, they immediately become a weapon. It's going to open it up still for Juwan Jennings, for Kittle, and even Ricky Pearsall. But I think your big move is getting rid of this first round we got, and you give it to Dallas, you give it to the Browns. You go get that defensive guy that's going to help that defense. Our defense suffered, man. And if you make these little moves by getting a free agency receiver, you get rid of that first round and get a heavy defensive player, you can adjust with the rookies and get some picks, and you become a contender. And you're not giving a signal to us and them that, hey, we're laying down, we're reset. And if that don't work, then guess what? You do what you got to do and you reset, guys. But I think we're still got a shot of making some noise in a division that really is kind of up for grabs, if you ask me.
Well, so, Seattle, I don't trust at all because of Geno. Even though Geno did beat you and almost end your season.
He gave you the night at Levi's Stadium.
But do you try?
Okay, that's when we knew the season was over. But Geno
LJ's
Smith
first
pulls
game.
a night
LJ's
on
first
you.
game.
He runs untouched into the end zone.
I go, LJ, did you have a good time? He's like laughing. I'm like, I had a horrible time. But like, keep it real though. Even though he did that to you, this sounds so crazy. Even though he beat you literally by himself.
I don't fear Geno Smith. No.
I don't either.
No.
Arizona.
We'll see.
Arizona.
Yeah,
even though Kyler beat you.
Yeah, Kyler beat you.
In the second half.
Yeah.
But like nobody fears them.
He threw up the deuces in the first half too against Fred Warner. Remember that Levi Stadium? Yeah.
Devondre Campbell. Great angle. But like, I'm with them. I don't think that the division is that far away from them. And as good as the Rams were, we match up well with them. Remember that rain game was like a 12-6 game or whatever it was.
Divisional game, but yes.
Purdy threw the interception late, right? Like, let's call it what it is. Everyone's afraid to say it. In the red zone, the quarterback didn't play well. The team turned the ball over, not just the quarterback. The running backs did as well. Mason had a fumble.
And the play caller did not have a good play calls too.
No,
it's on everyone.
I would agree.
You got to put your best players in positions to succeed, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan did that enough this past year. But again,
think about the big
best player was gone too, which puts a whole different kibosh on everything.
Let's go back to that Rams game in the rain. Deebo dropped a walk-in touchdown. Just dropped a walk-in touchdown. Like that's the kind of year it was this year. Literally wide open. You just hit a slant, just hit him right in the hands. He dropped it. The fans booed him off the field.
You want to hear? I'm on DraftKings right now. You're not going to want to hear this, but you know who? Give me who you think the top 4 teams are in order of odds to win the NFC next season.
Philly.
Yep, at plus 300.
I'm going to go Rams at the 3.
No, Rams are not in the top 4.
What?
Nope. They are have the 6th best odds right now. According to DraftKings, this is the 2025-2026
Rams, Tampa Bay
NFC
Bucks.
conference winner. No Bucks.
What?
Nope.
Don't put the Cowboys up there. There's no way.
No Cowboys.
Okay, good.
No Cowboys.
Good.
No Bucks.
It's got
right
to
now.
be
You have the
Detroit
Eagles.
Lions.
Yep, Detroit number 2, right around the plus
Vikings.
400. No Vikings. No, they're plus 1800.
The Niners cannot be in the top 4.
Niners are number 3 right now.
Yeah, that's just because Niner fans are foolish and they're throwing their
700,
money.
and then you got the Washington Commanders at plus 900.
Does any Niner fan feel that way this morning?
I'm just telling you how the Vegas feels that they're right there. Vegas feels like they're right there.
Do you think that the front office is trying to get control of the finances and they've kind of allowed Kyle to make some of these splash signings? They've kind of gone with what Kyle wanted the last few years.
Kyle runs the show. We've always said that. Kyle is.
But did he make this move?
Probably.
You think?
Probably. Like they were right there in a Super Bowl, and he feels like he was right there to run it back. He wanted to keep all the guys that were a part of that, and they did. And it didn't work because 2 of them got hurt. And Deebo, he was a shell of himself. And Trent Williams, he went through some stuff, but also he looked like he was a step slower, a step behind, just a slight, but that's enough to not make you look like an all-pro that you have been through most of your career. I always say everything's Kyle Shanahan, though, because I know that he is the guy that signs off on everything.
But you think that at the end of the year, he walked into them and like, yeah, we got to move off of Deebo. I think it was finance. I think he had to be talked into it. I'm just going with
I don't know if he had to be talked into it.
I think he loves Deebo, and I get it. I love Deebo.
I don't know if he had to be talked into it as much as he saw everything. He saw the lack of leadership. He saw the quotes. He saw the podcast that he created this year. There's a lot baked into what Deebo Samuel took place this year, let alone on the field, but also off the field.
Do you care? Like, do you think Niner fans care about whether Kyle or Lynch or Parag or whoever was leading the charge and making this move?
Well, they care if it ends up not going well. It's great when everything's going well and you're in the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan, look, he's like Bill Belichick with the Patriots. Everything's right. It's great. And then when it's not, oh, well, is it John Lynch's fault or is it Kyle's fault? See, that's where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's almost like the GM LeBron thing. Wow, look at GM LeBron. You know, his handwriting was all over this Luka trade. If you think he was really surprised, well, I got another thing coming and everything's going great. Well, maybe it was Pelinka. I don't know. Who do you like to give credit
Anthony
to?
Davis thinks that LeBron was involved.
Exactly. But again,
he's leaving clutch. You just mark my words.
Will we ever know whether it's all Shanahan or all Lynch or it's a combination? I'll never know.
You ever heard the phrase that, when there's success it's a big, happy family. But when there's failure, it's an orphan. Meaning it has to be dumped onto someone.
Man, that's actually kind of messed up to think about it like that, though. It's like, man, you don't have any parents, man. Yeah.
But isn't that
Jesus?
That's
Bruce
the way
Wayne
it's
over
viewed.
here. Yeah.
And I might not have spewed it the appropriate way.
You're an orphan. Jesus.
Look, it's just, here's the thing, man.
No, but it's a good point.
Deebo he was a guy that every time he touched the ball, I would get so excited and it was so much fun. And by the end, every time he touched the ball, I was like, what are we doing? It felt like we were running an offense that was predictable and outdated and slow. And so like on a level, like, yes, I understand why this move was made. And I agree with why this move was made. It just feels like it was a year too late.
Does it just feel, considering the last 3 big signings they had outside of Diamond Lenore, I'm going to go
Bosa.
Trent Williams. Oh, real quick. I'm going to go Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay.
You felt like you had to pay those guys or keep them around. Now, some people, last year, a lot of callers felt like, no, let's trade Brandon Aiyuk. Let's see what we can get for him. If the Pittsburgh Steelers are willing to give a first rounder or a second round pick, maybe we do that. And they give us, I don't know. They were not parting with George Pickens, so that was never going to happen. Darnell Washington, who's a tight end, I don't know. Someone. Is it too simplistic to say they just got unlucky that it didn't work out with those? Is that not fit? Is that letting them off the hook too easily to say maybe they're just unlucky? That Christian McCaffrey injury, it happened.
How many months did I argue with Bonte about Brandon Aiyuk? He's a really good player, but he wanted great player money, and I didn't want to give him it.
But we didn't foresee him tearing. We were robbed of a full season of him really.
Look, the injury is independent.
Again.
The injury is independent. The day that the contract was
That's
signed.
why it feels unlucky to me because of the injury, though. Like, it just feels like that.
But Joe, they overpaid. And like I kind of felt like I was glad he was on the team. I was happy he's on the team, but like they overpaid for him. I mean, look, the reality is that especially with the new class of wide receivers that came into the league, there's an argument Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. already jumped Brandon Aiyuk in the league. And those are 2 guys out of nowhere.
Well, I don't even know if his career might be in jeopardy in the NFL, Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know what his knee is going to look like.
I don't know.
I mean, ACL and MCL, it was really a gruesome knee injury.
It sucks.
Dave is in San Francisco. He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers closer to a Super Bowl or a rebuild after this Deebo Samuel trade? And also, according to the reports, they are shopping Brandon Aiyuk. What's up, Dave?
Hey, morning, fellas. I honestly think that the Super Bowl window is closing. I think we have this year. They have to get this draft right. They have to get this free agency right. And I would say bring the Bay Area kid home. Go get Tay. I think you got to cut Bayo Aiyuk. There's a lot of talent in this draft. We have a plethora of draft picks. I think we have like 11 picks now. So I'd be fine to go get Tay and get some help on that defense and offensive line.
Thanks, Dave. He's referring to Devontae Adams, a current New York Jet, but I think they're probably going to cut him. I would assume. I don't know if they're going to keep him.
Call me crazy. Like, I don't want to pay for any of these premium wide receivers.
What if it doesn't cost you a lot? What if it costs you 1 year, $18 million for Devontae Adams?
Would $18 million be better spent on defensive front 7 and offensive line or wide receiver on a Kyle Shanahan team?
Well, it depends. If my top 2 wide receivers are Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall, yeah, I would like Devontae Adams.
See, I'm intrigued by Jacob Cowan, and that might sound absurd today.
Sounds really absurd.
Okay, but like Juwan Jennings caught 19 passes a year ago. 19 passes.
Yeah, but he had to be the guy because Deebo was a shell of himself and Brandon Aiyuk tore his knee. He had to be the guy because of necessity. Now I have an off season to actually try to get a better player, and maybe it is someone the caller just mentioned, Chris Godwin on a prove it deal, 1 year, $12 million or something. Sure. But again, he's coming off injury, but it's a prove-it deal.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. But there's an element with some of these high-priced wide receivers that I just don't want to deal with anymore. Like, to me, all of the talking and the drama and all this stuff, like, I'm so over all of it. The Niners, of all the teams right now, need to remove all of the negativity from their vibes. They need to, similar to what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson. Anybody who is going to stir the tree, shake the tree a little, like, I'm out on it. And like, Devontae has kind of been negative in 2 different spots, and I'm kind of over it.
Again, two difficult spots, notorious dumpster fire franchises. Is that, baked into it? The Raiders and the Jets, 2 of the worst teams in the NFL this past year. Obviously, with Aaron Rodgers, he put up better numbers, and he was putting up solid numbers with this guy Aiden O'Connell or Derek Carr prior to that. So he demands the ball, and would he be okay in a run-first offense? Now, he played in this offense with Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
But again,
he had a Hall of Aaron Rodgers.
It was with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
so is he going to be happy with Brock Purdy? I'm just thinking of like the back shoulder like game between like Devontae, again, an elite route runner who Brock at his height with a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, who was an elite route runner when he was healthy in that second team All-Pro season. They made some sweet music together. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm not dismissing Devontae Adams. You're out on it. I'm not dismissing it.
I said this last year, and I'll say it again this year.
I don't know how much of a diva
Does it make sense spending $30 million on Deebo to not play, another $30 million on Aiyuk to not play, and then pay T. Higgins or Devontae?
The one-year deal is different than I'm not paying. No, T. Higgins wants the bag. I'm
not touching T. Higgins.
You're not getting T. Higgins. First
I don't
and
want
foremost.
him.
You're not getting him.
Yeah.
There's other teams. The Patriots or Raiders are going to outpay you for those guys. Bad teams are going to start spending. There's teams with a lot of cap space. Niner fans, like that's another thing baked into this. You're going to start the new league year is going to start, and you're going to start to realize, maybe we're not going to be in on as many people as we think we can because you're going to be paying your quarterback, and you're going to have a lot of cap space allocated and dead cap space allocated to Deebo Samuel, and we'll see with Brandon Aiyuk. We'll see.
I'm out on veteran wide receivers.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm personally like, look, if you could get Godwin for the cheap, okay, 1-year deal, cheap, prove it. Like I would be open because he has some speed, and that's the element that this team desperately needs. They do need speed. And look, I like Devontae as a player. I'm just talking about the way the Niners play football and how little money they have available. It would probably be very foolish to reinvest into a position that you don't play football that way.
No, but you're gonna have as we've learned, when push comes to shove, you're going to have to throw the ball to win.
I would rather split out George Kittle in the red zone. I would rather them split out George Kittle and throw the ball to George Kittle right now than bring in another wide receiver.
I would like that too. Unfortunately, in the Super Bowl, the guy is non-existent. Our guy Javier is in Vacaville. What's up, Jav? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
How you doing, Mr. Spadoni? How you doing, Mr. Shasky? I just want to give my thanks to Deebo Samuel, one of lifetime players. Generational talent. We'll probably never see a wide back, wide receiver, tailback, return specialist like him in 9 uniform again. And, just remember the 5 good years, and let's not, rehash 6 is, because we remember him doing things in the Green Bay playoff game against Dallas. He was, somebody that was the physical specimen that just could not be stopped. Imposing his will on somebody, he lived that in the way he played. Secondly, I cannot keep hearing this. We're going to get rid of Brandon Aiyuk. You don't invest money into somebody of that nature with that amount and then give up on him in a year. Granted, the injury is one thing, but what team is going to give you anything? You think that you're going to have a talent like Brandon Aiyuk that's going to be replenished by a day 3 pick or 2 day 3 picks? On top of that, I know what you're saying is prevalent, Mr. Shasky, about the Niners want to run the ball. Well, if the Niners want to run the ball, with what tailbacks? All their tailbacks got hurt last year, and Brock Purdy's better throwing the ball than any quarterback they've had. If we're going to get rid of Brandon Aiyuk, we don't need to keep Dre Greenlaw. We don't need to keep Hufanga. We don't need to keep any of the veterans because that means the window is completely closed. You're going to tell Purdy to sign for $45 to $55 million a year, and we're going to trade your number 1 wide receiver? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, granted, his knee's bad, but he's 26, 27 years old. There's no pick in the draft you're going to get that's going to replenish a 2,000-yard back-to-back season receiver. He might have been overpaid, but, bro, you give up on him, it's more or less saying, we're just going to start over from the big. There's no reason to sign any veterans. Why would Kittle and Warner want to be in the team when you just got rid of your best wide receiver and you got rid of Deebo? And you're talking about run the ball first. McCaffrey's not for sure good to go. Brando got hurt. Mason got hurt. I mean, you got hurt? I mean, who do we got on the roster right now that's dependable at the tailback position, sir?
I mean, Javier.
It's a good point, Javier. Thank you.
I'm not the one. Look, I'm telling you that if you ask me, I would probably trade Brandon Aiyuk to get something because they need players. And I don't even know if the guy's going to be good this year, let alone healthy.
Well, whatever you're going to get for Brandon Aiyuk right now would be at his lowest value coming off that injury. And if I'm a team trying to acquire Brandon Aiyuk, I get you're trying to acquire him for the cheap. But I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole until I knew that medical, again, that medical that's going to be coming out here, that update that John Lynch alluded to the other day at the draft combine in Indianapolis, Indiana, just saying he has an important medical coming up and we'll see. So I wouldn't touch it if I was an opposing team. If the Niners, I would just wait and see what we're going to get from them this upcoming season, and we'll figure it out as the season goes on. But I'm actually with Javier there. I thought that was one of his better calls. I'm keeping Brandon Aiyuk because I know when he is healthy, is somewhat healthy, he has a relationship with my quarterback right now. Now, Juwan Jennings and George Kittle, obviously do as well. We saw that relationship building late with Ricky Pearsall. If I have Aiyuk there at training camp or the first few start of the games, maybe comes in week 2, week 3, and then you got Pearsall, you got Jennings, you got Kittle still, I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better about this offense going forward. What am I going to get with McCaffrey? I don't know. It is, again, another point with the tailback, which is a concern. Jordan Mason, you going to bring him back? Has he priced himself out? Garendo, he got hurt towards the end of the season. He showed some flashes. He's not going to be that in and out, quick cut. He's an up and down runner to me. You're just missing so much with a healthy Christian McCaffrey. And that's the frustrating aspect about when we talk about the 49ers right now, and it's hard to pinpoint rebuild or contender for me, is I just don't know what I'm getting with Christian McCaffrey. And the fact that this entire, season and last season was kind of predicated on one player, they need to change that. It can't be like that. Like, I understand you're probably going to throw this to me like, hey, is the Eagles season the same without Saquon Barkley? No, probably not. But they still have so much damn talent out there. I still think they make the playoffs and make some noise. Like, that's what I need with the 49ers. They didn't have any healthy Christian McCaffrey last year, basically, and they didn't make any noise. And that was like, you need to have some sort of a safety blanket built in this offseason, Joe Shasky. That's a fact.
Well, that's why I keep coming back to, I think they're going to have to draft a running back higher than people want to admit.
Like, if Genti falls to 11, do you consider it?
Did I sound
absurd? Which is crazy to say.
I know.
Yeah.
No, it's not absurd because this is a team that would actually squeeze that lemon for every single drop, right? Again, I just look at the numbers every year between 450 and 500 carries. That's what the Niners are looking for every year with Kyle Shanahan. Do you think CMC is going to eclipse 300 carries this year by himself? Probably not.
No.
Right? You're going to need a running back.
Yeah.
And do you think Garendo could take the other 300 carries? Got hurt multiple times.
Yeah, right.
Showed a lot of promise. Got hurt multiple times.
Who didn't get hurt on the 49ers this past year? Let's keep it right. It felt like everyone got hurt at some point.
And Mason looked good. And Mason admitted after like 3 weeks, like, yeah, being a number one back's totally different.
It's
just different.
And
I know that sounds crazy. Look, if they took a running back in the first round, people's heads would explode.
It's a name, though. People will be excited. You talk yourself into it, absolutely, because we love to do that as fans.
But if there's any team that would make an argument for it, it would be this team.
Well, because they're a run first. They're
exactly
so heavily predicated on the run
first. And then
first.
going back to the passing game, like, okay, so CMC comes back. Well, now I have a plethora of ways to utilize CMC.
Well, now I have my slot receiver back. Yeah. That's how you would argue it. Yeah.
Right?
Because he's a two-way player.
Why couldn't he do some of the Deebo routes where he's doing those little drags and shallow crossers?
That's a good point. Dom is in San Francisco. He wants to join the conversation. We got a lot of callers right now. I want to get to him. Mike Florio, 830 Pro Football Talk, has some very interesting thoughts. We want to get with him in regards to Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk. What are they going to pay Brock Purdy? What he's hearing in regards to a potential change with the 49ers and how they do business. All of that with Mike Florio, 8:30 on the River Islands guest line. What's up, Dom? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all doing today?
Great.
Excellent. There was a statement made about Brandon Aiyuk in comparison to guys like Malik Neighbors and BTJ, how they just came out of nowhere and jumped over Brandon Aiyuk in terms of production. BTJ and Malik Neighbors were drafted as high prospects in the wide receiver class, right?
Yes.
Yep. So the expectation for them to go ahead and give you some rookie years that are potentially dominating seasons like a Jamar Chase are up there. You didn't have that with Brandon Aiyuk. So what you paid for Brandon Aiyuk was market value in a wide receiver situation that folks are going to get paid whether you like it or not. So I think the value on BA is absolutely fine. The problem was Deebo's pay and having both of them on the same team, and now he's traded away. So it makes no sense to not keep Brandon Aiyuk on this team with the relationship that he has with the Purdy and not end up in a situation like Cincinnati is in right now, where they're scrambling to figure out what to do with Chase and T. Higgins and keeping all their weapons. I think it puts the 49ers in a good position to go ahead and be in this draft, take a look at the available options, fill some holes, see how BA does when he gets back from rehabilitation, and in the future, maybe make a decision on a Gentry if he's available at 11.
Can I ask you a question?
Maybe make a decision on number right receiver. Yes, sir.
You really think $30 million for Brandon Aiyuk was good money spent, even in real time? You really did?
I think
on this team
in real time, I do, because you're going to see wide receivers get paid more than that.
No, I'm asking you around the league. You fear him the way that other teams fear A.J. Brown, the way Amon-Ra St. Brown is feared. Like, we just disagree then, because I think there's a clear divide between the upper echelon players, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Brandon Aiyuk. He's a second and third tier receiver. That's not a knock on him. He wanted first tier money. I think he's a second or third tier player. Period.
Who do you fear on the 49ers right now if you're an opposing team? Who do you fear? If you're a 49ers, if you're a healthy CMC. A healthy CMC, George Kittle.
George Kittle for sure. How did I even forget? Yeah, Kittle.
Is that about, do you don't fear Brock Purdy per se, really?
Yeah, but I also, like, the way that we're talking about Brock Purdy, like, I didn't fear Jalen Hurts for a long part of last year. And Jalen Hurts played out of his mind. Yeah. Out of his mind in the final couple of games. Yeah. So I don't think that's a fair way of doing the evaluations.
Fair enough. There's a lot of people who want to get on this conversation. 888-957-9570. Deebo Samuel is gone. Is Brandon Aiyuk potentially next? How are you going to remember Deebo Samuel? And, are the 49ers closer to a Super Bowl or to a rebuild? By the way, speaking of cap casualties, before we get to the injury report, the Bengals released guard Alex Kappa. Get it? Cap casualty. Alex Kappa. Kappa hit.
2.
Thank you. The pride of Dublin, California, in Dublin High School in Humboldt State. You interested in Alex Kappa on the cheap, maybe? If you take a flyer on him?
Sure.
There you go.
I'm open.
There's the intro.
I'm happy with Alex Kappa.
Confidence I was looking for.
I mean...
Sure. Can you just isolate that as a drop?
It's just, it's so
we talk about Brandon Aiyuk, and then he's like, the guard from the Cincinnati Bengals. Great. Thanks.
The Niners don't pay guards. But like
they don't pay anyone.
It's crazy to me. Like I've figured this out. We've done this with Mike Yastrzemski. We did it with Andrew Wiggins. We're doing it with Brandon Aiyuk. We love to overrate our own. We do.
Well, that's every fan base, right?
No, in particular this region. We love to overrate our own.
Can we get Kawhi Leonard for nothing? Can we get Kevin Durant? Can we get Kevin Durant for a bag of chips?
A generational point of attack defender in Andrew Wiggins.
Back to the Warriors, who will be on the court tonight for the Dubs when they face the Hornets. Well, despite dealing with back spasms that kept him out of the game against the Sixers, Jimmy Butler, I should say, is listed as probable tonight. Jonathan Kuminga, though, is still out, as was seen in the locker room Saturday night with a lot of ice on his recovered sprained ankle and has not been cleared for a handful of recent workouts. That's concerning. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up next is your calls and Mike Florio at 8:30, and that's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
He'd really like to be able to play right now.
Third down and 3. Quick throw. What a catch. Samuel stays upright. Terrific catch and run. One-on-one with Ramsey. Can't bring him down. Samuel. Highlight reel. Touchdown.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing out there. I just went right by him. He was just backpedaling. I was like, what's going on?
Oh, man. Deebo. We need the chant, too. The Deebo. Oh. Shout out Wicked and Wizard of Oz, because Wicked obviously nominated and won some awards last night. I know you're a big fan. I'm sure Michelle is as well, as it feels like every wife or partner is into Wicked these days. Good morning to everyone, as Deebo Samuel is now a Washington Commander. Good morning to you, Joe Shasky. Good morning to all you lovely people. Hope you all had a nice weekend. If you watched the Oscars, if you watched the Warriors over the weekend, bad loss. It's okay. Jimmy was out. Get some rest. He's going to come back against the Hornets. Get right game, you would think, on the road, hopefully. Steph's home state, as you like to say, technically he was born in Ohio, but home state. His dad, obviously, longtime Charlotte Hornet. So hopefully get right today. We'll have all that coverage today on 95.7 The Game for you here with Warriors pre and post. And also, we're at the knockout tournament in a couple hours, Joe Shasky. Can't wait to shoot hoops on Chase Center floor with you, with Daryl the Guru Johnson, who was notoriously knocked out first last year. I do think we have to make him first again. It's only right to make him first again. Get those jitters out of the way. But there's a lot of pressure. Talk about pressure. Him being the first to shoot this year would be hilarious. And I'm rooting for you, Goo. I'm always pulling for you. So good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for school. And if you're streaming us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We had an interesting conversation, Joe Shasky, as we have Mike Florio joining us at 8:30 from NBC and Pro Football Talk. We had an interesting conversation off the air because I guess there's a poll up right now on our YouTube poll. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll see it there. Is Deebo Samuel an all-time 49er? And it was around 60%, Sam, said no. Do you have
65% of respondents right now
said no.
Said no, he is not an all-time Niner in their definition of all-time Niner.
Wow, that is surprising to me. Now, he's an all-pro. He was a Pro Bowler. He was a major reason you got to 2 Super Bowls. He was that swagger on offense for you for a very long time. He set the tone on offense a lot for this team. And Joe Shasky, I ask you, who is probably the biggest 49ers fan I know and a lot of people know, and you are the voice for the 49ers for a lot of people as far as the fan base goes. Deebo Samuel an all-time Niner?
I think he is. I do. Now, everyone has different algorithms for what they consider all-time. Some people's all-time list is 4 or 5 people deep, right? I did this exercise, and I've been doing this exercise forever. And I'm not one of these hey, I only started watching the Niners in the 80s when they were good. And I've had these conversations with my grandfather, who was an usher back in the original season, 1946.
Yeah, man.
In Kezar, okay? So, I have respect for the old school. Depending on the position group, some of my all-time great groupings are bigger or smaller based on how many great players have played the position. For example, tight end. I only have 3 guys. There's an argument to be made for 4 or 5 guys. They've been in organization since 1946. We're coming up on 100 years here in about 20, okay? Sure. We're 80 years in on Niner football. So I have 9 at wide receiver.
Okay.
And I put Deebo in
Who are the tight ends real quick? You got Dwight Clark.
I've got Dwight Clark as a wide receiver.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah.
He's a wide receiver. Yeah. So George Kittle, Vernon Davis, Brent Jones. You could say Russ Francis, you could say other guys. That's what I have. That's my list. But at wide receiver, Jerry Rice, duh. Terrell Owens, duh. R.C. Owens, the originator of the alley-oop pass.
No Crabtree?
No Crabtree. Even though Crabtree, if you look at the numbers, had a little more catches in 2 less games than Deebo.
Yeah.
But Deebo did more, obviously, as a running back and scored twice as many touchdowns.
God, if they got that fade route,
I know.
Man, would have been.
John Taylor.
Would have been, right? Yeah.
Dwight Clark. Freddie Solomon, Billy Wilson, and Deebo Samuel.
Right.
That's who I have at wide receiver. And that's giving respect to the old school, because you have to give respect to the old school.
Vernon, right? You go Vernon. You go Vernon all-timer?
As a tight end, I have Vernon, George Kittle, and Brent Jones at my tight end spots.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, and for a franchise that is synonymous with winning and championship, and
see, for some people, they might not even have John Taylor on the list.
Well, come on.
What?
What titles there?
I understand, but he was never the number one. Like I'm trying to play both sides of the argument. I have him on my list. Freddie Solomon and Gene Washington have to be recognized. All right. R.C. Owens has to be recognized if you understand the history of the 49ers football. All right. Billy Wilson has to be recognized. All right. I look at the 49ers this way. There's no way in hell they get to the playoffs in 2021. There's no way in hell they get to the playoffs in 2019 without Deebo Samuel. Like, he was a huge part of multiple NFC championship games and multiple teams that went to the NFC championship game. Then I look at what he did in the NFC championship game just a couple years ago against Detroit. After missing basically the entire Green Bay game, he was dominant in the second half of that Detroit game. You don't get to that Super Bowl without him. Right. Now, did he fall flat in the Super Bowl? Yeah, he did. But so did CMC. And that doesn't take away from CMC's great year.
He fumbled on the opening drive. But he bounced back in that game, and he was great. But that's going to be my last image of him.
Exactly. And so, like, again, my all-time list, he is an all-time Niner. And there are so many guys that have played in the red and gold, but very few that I call anywhere on the field, wherever you touch it, you could go to the house. Jerry, T.O., those are guys that anytime they touch it, they could go to the house.
Yes.
CMC.
Yes.
Deebo.
Yeah. You're not saying Aiyuk there.
No.
You're not.
That's a different, yes. Like, he's a really good player. Crabtree was a good player for a little time, but like, I didn't view him as he could go to the house on any play.
Correct.
I didn't even put Vernon in that sense. No. I consider George Kittle to run through people better than Vernon.
He can. If he had to have a couple steps before, but George is really fast for his size.
Is close.
He's very close. Yes.
He's very close in this argument.
And we got a lot of people on hold, Joe Shasky. They have some thoughts on.
I hold Deebo in high regard, and I understand the last couple of years was not good, and I get people being soured on him. This year was a bad look, right? He gave me some great moments, and I respect him, and I love him in what he did in a Niner uniform, and it sucks that it's the end. It's probably appropriate. It should have maybe been last offseason. I don't love the dead cap hit. I don't love the trade. I understand why they've done it. I just want to say thank you, Deebo Samuel. To me, he's an all-time Niner.
888-957-9570 is Deebo Samuel, an all-time Niner as far as you're concerned, as he is traded for a 5th-round pick to the Washington Commanders, and the 49ers are going to have to eat north of $30 million of dead cap money this season. All right, let's go. Whoever's been waiting the longest. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton. He's been waiting. He's a long-time roaster. What's up, Manny? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm going to be a little facetious here. I got it from an inside source why Deebo got traded for just a 5th-round pick. John and Kyle called them in, and they were all nicely dressed up, and Deebo showed up in his sweats, and they said, that's all you got on? That's how you dress to us when we come to you? Just kidding, fellas. Anyways.
I'm wearing sweats.
One.
Anyways, with the whole Deebo trade, man, I'm going to put it to you this way. I looked at the list of Niners. He didn't even get up to catching Crabtree. And I'm going to refer him to another receiver you guys mentioned. In the Super Bowl, what do we remember Deebo for? Absolutely nothing, right? Didn't produce. In the biggest game with the brightest lights, the biggest stars, zip, nada, zilch. I'm not going to take away from his accomplishments, but compare him to another receiver that you mentioned. John Taylor's lone catch in the Super Bowl, 10-yard touchdown. That's why people are going to hold John Taylor near and dear to their hearts, like me, more than Deebo, because Deebo was all flash and style and this and that. But you know what? I'm going to see it for what it is, man. You got to take off the rose-covered glasses sometimes. We can find other receivers. We found a Deebo. We found Brandon Aiyuk. We can find bigger and better receivers, guys. That's the fact of it all. Okay. And they must be.
Can we talk? One sec. Manny, I love you. Manny, I love you. Can we go back to his rookie year, the Super Bowl that they were in?
Thanks, Manny.
He was the best player on offense. He had 40 yards catching, 5 catches. He led the team in targets and catches, and then had 53 yards running on 3 carries, those jet sweeps. He was destroying that team.
He was sick. The revisionist history again.
Look, I'm not saying again. If you don't think he's one of the top, Niners of all time, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But let's not forget he was awesome. He was awesome. All right, he was an awesome player. Yes, the last 2 years haven't been good. I'm not going to sit here and cape up for that. But he had moments, and he had unbelievable, spectacular playoff moments.
And I don't think you have to just win a title to be like, oh, this guy's all-timer over this guy, because I don't think we're going to view Jordan Poole as an all-time warrior. We're not.
No.
But he was an important part of a championship team, and he was a fan favorite.
Sure.
The Poole party, everyone was a splash. It's a Poole party. Everyone loved him, but he wasn't an all-timer. So there are levels to these things that you don't have to just win a title for you to become an all-timer. He was two Super Bowl runs. It was a huge part of that. 2 of them. And God, it's just so frustrating when you think back of those games, and especially the last one where he just didn't really do anything. That was what was so frustrating in that game. The sticky man coverage and his lack of being a true wide receiver actually came back to bite him in the ass there, because he just couldn't gain any separation on the McDuffies, on the L'Jarius Sneeds. Same thing with Brandon Aiyuk, really. It was a tough thing to watch. And now he's gone, and we're going to see him with Jaden Daniels. I'm actually very curious to see how Cliff Kingsbury utilizes Deebo Samuel. Very curious.
I am too.
With Terry McLaurin, because they have a fun team. And that guy, Jaden Daniels, is he's so damn good, too.
He's not a running back, but in 49er lore, he's top 20 in touchdowns, rushing touchdowns. He's not even a running back, all right? He's tied with Montana, 20 touchdowns all time. And that doesn't include the playoffs. The playoffs, again, the Seattle game, we've forgotten about this. He was unbelievable in Brock Purdy's first ever playoff game, the Seattle game.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to go to, some of the other moments, obviously with Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it was the Dallas game where he's like, Kyle, give me the damn ball, or the Green Bay run on 4th and 7 with Trent Williams coming over and the whole stadium knows that he's getting that ball. Like, there were so many moments that Deebo had. Yes, the last couple of years sucked. Come on, everybody. Can we have a little bit of tact on the way out the door? Can we give the guy his just due? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's the greatest. Jerry's the greatest wide receiver to ever play for the Niners. I'm not even saying he's a top 5 receiver. I'm just saying he's a great player. It's okay to give people their flowers. We don't always have to crush everyone.
Well, I mean, hey, welcome to Sports Talk Radio. Welcome to social media today. Apparently, we do have to crush everyone, because that's just what people like to do. They like to bring them down to their own level of their misery. There's the old phrase, Joe Shasky, misery loves company. That's what it comes to sports talk a lot these days, unfortunately. Austin's in Redwood City. He wants to join in the conversation, 888-957-9570. We've been talking about Deebo Samuel. They've already traded him. Now Austin's like, no, you can't trade Brandon Aiyuk. What's up, Austin?
Hey, Austin.
Hey, how y'all doing? What's up, you guys, man? Hey, I want to say this, man. Hey, thank you, Deebo, for all your services you've done for the team. Appreciate it. Now we can move on from that wide back, because whenever Deebo lined up, we already know what's going to happen. Now they can't load that box now. Now we can actually see Brock Purdy to become that MVP once we get another weapon outside to help out Brandon Aiyuk. And one thing with Brandon Aiyuk, man, why is he not worth that money? He did everything Kyle Shanahan asked him to do for a run-first team. Ever since he got that injury, now he ain't worth that money. Okay, what about McCaffrey? He re-signed and didn't even touch the field on not one but 2 bad Achilles. Oh, that's crazy. Why not trade him? Because he prone injury. What's up with that? Why y'all? What's up with Brandon Aiyuk? Why he not worth that money? Please tell me why he not.
Austin, I appreciate the call, because the position of running back and what Christian McCaffrey does for this specific team, which is a run-first team, and what he gives you not only as a running back, but as a wide receiver at times, basically, is just so much more valuable when he is on than when Brandon Aiyuk is. As simple as that. And it's not a knock on Brandon Aiyuk, who was a second-team All-Pro. Again, he deserved to get paid. We're not saying he didn't deserve to get his money. But you can say in hindsight now, which is, again, it's Sports Talk Radio 101, Austin. Yeah, what have you done for me lately? And what he's done for us lately is not a whole hell of a lot, and he's making a lot of money, and he's hurt. And in the business of sports, that's not the business you want to be in. If you're Kyle Shanahan, and you're John Lynch, and you're Jed York, and you have a lot of money that you're going to be allocating now to the quarterback. And if you just ask Brock Purdy again, you're putting him in a horrible situation. Who would you rather have there with you, Brandon Aiyuk or Christian McCaffrey? It's going to be Christian McCaffrey 10 times out of 10. It's not even close.
Look, it's just, Aiyuk's a good player. But there's again,
there's levels to this.
Exactly. Yes. And look, as we're learning now, Niner fans, I think every dollar does matter. For the last 4 years, everyone, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, now things are coming home to roost. On the Deebo thing.
Out chickens.
The guy had 8 catches and 90 yards in that Detroit game. He was your leading receiver by far. By far. Everyone's going to remember the great play to Brandon Aiyuk, the butterfly play. People are going to remember, obviously, the Lions going for it. Mm-hmm. Deebo was amazing in that game. Yeah. Amazing. Just to get you into the Super Bowl. He was a playoff war daddy. Like, I kind of think that we've forgotten it. He was so good in the playoffs. I'm pulling up right now, Joe, the game against the Seattle Seahawks the year prior to that. Let me just read this to you. 6 catches, 133 yards, and a touchdown. He went for a 74-yarder. He had 32 yards on the ground. He was unbelievable in that game. They blew them out in the second half. Remember, Seattle had the lead in that game.
And to Austin's point, and it's a great point right by you right there, if he was talking about getting rid of Christian McCaffrey, and I just pulled up all his, I was like, this isn't the season you do that, Christian McCaffrey. It would make no sense, first and foremost, because you need to see what you have with the guy. Yeah. And if he looks like a semblance of himself, you need that guy on your team. But you have it out next year. It's only $8 million of dead cap next year. That would be the way to get him out. You'd cut him or you'd try to trade him. And if you can't, again, cut him for $8 million. Again, you don't want to have any dead money, but that would be the time to do it. If you cut him this season, whether it's, before or after April 1st, it'd be either $22 or $36 million. You don't want to do that. Or if you trade him, it's going to be $13 million. So it makes no sense to do that at all this season. For Brandon Aiyuk, it just sounds like that it's the 49ers admitting they made a mistake paying him, that they feel.
I think there's some buyer's remorse.
Not what you feel, Austin.
Yeah, I think there's buyer's remorse.
What they feel.
Well, and I wonder what is the residual effect of the way it all went down? Not just the money, but maybe the way the whole thing went down.
The relationships and how it's all baked in there, and the locker room.
And not to turn this into a Warrior conversation, but I think we've kind of figured out over the last couple of years who gets paid and how much they get paid does have a reverberation through the locker room.
Absolutely. Leroy's in Oakland. He wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, what's up, Joe? And Joe, how you guys doing, man?
Great.
Hey, look, I'm a lifelong 49er fan, and, I appreciate what Deebo has done. And I just always feel, Shasky, I've always felt like, Shanahan wasn't utilizing Deebo in the right way. And I just think that he doesn't utilize a lot of players in the right way unless it's running backs or players that are going to cater to the running game. So I'm happy that Deebo is going somewhere where he's going to be used, primarily as a wide receiver. And I always said this, and Shasky, hey, Kyle Shanahan is never going to let you see a full potential in a receiver because he runs the ball so much. Mm-hmm. And so I was just like, I'm glad Deebo can go somewhere. And you look at it this way. If we can get in the draft the way Kyle Shanahan coaches, a defensive end or a tight end, I'm good. Go that way. I like Loveland. I like Loveland from Michigan. Everybody likes Tyler Warren from Penn State. I like Loveland. Okay. Or if you're going to go defensive end, and this is my last thing, guys, it's this guy out of Syracuse I've been watching, Fadil Diggs, 6'5", 260. This guy can just get after it. So take a look at him, guys. Fadil Diggs.
Leroy, before you go, you sound like an old school Niner fan, so I appreciate your perspective on this. Deebo was so good for us. I know the last 2 years wasn't a great look. I didn't like him podcasting. He talked a lot. That game against the Eagles, it's an all-time, cash a check on a fan base's face. He was a great player for us.
He was, and I appreciate everything he did. I actually wish he was still here, but receivers want the ball, man.
I know.
Receivers want the ball.
I know.
And I want to say this, too, real quick. One of my favorite all-time 49ers was J.J. Stokes. I know he wasn't all that, but he had almost 4,500 yards in his career, 30 touchdowns. I like JJ. He was here 8 years, so big up to JJ Stokes.
Good call. I think he's a guy who's victim of draft status. You know, they traded up to get him. I think it was 10th or 11th out of UCLA, and he never kind of lived up to the billing of a first-round pick, similar to Crabtree, even though they didn't trade up for Crabtree. Like, Crabtree had the one great year and left a lot to be desired, and it sucked.
Is Deebo Samuel an all-time 49er for you? 888-957-9570. Got a couple ones for you, too. Are the 49ers closer to the Super Bowl or rebuild after a move like that where they trade? Again, if you're just joining us, Deebo Samuel traded to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick, which is crazy to say. If you said that a year ago, this time, Niners coming off a Super Bowl loss, and you're saying, yeah, we're going to trade Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick, you probably have been like, what the hell happened this last season? Oh, and they're shopping Brandon Aiyuk. Again, what the hell happened this past season? A lot.
Doesn't that make what Kansas City did with Tyreek Hill even that much more like, wow, gutsy? Yeah. Like, the way they traded Tyreek for what they did now, Tyreek is more coveted than Deebo.
It also tells you the faith that they had in their quarterback. That's exactly what that tells me. And their head coach.
I was going to say also Brett Veach.
And Brett Veach, yeah. Okay. Again, Andy Reid's a part of that. But the synergy between head coach and quarterback, again, it's going to be very interesting to see once he gets paid, because he's going to get paid, Brock Purdy, by the San Francisco 49ers, that relationship with Kyle Shanahan and how everything's going to evolve there. Because things, talking about money changes things in the locker room, changes things too with the head coach. Because I'm paying you now to be the guy and to be the dude. I don't need any of those fumbles just out of your hand where they slip. I don't need any of that. I don't need you to be taking too many risks like you're doing this season. Granted, he kind of had to put the ball more in at risk because they were playing from behind, or he felt like he was pressing, or he had to do more because he didn't have as much help as he had in seasons prior. So I'm very interested to see how things shake out there. We're up against it. Maurice, we'll get to you on the other side if you want to hang on, or you can give us a call back after we get Mike Florio on the line. Can't wait to talk to the man, the myth, the legend, Mike Florio, coming up here, Pro Football Talk. And again, we're talking all morning. Deebo Samuel, him getting traded, what does it mean? What does it signal to you? And the fact that they're shopping Brandon Aiyuk, a year removed from a second-team All-Pro season, albeit gashed his knee. We don't know the severity of it just yet in the recovery process. We'll see, and we'll hear from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan in the coming months. Draft season's coming up, obviously. We'll see what they do there. Are they going to draft a wide receiver? Are they going to draft a defensive end? Are they going to draft a Tyler Warren out of Penn State if he falls to number 11? Hell, they're going to draft a running back, Ashton Genty, if he falls down. The guy was a Heisman Trophy finalist out of Boise State. When's the last time that happened? Kellen Moore, maybe? Was he a Heisman Trophy candidate? Now he's the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. It's all intertwined, baby. It's all coming up next, talking to Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, brought to you by Safeway.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What do you mean, Joe Shasky? What the hell is knockout day? Today's knockout day. I'm fired up, baby. You're going to be shooting some hoops out there. Well, your heel permitting. Well, we got plantar fasciitis. What do you got? A stress fracture, Jones fracture.
I'll keep it short and
Liz
sweet.
Frank.
No, I'll keep it short.
Shasky fracture.
I might have a stress fracture. You never know. But
you never know.
The specific shoes that I wear, it matters, and for how long I wear them. And so I've got high arches, and I've had a lot of plantar fasciitis, which is attributed to some horrible Achilles tendonitis over the last couple of years. It's been pretty cleaned up. And then Saturday, I tried these new turf shoes out. I wore them for a triple header that we had out at Kimball. And I took my shoes off in the early evening and got ready for this ready for this other dinner. And the next thing you know,
dinners.
My whole foot is throbbing. The ball of my feet is throbbing on the left side, the heel.
Wow.
Yesterday, I could barely walk. So I'm going to have to return the shoes to a sporting goods place, which will remain unnamed, and I'm going to have to get a new pair of shoes.
Wait, so you used the shoes all day, and then you're going to say these just weren't up to snuff?
They hurt my feet. I'm not. Why would I keep something when I have a 45-day return?
Why would they? Is that what it is? Okay, I was going to say the return policy after you just sweated profusely inside of them.
I've spent thousands of dollars at this.
Okay.
I've spent money at this particular place. My wife's listening. So they better be able to return these bad boys.
Okay. All right. Well, let's ask Mike Florio about it here as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And actually, I'm not going to ask him about your sweaty feet and your arch problem. I'm not going to do that at all. I'm going to plug, though, not only Pro Football Talk, and we love having Mike on here because he is the author, Joe Shasky, of not one, not two, but 3 different books. You got Son of Mine, you got Father of Mine, which is the sequel to Son of Mine. He's got a Christmas book now as well called On Our Way Home. It's a cross between A Christmas Carol and It's a Wonderful Life. A man spends the days leading up to Christmas facing spirits and entities that will force him to face an unexpected question that he must solve quickly. Kind of like Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Mike, they were forced to make some hard decisions here, whether it comes to Deebo Samuel or Brandon Aiyuk, but they did make that decision on Deebo Samuel, trading away for a 5th-round pick. What did you make of the trade, and what do you make of the 49ers offseason thus far with a lot of difficult questions ahead, not only with their wide receivers, but their quarterback too?
Well, first of all, good morning, guys. Good to be with you again. Good to talk to you, and thanks for some of your time. Here's the immediate takeaway. We knew that a trade was going to happen. John Lynch said as much last week that Deebo Samuel has requested a trade and they're going to grant his request. Now you have to look at what this means to the depth chart going forward, especially with the questions surrounding Brandon Aiyuk. Look, they had gotten to the point with Deebo Samuel, who really wasn't the same guy that he was in 2021 when he had that spectacular season. Remember, he skipped a lot of the offseason, if not all of the offseason, as he was trying to get out then. He wasn't the same in 22, rebounded a bit in 23, tailed off last year. There are questions about wear and tear. He's 29. He treats every rep like it's the last play of the Super Bowl. He fights for every blade of grass he can get, and that takes a physical toll. So now they move on without him because they knew that he was no longer capable of being a number one guy. Where does Aiyuk fit if he's healthy? I know they'd like to trade him, or at least they are entertaining the possibility. The problem is who's going to take on that contract. The time to trade him was last year before they gave him that big deal. Whoever would take him on now is looking at 2 fully guaranteed seasons with no guarantee he's going to be back to full health. So he's still number one, assuming he's healthy. And then beyond that, what do you got? You got Juwan Jennings, who's in the second year of a very affordable deal. You got Ricky Pearsall in the second year of his rookie contract. What else is out there? Kyle Shanahan's a great scout of receivers because he played the position. He knows what it takes. They're going to have to retool on the fly. And this was inevitable for a team that has been a high-level contender for 5 years now. At some point, you're going to have to do basically a pit stop without pulling the car into the pits. You got to change the tire on the moving car. You got to focus on the core players you have who are going to stick around. You got to replace former core players whose time has ended. And that's the challenge of staying competitive in the NFL. You've got to find ways to make your team better. You've got to cultivate new players who become the stars that replace the guys who have moved on. That's the challenge of a program that really started way back in 2017, became good quickly. Now they have to try to stay good by using those draft picks wisely, getting young cheap players who ascend into those roles that have been vacated by the guys whose time is ended.
You know, Mike, let's get into the Deebo, just the numbers in terms of finances for the Niners, because for the last couple of years, all I've heard from people that cover the team, the money is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They can finagle the cap. Well, eventually, and I've been saying it, like eventually it hits your books, and it's going to have to hit your books. They're on the hook for almost $66 million in dead money this year with Deebo, Armstead, Ward, Campbell, Dre Greenlaw, et cetera. And that does not even include what should be a Javon Hargrave dead cap cut as well at some point. Was this front office, like, were they involved in this move with Deebo, or was this more Kyle Shanahan, or does it not even matter? Because I thought that Deebo and Kyle were very, very close, because this signals like kind of a shift in philosophy.
Well, I think it just came to the point where they recognized it was time to move on. You got to look at what the ongoing financial commitment is and what it means to the team dollar for dollar. And can we find a player who dollar for dollar is more effective than the commitment that's been made to Deebo Samuel? And these are the consequences of having a good team. The first step is you got to pay the young players who have been key contributors to what you've been building. And it's dysfunctional to not do that. I remember how Washington was at one point under Daniel Snyder. Instead of rewarding their great young players, they'd get smitten with guys who have never played for them, give them a bunch of money. What message does that send to your young players who are grinding away? You want those young players to think there's a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow of work that they're putting in, doing all the things they're asked to do, helping make the team good. You've got to pay them. Part of paying them is, unless you're going to take big cap charges up front with new contracts, and teams rarely do that. Anytime a guy does a long-term deal, the cap number goes down. Why? Because they push cap dollars into future years. So when the Band-Aid is removed, there's a cap charge to pay on the back end, and all good teams have to deal with that. The question is, do you take big hits all at once and have a year where, okay, maybe we're not going to be as competitive, or we're going to hope that our young players who aren't making as much can produce, knowing that you're going to have to pay them at some point as well. But this is the price you pay for having a very good team. There will be guys who leave, and they leave behind that cap charge that ends up becoming an anchor on a team that otherwise hopes to stay in contention, stay relevant, get back to the playoffs, and hope that by the time they get there, these young players will have matured to the point that they can make big plays in big spots in playoff games. That's just part of the year-to-year reality of having a good team, a team that's been good for a sustained period of time. That's why it's so hard for teams to have that franchise that is relevant year in and year out. It begins and ends with having the right quarterback. And that's the question I think that hovers over the 49ers more than anything else this year. Yeah, okay, Brock Purdy's earned a contract extension. That's the easy question. The harder one is, how much are we going to pay? How much are we going to commit? What kind of cap numbers will he have in future years, given the fact that for the last three, it's been bargain basement nothing under his rookie contract? That's the challenge. And is Purdy the guy who is going to help you contend each and every year, no matter what you have around him? How do they pay him relative to the expectation that he's going to be the guy who will ensure contention no matter what the quality of the supporting cast is? And I don't think we know based on 3 years yet whether he lands in that category of guy who is going to propel a team to be a contender, even if there's a bunch of dead cap money, even if there are players who might not be as good around him as they need to be. And that's what's tied up in this broader conundrum of what do you pay him on a per year average on a new deal.
Talking to Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast of Spadoni, and it's Shasky here. And, bring up an interesting point there. So get rid of Deebo Samuel, maybe get rid of Brandon Aiyuk, and we'll ask you about that here in a second. But you have the contract looming with the quarterback. Do you feel like this team right now, the San Francisco 49ers, are closer to taking a step back this offseason and where they're at with all their contracts? And we'll see what they do in the draft. Do you think they're closer to taking a step back than a step forward when it comes to Super Bowl contention?
Well, they already took the step back last year. They missed the playoffs last year. And the question is, do they rebound from 2024 the same way they recovered from 2020? Because what happened last year was very similar to what happened in 2020. All of a sudden, there's a cluster of injuries, key players aren't available, and the team suffers because of it. But in 21, boom, they're back in the NFC Championship game and almost won that game and went back to the Super Bowl. I just think it's going to be more difficult this time. It's going to take all the powers of the front office and the coaching staff to take the players that they'll have this year and get the most out of them. So 7 teams make it to the playoffs in the NFC every year. And the 49ers are going to be in position to be competitive just because of the DNA of the organization under Shanahan and Lynch. But it's not going to be easy. And they know it's not going to be easy. And every year there's going to be challenges. How do you find a way to, more often than not, take a team that gets to the playoffs and then once it gets there is able to win games? So I'm not ready to say, oh, they're just going to be bad again this year. I think they can make some moves, and they're in the process of trying to do that to ensure that last year, like 2020, is the aberration, and they'll follow it up with 3 years of performing at a very high level, and then there'll be a reset year, and then you just keep rolling as the names of the players change. That's the reality. Every football team in the NFL is a series of interchangeable parts that inevitably will be taken out and replaced with others, and that's why every year the draft is important, every year free agency is important, every year those decisions you make about the guys you pay, the guys you don't pay, the guys you trade, the guys you keep, the guys you trade for. That all goes into whether or not you can sustain relevance and contention on a year-in and year-out basis.
What do you think the numbers are going to look like for Brock Purdy? You know, you're kind of alluding to it. We see that Matt Stafford right now has got like a $50 million cap hit for next year. I know that there's guarantees and then there's the cap hits and how you kind of, I guess, spread the money out over 3 years. What do you think it looks like for him?
Well, one thing to remember is that the agents like to focus on the new money annual average. And that is a little bit deceiving because the new money average is always higher than what the contract actually pays. There's no such thing as an extension in the NFL. What they do is they take the remaining contract, they rip it up, and they replace it with a new one. Because Brock Purdy is due to make a lower amount than other quarterbacks who are in line for an extension, it's easier to give him a bigger new money average, even if the real contract value isn't as high. And that's good because if the objective is to get the highest possible APY, you can do it more easily. You can get him north of 40. You can get him close to 50 if you want to do it. But Sims and I were debating this last week at the Combine. What do you really put on Brock Purdy as his value? Where does he fit in the hierarchy of quarterback contracts? The top of the market's 60. You got a lot of guys clustered in the 50s now, but the franchise tag number is 40. So what's the number? And the comparison that we ultimately came back to is Derek Carr. Okay, Derek Carr is making 40.
Oh, no. I think we lost him. It's all right. We'll get him back. You talk Derek Carr, and then it just throws him off. The connection got intercepted, like Derek Carr. Trust me, I've seen a lot of them.
Derek likes to check down.
Well, he does. Well, he throws on fourth and goal when he can't throw it anywhere. He throws it away. That's what he does, Derek Carr. We'll get Mike Florio back for Football Talk in a second.
He was going somewhere.
He was going somewhere interesting, and I did think it was fascinating in regards to just Deebo Samuel.
He's right now,
and we got him back. We got him. Thumbs up.
Okay.
Thumbs up. All right. We'll go back to Mike right here.
You were eloquently stating about you and Sims talking about his value and how Derek Carr was making about 40, and then all of a sudden it got...
No, he was talking Derek Carr, and like Derek Carr, he was intercepted. Your line was intercepted there, Mike. Go ahead.
Well, I think what happened is it's like the dump button if I drop an F-bomb, but it's like kick the plug out of the wall anytime anyone mentions Derek Carr. But you have to look at overall... You have to look at overall quarterback ability, and you have to factor in the Kyle Shanahan offense. And Shanahan's made it work with a lot of different quarterbacks. The question is the innate skills of Brock Purdy. And I remember leading up to the 2024 season, he had quotes to guys like Mike Silver that he wants to become dominant like Tom Brady. And you have to look at the skill set. Is Purdy a guy that fits in the top 10 NFL quarterbacks? The guys who can make chicken salad out of a bad play, who can extend plays with their feet, who just have the overall physical ability to dominate. And I don't think he does. And that's fine because not everybody can. That's why those skills are so rare and so highly appreciated financially. The question is, when it's time to sit down and figure out what that contract looks like, how much of those future cap dollars are you going to tie to a guy who isn't a top 5 guy and might not be a top 10 guy, might be middle of the pack. And there's no shame in being a middle of the pack NFL quarterback. You're still better than half the guys who are starting quarterbacks in the NFL. But how does that look? And one of the things that we've been arguing about, and really Sims and I are on the same page with this, there's got to be a point where teams say, as it relates to a guy who's due for a second contract, all right, you've checked all the boxes, you look good, you're a guy we want to keep, but that doesn't mean we're going to make you the highest paid player in the NFL. That process needs to end at some point. And I don't think just because you've been good enough for 3 years means all of a sudden you're the highest paid guy. And if you make him the highest paid guy, you're going to create cap issues down the road, and you're not going to get the value out of the player that you need. That's going to be the challenge. And the 49ers have the leverage of, hey, you just got to play one more year at your 2025 base salary, and then we'll take it up next year. And if we have to use the franchise tag, we'll use the franchise tag, and we'll figure it out then. And that franchise tag hovers over the conversation because that sets his value for next year.
Mike, I'm totally with you on this one. Like, we see this in real estate. Let's set a new market rate. It's like, well, wait a minute. Like, I buy a house in the middle of let's just use Fresno, for example, versus, Huntington Beach. Like, the price point's going to be different, And so I don't understand why there aren't tiers when it comes to these quarterbacks. Like, just because Trevor Lawrence got what he did doesn't mean it was good business. So this brings me to this one. Last year, the 49ers basically said to Brandon Aiyuk, all right, go see where else you can get this money, and we'll see if someone can meet our asking price. How many teams out there would reset the price of the quarterback position with Brock Purdy outside of San Francisco?
Well, that's the question you have to ask yourself. If Brock Purdy were going to be a free agent in this cycle, what kind of money would he get? What teams would pursue him? There'd be a market, but what would it be? Would it be the Sam Darnold market? Right? Would it be? And I just feel like 40 just feels like the right number. Now, again, because Purdy has a lower final year salary, it's easy to get to a new money average of $40 million. It's easy to get to 45. You're going to have fewer dollars over the long-term deal, especially if you do a 5 or a 6-year deal instead of just a 4-year deal. That's going to be a big part of this too. How many more years is he going to be committed to the team beyond 2025? And what does that look like in the out years? There's so many different issues and angles that go into this. And it comes down to what's it going to look like by way of new money average. Remember when the Colin Kaepernick deal first came out? Like, it was sold as this incredible contract, and it's the richest contract ever given to any quarterback. And when you get the full contract and start picking through the details, it really wasn't as good as advertised. And there's a way to use smoke and mirrors to make the deal look better than it really is. The question becomes, what is the true commitment that the team has made? How many years? How many guaranteed dollars? What does the back end look like? Is it phony numbers that will require a new contract then? So, that APY, I just feel like it needs to be south of 50. But if they really want to make something that hits 50 so his agents can do a victory lap and say, we got 50 million, even if he's never going to actually see 50 million a year, that's just part of the shell game that is the structure, the negotiation, and the finalization of a quarterback contract that might look a hell of a lot better than it really is. And it all comes down to the motivation of the player and the agents and the team's willingness to participate in that kind of a ruse that will make a deal look better than it is. But that's all part of this as well. And it's not going to be an easy negotiation because it can go in so many different directions. But fundamentally, both sides have to agree on what Brock Purdy means to the 49ers. And look, a quarterback can always do what Kirk Cousins did in Washington. You just say, no, I'm not going to accept it. And you use the franchise tag on me? Okay, fine. I'll play under the franchise tag. I'm not accepting a long-term offer. And then I'll play on the franchise tag a second time. And then after 2 franchise tags, the guy's most likely going to hit the market like Cousins did. And it all comes down to whether or not the 49ers ever offer him enough to get Purdy to say, I will choose not to follow the 1 year at a time track. And again, quarterbacks, because they can play a lot longer than players at other positions, they are far more suited to say, I'll just take what I'm due to make this year. You want to tag me next year? I'll take the tag amount. You want to tag me a second time? I'll do that. And I'm never trading in my path to free agency where I can see what anyone else would pay me for the offers that you're making me on a long-term deal. And the lesser the offer that the 49ers make, the easier it is for Purdy to say, I'll just keep going 1 year at a time. That's his leverage in all this. The players don't have a whole lot of leverage under the CBA, But because he wasn't a first-round pick, if he puts in 6 total years, he can become a free agent if he truly wants to do it. Dak Prescott was a year away from doing that before the Cowboys woke up and paid him way too much money a few years ago and put themselves in a bad position where they had to do it again last year. But with Washington and Cousins, it worked. And he went to Minnesota. He made a ton of money during his time there. He got paid a ton of money last year by a team that, in hindsight, probably wishes they didn't do it. And that's what Purdy could do unless the 49ers offer him enough where he says, I'll give up my ability to go year to year, put in 3 more years, and then see what someone else will pay me.
Hey, Mike, we appreciate the time, man. One more for you as we head on out of here. Brandon Aiyuk, ultimately, do you think he gets traded this offseason, and what would a trade package to acquire him look like?
Here's the problem. If Brandon Aiyuk were due to be a free agent right now, coming off of a torn ACL, would a team offer him a contract with multiple years of fully guaranteed significant money, or would he have to go somewhere with a 1-year deal or a 1-year deal and then a big trigger after 1 year that the team would have the power to decide whether or not he's back to being the guy he was in 2023? You look at the 49ers contract right now, 25 is fully guaranteed, 26 becomes fully guaranteed as of April 1 of this year. I don't see a team pulling the trigger to inherit the balance of that contract when you don't know whether he's going to be the same guy after an ACL tear. And we're spoiled to think that, modern medical technology, a guy comes back from an ACL tear, good as new. There's still guys who aren't the same after they tear an ACL. That's a hell of a risk for a team to take on that, the balance of that contract after only 1 year coming off of the torn ACL. It's going to be tough to find a trade partner, and that may be one, because there's no indication the 49ers are paying any amount of Deebo Samuel's contract in Washington. To make a trade of Brandon Aiyuk happen, the 49ers might have to kick in some cash in order to make that trade attractive to another team. I think it's going to be a lot harder to trade Brandon Aiyuk than it would be to trade Deebo Samuel.
Hey, Mike, we appreciate it, man. You're always so good to us. And where can we find your books, man?
Well, the 3 that you mentioned, Father of Mine, Son of Mine, On Our Way Home, the ebooks are available on Amazon for 99 cents. And that is a horrible business proposition for me, but I don't care. The goal is to make it available to as many people as possible, get people to read for pleasure. We're all wired from our time in school to think that anytime you're supposed to read a book, it's a pain in the ass and you don't want to do it. It is a great way, especially when football season isn't going on. It's a great diversion from whatever. And we all got stuff going on in our lives. And it's nice to have a good book that you can kind of retreat to at the end of the day, take a half hour or so and decompress. And I try to create worlds that pull people away from the day to day, give them something fun, give them something different. And again, you can buy nothing. Go find anything for 99 cents. You can get each of those books for 99 cents. You can get all 3 for $2.97 if my math is correct, and it rarely is. And it is the perfect time to do it because other than free agency, which is it's a big deal for the NFL. There's no games going on, so your Sundays are free to kick back and pick up your phone and read a book.
Hey, Mike, are audio books available for any of these?
Not yet, but we're working on it.
Are you going to be the voice? Are you going to be the voice, Mike? Are you going to be the voice?
Well, probably. I don't know. Does that make it better or worse? I don't know. Some would say, I would have said a bad word. I ain't buying that book. So we'll see.
Get Sims on it. Get Chrissy on it. Yeah.
I got a stack of manuscripts that are going to end up being available at some point, and we just keep plugging away.
Hey, we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, see you.
There you go.
Great
That's
stuff.
Mike Florio, Pro Football. A lot of great stuff there. A lot of stuff.
He was talking about Brandon Aiyuk, and he's talking about, hey, if he was a free agent coming off the ACL injury, like, what would he get? And it made me think about one of my favorite players pre-injury, Allen Robinson. And he was an ascending stud with the Jacksonville Jaguars and tore his ACL, I believe, like week 1 of a year, like 2017, 2018, 2016. It all blended together. But that was his walk year. And then he ended up going right into free agency. And I believe the Bears paid for him. And I think he got a 3-year, 4-year deal from the Bears. But I don't think he ever really became the player that I thought he would become. And he ended up playing for, a couple years more. He might not even be in the league anymore.
He's on the Lions currently.
Is he really?
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't even.
You wouldn't have known that. Remember, who was it? It was
I know it was a Ram.
Alan Hearns and him, right?
Yeah.
Remember, it was Hearns and Robinson. And they got to a conference title.
Bortles and Blaine.
They probably should have beaten the Pats in that.
Should have.
They should have beaten the Pats in that game.
Remember, Jimmy beat that Jag team, one of their few losses that year. I'll never forget going into halftime. They decided to basically kneel the ball, and they had a lead against the Patriots, and it was just absurd. And the Patriots came out and beat them in the second half, which was the most obvious thing of all time.
That's right. And they also had Marquise Lee, USC.
Miles Jack.
On. Yeah.
I mean, that team was so sick.
And Blake Bortles was at the helm of it. Blake Bortles.
My God.
Yeah, Jalen, yeah. Calais Campbell, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had them all. Always like listening to Mike because obviously it's a national perspective. He's very tapped in and he throws his opinions in there. We appreciate it. And, he was talking about Deebo Samuel and that the Niners basically had to do this because they're just signaling that they just don't think he's the player he once was anymore. Mm-hmm. But also, it's going to start a domino effect here and a chain reaction of decisions that need to be made in San Francisco. And the biggest one that remains is the quarterback. And it is the biggest position in team sports, in American pro sports. It is the position. And you have got to pay them, and they get paid. Now, what's the number going to look like? And I think if you're a Niner fan listening to Mike there, you felt probably happier coming away from it because you hope that Shanahan and Lynch, make the contract look prettier than it actually is, right? There's a lot of, jargon that's in there that butters up a quarterback or an agent. Wow, look at this, the AAV, right? Like, wow, 50 plus million, but maybe in reality it's closer to like 45. Maybe in reality it's more closer to the low 40s than the high 50s or high 40s. And so I'm very curious to see the domino effect that is the Brock Purdy contract, because what they have shown us in years past with all the other deals and all the other, situations with Aiyuk, with Deebo, with Bosa, with whomever, when it got into toxicity, Trent Williams, right? They let it linger too long. I would like this to be done in the next week or two.
Well, that's incumbent on both parties.
Yes.
And, obviously the Niners are at fault for a variety of ones, but some of these players bear some of the,
takes two to tango.
Culpability. Yeah, absolutely. Now, the Kirk Cousins thing, it's an interesting comp, but if you just do a quick deep dive, he didn't really start until that fourth year. Mm-hmm. That's when he really, truly became went into the offseason, I'm the starter. And that was the final year of his deal. So he had 16, games, one season as a starter under his belt. And then it was like, hey, do we long-term extension or franchise tag him? They franchise tagged him. And then they franchise tagged him again. This is a little different in the sense that Brock has been their starter for 2 full seasons now.
Yeah.
2.5 if you go to the, when Jimmy and Trey both went down, but 2 full seasons back to back. And also Kirk didn't have some major injuries, even though Brock hasn't missed a ton of time. The elbow was a major injury.
Oh, it's huge.
I think that kind of changes the algorithm for Brock. And I think having more years under his belt also changes things. But I just don't see him playing on $1 million deal heading into this year. If I was him, if I was his family, whatever, as disrespected as I might be over a specific number, I'm probably taking something that's a little less because of the uncertainty of my own future and also understanding that, this is a pretty good situation. This is not the Washington football situation.
No, are you kidding? Dan Snyder's your owner, and then you had Jake Gruden, right? Who's always felt like a dead man walking over there.
I'm not saying that the Niners lowball him per se. I'm just saying because I don't see $40 million isn't disrespectful to me. Like if AAV going AAV, $45 million isn't disrespectful. Disrespectful is $9 million.
Yeah,
right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a slap
$12
in the
million.
Face. Correct.
Right. So I think that there's levels to the disrespect, but I also understand his point of view. Hey, Kyle, you might not have a job if you didn't find me.
Well, and I
think that's a pretty compelling argument.
Who's the agent for him? Do we know? Is it Don Yee? It's always Don Yee.
If it's Don Yee, my head will explode.
I swear to God, it's always Don Yee when we do these negotiations. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kyle Strongen, is that what you're saying, Carter? Strongen?
Yeah, his agent's name is Kyle Strongen.
Who else is in his portfolio? What other clients?
His portfolio.
I'm figuring that out currently.
Oh, I got it right here. Hold on. Kyle Strongen clients. I got it right here. All right, I found him. Okay. Luke McCaffrey.
Oh.
Bradley Pinion.
So an ex-Niner punter.
Who else do we got here? Alec Ingold, former Raiders and current Miami Dolphins fullback. John Simpson. Okay. The offensive line for the Jets, also a former Raider. And that's kind of about it. Keaton Slovis. There you go. Fight on. And then, yeah, his biggest one's going to be Brock Purdy here. So this is going to be the moneymaker for one Kyle Strong in here. Make or break for him.
Parag is probably licking his chops right now. Like, there's no one who's like, and Parag is basically lost. Like, let's call it what it is. He's lost the last couple of negotiations, right? I think that when push came to shove, he's wanted to be more hardline, and I think that Kyle has had to step in. Like, you're paying Trent, and you're paying CMC, and you're paying Brandon Aiyuk. I don't think Parag wants to lose this. I
just don't want this to be like the Cranberries, and they're going to let it linger. Because do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? I don't want them to do that. Just get this thing done.
Can I ask you this? Sure. Like, on this, like, and I know, like, I bore people with this stuff. The cap hit next year for Dak Prescott is $90 million.
Worth it.
Wow, dude.
It wasn't clear.
Okay.
Are you serious? $90 million?
That doesn't even seem real.
Oh, no. Whack Prescott at that point. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
That is whack.
Then 1 year from now, 2026, Jared Goff, who everyone's pointed to at that contract, his cap hit is $70 million.
Now, he's been in the playoffs last 2 years for a team that notoriously does not make it.
I love Jared Goff. His cap hit is $70 million. I don't care if the cap's going up. I don't care. $70 million cap hit.
You don't think he's worth $70 million to the Detroit Lions? Maybe not everywhere else, but that's the argument, right? Like, what is Purdy's value to the San Francisco 49ers? Already baked in. Shanahan loves him. Lynch loves him. The fan base loves him. The teammates love him. And there's a lot to love about Brock Purdy.
There's a lot to love.
He was an MVP candidate in his first full season in the NFL. Guy was an MVP candidate in his first full season.
Does that number scare you, though? Come on.
Yeah, sure. $90 million. Yeah, that scares me, I guess. But the cap keeps going up. So maybe it scares me now. And then maybe 2 years from now, it's like, wow, that might have been a bargain.
But that's what we said about the Deebo deal. That's what we said about the Deebo deal 3 or 4 years ago.
But it never, okay. Yes, but quarterbacks are different because his play fell off so dramatically this past season for me, for Deebo, that I'm fine with trading him and eating $30 million because I just can't have that on my team. For a quarterback, like, it's going to be different. I don't anticipate Brock's play devaluing on the field that much in the coming years. I think he's shown that he's going to be pretty good and a top 10 guy for the most part as a quarterback. I think he's shown that. And I feel comfortable. Like, again, this is why it's tricky. I can't bake the injury to the equation. So if he gets hurt and his shoulder gets absolutely shredded, which kind of what is why they moved off of Jimmy Garoppolo and got Trey Lance, right? It's because he could never be on the field. No doubt. You just couldn't trust him in the body to hold up. And, you know, it's ironic because they got a guy who could not get on the field himself in Trey Lance. And then you get to Brock Purdy. And for the most part, he's been on the field and been healthy.
Well, and
I'm not taking that for granted, Joe Shasky, because of the history.
I guess where I'm going with this, and this is where I agree with Florio. Like, I understand the people are like, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? That's what everyone says. Like, who are you going to get? It's like, everyone take a deep breath. You do have the franchise tag in your back pocket. Now, it's not the greatest course of action, but it is in your back pocket, right? There's like 5 guys in the league that I'm comfortable paying that amount of money to, and everyone else comes with a ton of sticker shock, right? Like that's just the minute I drive it off the lot, I know.
All right, let's do the names.
Right, like
Mahomes,
it's Mahomes,
Burrow, Allen, Jackson,
Lamar Jackson, and then Stafford.
Okay, Stafford. Yeah, that's fine.
And that's about it. Yeah. Like Herbert, I don't love that deal. I don't love that
Hurts deal looking a lot better. He won a Super Bowl, so it's looking a lot better.
Hurts?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts. Yeah.
But I'll be real with you. Beginning of the year, didn't like that deal.
No. And a lot of people didn't throughout the year because he wasn't throwing the ball. Yeah. But when push came to shove, he proved why he was worth that money.
In the Rams game, he didn't look good. But the next 2 games, he looked outstanding. And so, tip my cap to him, and he proved me wrong, right? But I'll be real. I don't love that deal. Okay. You know?
But the Eagles love it.
Well, yeah, they won a Super Bowl, and that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. And so there's a lot of guys in the league that have gotten paid a lot of money, and I would be uncomfortable writing those checks. Goff would fall into that category, and I like Jared Goff probably more than most.
Yeah, Marin's own 888-957-9570. No, that I've always been out like.
I'm so out on Tua.
Who are the Dolphins really?
That's
hitting themselves against to in free agency when Tua was up. Like, who Who was out there giving Tua that much money?
Not me.
No one.
I know. Well, I think that's the question about Purdy. What teams, if you just worked backwards, what teams would give him the quote-unquote blank check or close to it?
I think the Raiders would right now.
Okay.
I think, who else is out there that's bad? Let me pull up the draft order right now.
Would the Titans? I don't think the Titans would.
The Browns, I don't think they can because of the Deshaun Watson. So that's why they have to get a rookie
Let's
contract.
say I threw that out the window. Like, would they rather go through the draft right now, or would they rather take Purdy?
See, the difference between the Raiders and the Browns is one plays in cold weather all the time, one plays in a dome.
Yeah.
See, that's baked into it. With Purdy, you could say, "Oh, he played at Iowa State." I was like, "Do I feel comfortable in that division with him?"
Yeah, but you got to go outdoors to Denver, outdoors to Kansas City. Right. Now you do get the 2 dome games. The Chargers.
The four in those divisional ones, and it's basically a home game for them too.
Yeah, so you would get a chunk of games at home.
Yeah, you get half of your schedule at home in a dome, which would be huge. And then you go to, and again, I don't think the cold weather thing. It's more rain for Purdy than for me, anyways. It gets a little wet. The ball just slips out. I'm sorry. As Carter did the imitation like he was Chris Elliott in Scary Movie 2. Take my strong hand. And he just tried to throw it. That's kind of what we're thinking of.
If it drizzles
what a deep cut. Scary Movie 2.
That was,
if it drizzles a little, my quarterback becomes completely inept.
Right.
That's a scary thought to be writing $60 million guaranteed
I said it
checks.
last year. I was joking. Who was I joking with? We had someone on. We were joking about, hey, Super Bowl's next year in the rain, or it was Jerry Rice. I was like, Super Bowl's next year at Levi Stadium. Just hope it's not raining. He's like, that's not an excuse. I was like, it might be for the quarterback. But that's the thing that's baked into it a little bit, the back of your mind.
Alex Smith, small hands. There's this whole never-ending conversation about hand size with Niner quarterbacks.
But Brock's hands, they're fine. Again, if you got to wear the gloves, you got to wear the gloves. Teddy 2 gloves. So he did it, right? He came into that playoff game, and he.
So would you? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Is there any kind of reservation on a Brock Purdy contract, or is it just you just got to get it to him and we'll just figure it out? Because my setting the last couple years, it doesn't matter. Just bring Aiyuk back and bring Deebo back and bring this guy back, and now it's all right. We've got some pretty bad contracts on the books.
That's a good question. I want to answer it on the other side. 888-957-9570. Your hesitancy on a Brock Purdy contract would be what, Niner fans, as we put a bow on that conversation? And again, remember Deebo Samuel, the San Francisco 49er. We could do that in the final segment. And I do want to preview something that's happening around 10:30. I think that's when it's going to start officially. We got the knockout tournament coming up here. I want to relive something that took place last year. It's going to live on in infamy here at 95.7 The Game, and it has to some extent. So we'll get into that. We just had Mike Florio on. If you just missed any of that interview, be sure to hit us up on YouTube. You can find it there, or the free Odyssey app. It is awesome. You can favorite that and thousands of other stations there on that Odyssey app. Again, it is free. Find any interview you missed, because we got Steve Kerr here every single week. We got, during football season, we got Baldy, we got Cosell. We're going to have Dave Fleming, hopefully, this upcoming season as well. He joins us there. So got a lot to get into there on the Odyssey app and on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming there, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, and what's coming up the game is going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
Lean back? Not Fat Joe, but it's Joe Spadoni in here alongside Joe Shasky. Also not Fat Joe. But I guess Fat Joe, who's actually got like Ozempic Joe now because he's like skinny, but he's still going to keep Fat Joe.
Joe Zempic?
Yeah, Joe. Thank you. That's the 5 actually right there. But he's skinny Joe now, but he's still going to be going by Fat Joe. I don't know how I feel about that. But I do know how I feel about this. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Warriors Live at 3 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs will have that for you. Tip off at 4 in Charlotte, and those plucky Charlotte Hornets who have won all of 14 games this season, Joe Shasky. Jimmy Butler hopefully back for that game tonight.
I have a couple buddies who we used to call fat so-and-so. I'm not going to say their names. Now, like we're all older, all in our 40s, and fat so-and-so is actually skinnier than like 90% of the other guys now, and yet people still call him fat so-and-so.
You have to. It's just
it's not fair.
It is what it's okay.
I feel bad for him.
Never forget where you came from.
I'll also say this about Fat Joe.
People don't forget.
I'm taking Big Pun over Fat Joe all day.
Big Pun?
Big Pun was so sick. That was my favorite of the terrorist.
Our guy Big Pun or the other Big Pun?
No,
both
Big
of
Pun.
them?
Yeah.
Both Big Puns?
It's so hard. Such a banger.
Do we got six? There we go. 6 cents celebrating.
Gotta shoehorn this in.
Whoa. The disgust on Sam's face.
Yeah, Hateful Eight. Was that a Quentin Tarantino movie, or is that the current 8-game losing streak the Sharks are on right now after falling in Ottawa 5-3 over the weekend? Picking up 1-0 in the second, though, when the Sharks did even it up with this goal.
Finally, Toffoli with it. Sharks with some control here on their power play. Celebrini goes to the net. Smith for Toffoli to the net, and they score! Macklin Celebrini got his stick down on the ice, deflects it in. We're tied at 1.
Randy Hahn with the call there. Now, it did say Celebrini. The goal was later awarded to Tyler Toffoli with the assist going to Celebrini and Will Smith. Will Celebrini even be on the ice tonight, though? Ryan Warsofsky, head coach of the Sharks, said that Macklin did not participate in the skate-around on Sunday. He is dealing with a lower body injury, and it is unsure if that injury is related to the one that cost him 12 games earlier this year. But they are in Toronto tonight, taking on the Maple Leafs. Macklin Celebrini is a game-time decision for that one, and that is your 60 seconds of Celebrini shoehorned into the show.
Hey, there was nuance to that opening start with the Hateful Eight because Quentin Tarantino, obviously an Academy Award winner. There's the Oscars yesterday, Joe Shasky.
But I mean,
you were locked into it. I know you're a big Conan O'Brien guy, so you're locked into that.
Conan was so 26 years ago.
Whoa, no. Conan is ageless. In an era of just so much
he does look the same.
Blasé, the Jimmy Fallons of the world, the James Corden, he's not even doing it anymore. The Stephen Colbert, who totally sold out. He was so much better as the Colbert Report. He should just go back to doing that. Conan's at least original, and I appreciate originality with one Conan O'Brien. You will not slander that guy and that beautiful ginger here on this station, just like our guy and our resident beautiful ginger, Sam Lubman. You like that, Sam? It all comes full circle. He does not like me comparing him to Conan O'Brien. That's okay, though.
Conan's an interesting guy. I know some people like him. He's
I'm just out on.
You're out on
the
everything.
Pretentiousness of those actors and actresses.
Shasky wanted more Kevin Hart last night. If Kevin Hart was asking, Shasky would have been front row seat. Oscars takes all morning long.
But it's always been that. Like I like how we're just acting like I'm so out on it now. Unless you were out on it at all times, that's fine too. I used to be into the Oscars. I used to be into all that, but we don't care anymore because the movies that are nominated, no one cares about anymore.
Did you see Lucas make an appearance last night?
Alexander?
Yeah, Adam Sandler was shown in like the fourth row wearing basketball shorts and some Currys.
He was wearing Currys, yeah.
Yeah, and so every time I see him out on the street with like a sweatshirt and the oversized shorts.
And cheetah socks.
It's Lucas Alexander, the fearless assistant brand manager here at 95.7.
You notice how we moved?
They are never in the same room at the same time. Notice that.
He's changed his wardrobe since moving to this station, as some of us had to do. Because we're in close quarters now with sales at all times.
He wears like normal clothes, yeah.
Yeah, you have to now. I used to wear flip-flops and shorts like during the dead of winter, like right now in a Hawaiian shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's because we also were working in a sweat room where, the thermostat didn't work. And I swear to God, it'd be 95 degrees in there.
Aloha, Mr. Hand.
There was more humidity there than there would be right now in Kauai, in the beautiful island of Kauai.
Not Kawhi Leonard, who played 40 minutes last night, by the way, and had like 30-something points. He looked incredible.
So he's going to miss the rest of the week.
As the Clippers, as real quick, you touched some basketball, as the Warriors lose on Saturday, as I pull up the standings right now, they lose to the Quentin Grimes-led Philadelphia 76ers. Take a look at this, folks. The Western Conference, as it stands right now, we'll get back to the 49ers here in a second. Number 1 seed, Oklahoma City Thunder. Okay. Number 2 seeded, this is crazy, Los Angeles Lakers, all of a sudden the 2 seed, Nuggets at 3, Grizzlies 4, the Rockets coming out to play at 5, Clippers 6, tied with the Golden State Warriors, who are at 7 currently, but with virtue of a tiebreak, they're listed at 6. The Warriors are at 7 with a 1 fewer loss than the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are creeping up in the 8th spot. So very crucial to get back on track tonight against a very bad Hornets team, but you just lost to a very bad Sixers squad too. So come out firing. Don't be blasé like you were the other night. But Jimmy Butler's back, so that should be good.
Yeah, thank gosh Jimmy's back. Without Jimmy and without Kuminga, they're not very good.
No, but again, we're way too early predictions right now, people. And I know you've spoken on it, that you said you don't mind if you have to play a play-in scenario for the 7th or 8th spot.
It's not the worst thing.
It's not the worst thing. You'd rather be, locked into a series.
You know what the worst thing in the world is not being in the box.
Yes, that would be
altogether.
And at this point, I just don't see that happening because the Suns are just god-awful. They're 28-33. They're 2-8 in their last 10. They got destroyed against the T-Wolves just the other day. Maybe it was last night. And they're just not good. But listen, the Clippers, the Rockets, you get to that 6th spot, Joe Shasky, and you might be playing, you don't want to be playing the Nuggets probably, but if you get to that 5th spot, and that's going to be tough, I think we're getting a little bit greedy there at one point. You got to make up 5 games here in the next couple. Maybe you can do it if the Rockets continue to take a little bit of a slide, but all of a sudden, you thought you were playing the Grizzlies. You might be playing the Lakers if you stay in the box, or the Nuggets in round 1 if you stick to that 6th, or if you get to that 7th spot. I don't know how you feel about that as a Warriors fan.
Don't love it, but I think the operation should be qualify for the playoffs.
Sure.
Right? And then we'll just kind of figure it out from there.
Yeah.
I don't think they're in any position right now to try to finagle the matchups.
No.
As I go to finagle again.
I love the word. I love a finagle.
I did that specifically for you.
It's a great word. And we'll see with the Warriors again. They played today against the New Orleans Hornets. We'll get, not New Orleans, the Charlotte Hornets. Still weird to say the New Orleans Pelicans, because New Orleans Hornets for most of my life growing up, but for you, it was the Charlotte Hornets, then it was the Charlotte Bobcats. There's just all these
one of the
names.
worst uniforms of all time. The Bobcats were awful.
The player you associate with the Charlotte Bobcat. Okay.
Adam Morrison.
That's it. It's Adam Morrison,
well, it was
right?
back-to-back years, I believe they took those two. Was it Jameel or Khalil?
No, Jameel Okafor was later. That was the Pelicans.
Who was the UConn guy that Okafor that they took? Not the Duke one.
Emeka
Okafor. Yes, it was Emeka Okafor. God, Jordan's legacy. Somewhere Steiny's right now.
I do think of Kemba Walker, though, the late Bobcats.
I hated Kemba Walker.
He was a good player, though. Cardiac Kemba? You didn't like that run for UConn? That was pretty sick,
when
right?
LeBron was posturing to get him.
Well, come on. That's what LeBron does. Why are you hating on that? Why are you hating, dude? 34 years old. He's now a coach with Charlotte. He's the player enhancement coach.
Well, they got a lot of enhancing to work on.
What does that mean? Player enhancement? I do not know what that means. Telmo in San Francisco might be able to help us out. What's up, Telmo? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? Hey, so I'm just calling because I was driving in the car, just dropped the kid off at preschool, and I knew this narrative was going to come up as soon as the Warriors lost that game, and I understand it's frustrating. They should have beat that team, but it's the NBA. I mean, we look at it like Portland took what's their name to overtime. You saw the games that. Some of these really are Cleveland to overtime, and you saw what happened with Oklahoma and the Spurs was a closely contested game. This is the NBA. So we're talking about, Shasky said the Warriors are bad without Jimmy. Jimmy was terrible the game before, and Curry put the team on his back, and that's why they won the game. And they are better with Jimmy. I'm not arguing that. But this narrative of that game from yesterday, they outshot Philly. They had 30 plus assists. They out-rebounded them. They ran into a team that made 60%, almost 60% from three-point. A guy who's a 32% career three-point shooter went 5 for 7, and the Warriors had a bad shooting night that they only made 30% from three. Like Draymond Green missed a couple layups like bunnies. I mean, Moses Moody at the end.
Can I ask you this, Telmo? You don't think Jimmy would have helped defensively against Quentin Grimes, who was literally looking like prime Michael Jordan out there?
Okay, listen, sometimes it's not necessarily just a defender. There's no doubt Jimmy's a better defender, but Joe, look at what happens. It's the NBA. Sometimes you're just going to run into a game like that. If anything, I think it's more the Warriors' fault for, as an organization, looking past the opponent and saying, "Go ahead, Jimmy." Your back's a little tight.
No, I hear you on that one. And
thanks, Telmo.
I think part of having this older team is you're going to have to navigate the regular season and try to thread the needle on the old guys. Like, it's just, I think that's baked into whether it's Dre, Steph, or Butler, you're not all going to be firing on all cylinders. Like, they're not going to all play 75 games with each other for that 75. No. You're going to we'll sit Dre tonight and we'll try to get away with playing Jimmy and Curry. And then, look, there might be a time where they can get away with it, sitting all three of them. And it's like, hey, this is just a baked-in loss, or however they view it or whatever. But, they were cooking with hot oil with Jimmy, and Jimmy sits down. And I think it wasn't necessarily like, oh, the Warriors are terrible. It's like, no, that's how important Kuminga and Butler are to the team.
Kuminga is a big part of this.
And that's also, to his point, and I agree with Telmo, the margins are thin around the league. Look at it. Anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, there's the talent has never been better and more diverse than it is now in the National Basketball Association. You can say that with a lot of the sports, football, baseball as well, but specifically in the NBA, all these guys are getting paid millions of dollars. They can shoot too. And Quentin Grimes put on his skill set and put on a show, and he was incredible. I just look at some of the other Warriors. If you're going to parse in that game, Draymond, it wasn't, missing bunnies is being kind with Draymond. He did miss a lot.
Draymond did not play well.
Brady Pajemski did not play well. Pods did not play well.
He had,
Buddy healed, bro. Oh my God!
That's the Buddy experience.
That's been the
GP2's playing good. Guy Santos is having moments. Although I didn't think he was great down the stretch. Quinn Post.
Can Buddy heal?
No. The answer is no. The answer is no. Before you even ask the question, no.
Can he do anything? Please. That game was on a silver platter for him. A revenge scenario. Philadelphia, you're on the team last year. It's just Steve Kerr after the game with ABC.
This is the NBA. It's a lot of games, and you got to quickly turn the page. And so we'll fly to Charlotte tomorrow and get some rest and get ready to go. That's what we do. I didn't like our performance in the first half, but I loved the effort in the second half. Our guys fought like crazy. I give them credit. They made 19 threes. Grimes was amazing. They made big shots when they had to, so they deserve to win the game.
See, here's my big problem with that game the other night.
Bearded Steve Kerr, by the way. I'm kind of in on the beard.
You shut down Lonnie Walker, who we all hate, but it was the Kelly Oubre revenge game.
Canes legend.
Thank you. Gotcha.
It was the Kelly Oubre revenge game.
Oubre. 42 minutes. Nick Friedell's favorite player.
My brother said to me during, it was the height of COVID when we were doing all these shows, and he went back to work. He's like, you guys talk about Kelly Oubre too much. I just don't care about him. I go, Pat, that shows how bad the Warriors are right now.
Exactly.
That we have to talk about Kelly Oubre on a daily basis.
6 of 13, 3 of 6 from beyond the arc for Kelly Oubre. Got to the line 7 times. 20 points for him. Quentin Grimes, though, he was the story of that game. 18 of 24, 6 of 9. Couldn't make a free throw, though. Kind of funny. He would have, if he made all his free throws, he would have gotten to 50 points. But 2 of 8 at the free throw line, but 44 points for him. And he was the difference in a 126-119 victory. Warriors fall to 32 and 28. 15 and 15 on the road. 500 team on the road still. And the Sixers are now 28 and 38 at 11 and 20 at home.
When you let the Sixers shoot 58% from the three, that's what happens.
I mean,
let's be real. The reason the Sixers won is because Paul George didn't do his podcast that day.
Do you know what, Sam? That's a championship mind. That's a great point. That was a championship mindset game from the 76ers, who knew they'd be without Joel Embiid for the rest of the season as they shut him down, according to Shams Charania of ESPN. So he's done. Paul George, time to put the team on your back. Andre Drummond with 10 points, 14 boards. He was getting after it on the offensive end as well. Wow, what a performance from the Philadelphia 76ers.
Did you see what
That's how you spin it.
Did you see what was circulating around the internet yesterday?
There's a lot of things circling around the internet these days. Got to be more specific, buddy.
It was the
which part of the internet?
Yeah,
it was the anniversary of the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game.
Oh, I did not know that.
And a lot of people that are of the younger demo are like, the game wasn't televised. There's no video footage, so it didn't happen. And so a lot of people think it's a farce.
Sounds like Giant spring training.
We'll get to that later this week. That's it. That's a 72-hour tease.
So I guess like the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, none of that really happened.
We never landed on
Plymouth Rock. We didn't have any VHS of it. What are we doing?
There's audio footage of it that counts.
Stop. Yeah, the Declaration of Independence.
So the guy who was
Nicolas Cage.
The guy who was the starting center for the Knicks that night was sick. Okay, and so he didn't play in the game. Now they went to Hershey, Pennsylvania for this game because they were barnstorming at the time.
Christian Pulisic.
And the backup center fouled out of the game quickly. I don't know if you know this. Wilt shot a lot of free throws, and he shot them underhand.
Yeah, Granny style, like Rick Barry.
Exactly, but way before. And he was a horrific free throw shooter. But that night, he was like 28 to 33 or something. He was going crazy. So his backup player, the 6'9" guy, had a career night, this lefty, against Wilt. And he goes, they were interviewing him. And this guy did his long documentary, this book on it and everything. And he basically said, hey, at the end of that game in the fourth quarter, the Warriors were up 20, and they were fouling the New York Knicks to get the ball back. And everyone was trying to feed Wilt Chamberlain so they could get this particular record. And so he called it a farce. And I don't know if you know McSherry, who is inducted into the Warrior Hall of Fame. Tom McSherry, who went to Lowell High School here in San Francisco, was a rookie on that Philadelphia Warrior team.
Okay.
And he was going at the guy saying, yeah, you guys got cooked. And this is a guy in his 80s talking smack to a guy from, way back in the day, 70 years ago, about the Wilt game. I just thought it was absolutely awesome. And young people out there, just because we don't have video footage of it doesn't mean that it did not exist.
Picture didn't happen, Joe. That's the society we live in.
It's ridiculous. But the guy who got Wilt to take that picture was a guy who wrote for...
It's all time, by the way.
He wrote for the Associated Press. He was like the team journalist. He was like the team statistician. He was like a travel agent for the team. He did all these things, and he literally wrote it down on a piece of paper and handed it to him to take a picture so that he could send it in to everyone. They recently found the archives of the whole fourth quarter. Someone had taped it because they wanted to be a broadcaster, and they had taped the fourth quarter. It was the only copy that they could find of it. I thought the whole thing was really, really, really cool. Yeah.
I wonder if that's worth anything. Just like the final fourth quarter.
Hershey, Pennsylvania has it in their museum, and they won't give it to the NBA.
Well, actually, I kind of respect that then.
Yeah,
it's like a museum thing.
Yeah. I mean, imagine this. Someone from Pennsylvania, like Steiny, not, playing into the bit.
Right.
Doesn't it make sense?
Well, sure, but like... the fact that you don't want to sell it, but like you don't want to put it to like the Basketball Hall of Fame, like they can just get a copy of it and people can still go and visit there. But maybe
the NBA got a copy, but not the original. Maybe I should have clarified.
Okay,
Apologies.
That's fine. They got I hear you, but that is funny the Steiny tie-in. I'm upset. I'm sad Steiny's not going to be taking part in the knockout today. Not that he shot last year and he refused to. He didn't want to. And Guru and Evan was there doing the play-by-play with Steiny. But speaking of Guru, we got knockout coming about less than an hour now, I think. We're going to be heading over there, Joe Shasky. You and I, Lubman, Carter, we'll all be getting after it. And you're talking about Wilt Chamberlain at the free throw line, and maybe he struggled a little bit. This was Guru at the start of last season. I'll play it, Carter.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
The betting favorite.
He was the first person eliminated. He missed a foul shot left. It kicked softly outside the key. And let's get the next gentleman's name because he was the one who officially eliminated you.
Okay.
There's so many layers
the
to
highlight of Steiny's life. I mean, there's the day his daughters were born, there's days married. No, all of that pales in comparison to Guru being knocked out. Listen to the inflection of happiness in the middle of him missing and getting knocked out.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated.
He's so happy.
Donald Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
You can hear the smile
so happy
on his face.
And then Evan, you gotta go get it.
Gotta get it.
So you guys probably don't remember this, but years ago, Baron Davis was like bringing the ball up the court. It was a late game situation.
He's chewing his gum.
And Jim Barnett's like, Baron, behind you. He was like on the sidelines broadcasting the game, and he was like telling Baron Davis like that there was a defender behind him. I'm going way back in Warrior history. He was so emotionally invested.
Yeah.
He was like, behind you. And that was like Evan telling Guru right then and there, you got to go get it, Goo.
That was back when they broadcasted right along the side of the court, right? But yeah, JB might have been yelling at Barron.
No, I'm dead serious. I think he was, and that's why
I vaguely remember that one. Yeah,
I loved when like the
best.
like the legends, like the Kobe's and LeBrons would go dap him up too, and be like, "What's up, JB?"
So let me ask you
so
this.
sick. Yeah,
If Guru loses today again in the first round, are we just gonna have like a 1 or a 2 on a sheet of paper and have him take the Wilt Chamberlain photo?
Yes, we need to.
Wouldn't it be a 0?
L.
We need to. Does someone have a Sharpie in here? We need a Sharpie just in case, so he can sit by wherever there's a spot on the court at Chase Center with the how many shots he made.
If we were gonna place a bet, I might be the one who ends up losing this. So I will be the first to admit it.
Well, technically, there's only one winner, so then we'll all lose.
No, but I'm saying, who would be the first of all of the people that work at 95.7 in the game?
That's a good one.
To get knocked out.
Lucas.
You guys can say it. If you guys don't have trust in me, you can say it.
It's Lucas.
I've never seen you shoot, so I have no idea.
Well, you'll find out if I have a jumper or not.
Well, it depends on who goes where in the line. Like, if I go very early in the line, there's a very good chance I'll be the first one because I'm very bad at basketball.
What's the highest level of basketball you played, out of curiosity, Sam?
I didn't play basketball.
I played middle school.
You never played, like...
I play, like, youth basketball, but, like, no, eventually I switched to...
I'm not hating. I'm not hating.
Yeah, no, eventually I switched to baseball and football.
Okay.
I played middle school.
Okay.
That's I didn't play high school.
So we're looking at a long time.
Yeah, long time.
Last time you shot a ball?
I shot a couple like a week ago. I go to when Benny's at the park. I'm playing flip flops most of the time.
Yeah, double rims.
But I'm shooting. No, not this one doesn't in Oakland. Rare that this one does a double rim. But no, there's just a single hoop there in like the middle, and it's nice. So.
Outdoor shooting completely different from indoor shooting.
Very different.
You have to account for the wind and the crappy backboards and everything. Actually, it's a totally different game.
It actually builds you built tough.
Absolutely.
Ceremony forward, built forward tough. Am I right?
Yeah. Are you gonna be playing in flip flops today?
No,
that would be on brand.
I actually thought about it, though.
My Air flip-flops.
But it's Chase Center.
The Curry flip-flops.
It's Chase Center's floor, and I don't want to ruffle any Raymond Ritter feathers, so I'm not going to do that.
I think you'll be all right.
James Kincaid, maybe he'll have to check me. By the way, I don't know how James feels about, we're talking about everything, a poo-poo platter, a potpourri of everything. John Cena going heel.
What do you mean?
John Cena went heel over the weekend.
I didn't see that.
No way.
He's been face like his entire career.
No, I've hated John Cena since day one.
Maybe you'll like him now that he's a heel.
I can't stand him. And I actually thought
maybe ruthless aggression. He was heel.
Honestly, I think he was a jerk to his lady too. In that what was that?
The Bellas or whatever?
The Bellas. I thought he was really mean to her. I really did not like him because of that. No, I'm serious.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
She clearly was in love with him, and I thought he was really mean to her.
He's going to be a single guy, like that's his thing. Like,
he's super selfish.
Okay, well, just because you don't want to marry anyone doesn't mean you're selfish.
No. Let me make this very clear. I thought the way he went about his life was very selfish. Okay. And given again, it's through the prism of the cameras.
It's also reality television.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like full size. I always felt bad for her.
Okay, fair enough. I've actually grown to like John Cena more. I wasn't into the whole wankster vibes.
I hated it.
But that was me transitioning out of wrestling when I was getting to be like a freshman in high school. So I was more attitude era, ruthless aggression, and that's when he started to take over, and I was kind of out. Carter, what you got on who do you think's going to get eliminated here first? The knockout tournament, which we got here.
I think it's Luke, I'm telling you.
Really?
I think it's Luke, I do.
Wow.
Last time you played ball, Carter?
I was I'm actually in the USF Clubs League.
Okay.
The Intramural League. So not too long ago here, but excited to...
Like a month? 2 months?
Yeah, like a month.
Okay.
You'd say you have a good jump shot? Solid.
I did before I shattered my right hand.
Oh, there's the excuse.
How'd you shatter?
There's the excuse.
It's going a little too crazy at outside lands. Fell on it.
There's so many ways.
Wait, fell on it?
Yeah, there's a pretty wild video about it, actually.
Did you black out and fall on it?
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. That's where it is.
You know what I'm busting out today? I'm busting out the old Reardon practice jersey.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right, Steven Risotto.
Okay.
Nodding your head.
The purple and gold.
Yeah.
It suits you well, the purple and gold.
Yeah,
You
I'm going
look
to
good
bust
in
that
it.
out today.
Yeah, there you go.
So that'll be fun.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Steven's obviously going to be back here. He's going to be helping out the production on this side of it. And it's actually going to be weird because
we have the YouTube cameras on for this,
We have
right?
the YouTube cameras on for this,
Yeah.
yes.
This will be embarrassing.
No, it's okay. It's about to, well, our show's embarrassing every single day. We embarrass ourselves.
It's not close enough you'll be able to see anything anyway.
Oh. So is the footage going to be like high def, cotton 4K? Or are we going to be like grainy, like...
We got we got the spider cam. It's going to be right over the hoop and everything.
Oh,
very
interesting.
cool.
I'm very
I
excited.
lied
So we
about
got
that. That's not happening.
Oh, it's not?
Why would you do that?
Why? Sam.
I didn't think you guys would believe me like that right away. So, you know.
We have YouTube streaming here every single day. We have the technology. We have Tim Jordan putting his darndest out there. I see him out there. They're posting on social. Tim's out there doing a very great job.
Well, there's going to be a
Fine
camera
job.
off to the side that'll be streaming the whole thing. I lied about the spider cam. I apologize.
I think the last time I shot a ball was probably 3 to 4 weeks ago at basketball practice.
Okay.
Whenever the season ended, what card? Beginning of February, that last game
With
you went to?
Dunleavy? Was that with Dunleavy there?
Yeah,
Okay.
Dunleavy was there. He was scouting.
He was you?
Looking for my inbound plays. Yeah,
Okay.
my slobs and my blobs. Those are baseline out of bounds plays, sideline out of bounds plays. Carter, you know that. You
Blob,
know the
also a villain.
He definitely brought them to practice the next day for sure.
100%, dude. You did like a couple of my plays.
He had some really good sets, actually, Shasky did. They were, his team was like really smart actually on the court. I was shocked.
So we said the loser. Who's likely to lose first or get eliminated first? Who's most likely to win?
I don't know. Is Nahegan going to be in this? Is he participating?
No chance.
Why not?
None chance.
Why not?
Well, because he
got a
actually,
lot that he has to
he actually has a messed up foot.
Airball Matt?
No, he actually has like a messed up. He like tells us like he had surgery on it. Like his foot is legitimately
He was
messed
gung ho
up.
for softball.
Well, it's different.
He had to moderate last year though too.
Oh, he moderated?
Like dealing with the guests of the people that come. And,
Gotcha. So he's like the host.
Okay. Like
Interesting.
Conan at the Oscars. It's gonna be Matt Nahegan.
Who would lead? I don't know. I mean, Grandy's obviously got to be in one of the pole positions.
He's right there. There's his trophy.
I mean,
Mark
he's
Grandy.
young. He cares.
Yep.
You know,
Can actually shoot.
You know, he doesn't have life saddling him down.
Yeah. Was that sad? Was that just life? Yeah, it'll do that to
honestly,
you.
I think that one of our listeners is probably going to win because I'm sure there's some hooper that's going to show up in sweatpants, ready to go.
We're all Are we all wearing sweatpants today? Is anyone else actually putting on shorts?
Oh yeah, I brought shorts and basketball shoes.
No, I like it's more comfy with the sweats on.
And I brought a headband.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Dude, is that what you?
Well, you got to lean into.
Do you have an arm sleeve too?
You got to lean
goggles
into.
too.
No, I didn't have an arm sleeve. No, no. I don't have a tattoo that needs to be blanked out.
I wanted you to bring the Phantom of the Opera mask too, just like
Kevon Looney?
like Kevon Looney or Pods or Kobe back in the day.
Let's go to the locker room and get me one of those Phantom of the Mask.
Joe Hamilton Rip Hamilton over here. Yeah, you like that?
Are you guys a fan of not being able to bump people's balls? How do you feel about that?
I mean, the part of knockout is
part
doing
of it.
that. Yeah.
You have to.
I am not a fan of that at all.
We weren't allowed last year.
There's a
Hit
rule.
the other one.
There's a rule. There's like 3 rules within one rule. Are you allowed to bump balls? Which is such
technically it's called knocking out.
Or can you throw the ball at the ball, or do you have to have possession of the ball when you knock it? Because there are 3 different rules. And once you've been knocked out, are you allowed to re-enter schoolyard style on an air ball if you catch it on the fly?
We're going to go over all of these for the audience and everything. I'm sure Evan Giddings will be right on top of it. All of that. 888-957-9570. Who's going to be the winner? Who's going to be the first
Dibs
loser?
In this one too. For some reason, I think Dibs is a dark horse.
Okay.
Because referees get a lot of little shots up in between timeouts and things like that. And I see Dibs as a no kids on the court kind of a guy during intermission and stuff. And he's getting shots up almost to taunt some of the other kids within a CYO
Is he
game.
going double knee brace, Dan Dibley? That's going to be a strong look if he does
after
that.
the Abundance Life loss, I mean, he looks really good right now.
Hold on, say that again. Abundant life weight loss.
Abundant life weight loss. He looks better than Deebo.
There you go. BPA is taking someone. We got Brian in Palo Alto calling in.
What's up, BPA?
On a Monday. What's up, Brian? How you doing, bud?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Great.
I took Shasky. Just natural, his natural athleticism, comes to the floor. So
I like
my
it.
pick.
Thank you, BPA.
What do you got on Deebo, Brian?
Is that it? I got to talk about the Niners.
Yeah,
no
you have
Warriors?
to. I need you. No. First of all, not the Warriors. The Niners first. Deebo for a 5th rounder.
God, I miss you, buddy.
That's a $30 million dead cap hit, and it's the restructure that put them in that situation a year ago, despite what David Lombardi says, right, was just one of the absolute worst. Him and Hargrave's restructures were just some of the worst decisions I've ever seen made by the 49ers in any era. Terrible decisions, looked terrible at the time, turned out even more terrible than they looked.
Yep.
And they've made a bunch of bad decisions here the last 18 months, and I don't know it's going to end anytime soon. I mean, you're leaking that you want to move Aiyuk, which you probably can't do, but like, great job. Let's bring him back off his rehab. Angry.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know
alienate him even more.
I don't know what they're. Yeah, and now the vibe is Jed. Oh, Jed doesn't really want to doesn't really want to plunk the money down anymore, which because of bad decisions Kyle and John have made, which isn't exactly like a real vote of confidence around them.
That's a good point.
It's not looking good. Like I felt like they could kind of let go of what happened last year, and now it feels like that's really just hanging around their neck, and it doesn't look good right now.
I agree with you, BPA. It's a bad look.
What do you got on the Warriors, Brian?
They wow. Pods and Moody the other night. Wow. Disastrously bad, confidence-shakingly bad, and like hopefully that doesn't become a pattern because, wow, like it was miserably bad, like incompetent bad, like not competent at an NBA level, and you can't have it anymore, right? Like those guys plus Kuminga. You can't have it anymore, right? You're going to have to prove that you can be winning.
I agree.
Integral pieces of a super competitive / championship contending team, or you are gone.
I totally agree. And Lakeup views it probably the exact same way.
Thanks, Brian.
Before we end up here, I know we've got Fast Five coming up.
We do.
I haven't had a chance to break this down, but right before I went on a Hawaii trip,
sure,
we had an alumni game. Baseball.
Oh.
Reardon.
Okay.
That Steven and I were a part of.
I saw you guys taking pictures of the field.
It was really cool. You want to talk about not being prepared? You know, we're talking about when was the last time you shot?
Yep.
The last time I faced somebody in a live game setting was like 25 years ago, and talking about a bat.
I was going to say, you play softball
totally different.
Adult softball is much different.
Steven, they were throwing Ched, were they not? 80, 85 miles per hour. First guy, and I go, oh my God, they're throwing sliders and changeups? I go, dude, I'm 42. I haven't taken a real at bat in 25 years.
You held your own, though, Shasky. You held your own.
I did.
You got a base hit, didn't you?
Yeah, I got a base hit and a walk, and I stole a base.
So wait, was that just your way of setting up yourself that you looked great in this alumni game?
No, I was laying
talk about it.
Steven, no, timeout. Steven, these guys were throwing hard as hell. Is it just me, or do kids throw harder now than ever?
They do, because velocity is the name of the game at every level.
I could not get over.
Was Mason Miller out there?
No, bro, 17-year-old kids. Am I wrong though, Steven? Literally throwing mid to high 80s.
I don't know if it was mid to high 80s, but it was definitely mid 70s to maybe 80.
And maybe mid to fast 5e. Like that's maybe where it was at too.
I made a play defensively.
Sure.
You ruined the story. Just ruined it.
I just thought it was, I didn't get to talk about this prior to going to Hawaii, but you got to gas up all these 17, 18-year-olds, and I got to hit off them. So really, I can play in Major League Baseball. It's kind of like, I thought that's basically where you were going.
My favorite part, my boy Kevin Schneider, who was a Reardon Hall of Famer and was a great pitcher, he's on the mound. It's the second inning. We've given up 4 or 5 runs, and you know the bases are still juiced, and there's only like 1 out. And the varsity coaches are like, all right, that's enough. We're going to clear the bases and go to the next inning. And Kev's like, nah, I want to finish this inning off. He goes, no. You guys need to get off. We're going to need to work on some things. And so now my number one line is, we got to work on some things.
Got to work on some things. Don't be a stranger to, we got to work on some things.
My final thought is this. Let's have fun today. Knockout. Let's have fun.
Thanks. Win, lose, or draw. Let's have fun. That's the Russell Westbrook way. What's up, Carter? What you got?
I have 2 final thoughts quickly. I want to say goodbye to Deebo Samuel, and just a big thank you. He was just electric. I think the downfall was changing his number to number 1. And then secondly, I want to give your man some props, Spadone. LeBron has just been incredible. I'm sorry, but his numbers are better this year than they were in 2012 and 2013. That is just absurd. And so I got to give credit where credit is due, even as a Warriors fan.
He's 1 point away from 50,000 career points. I heard what you said right there. You were talking about player enhancement. I'm not gonna allow that. By the way, he's averaging almost 25, 8, and shooting 51% from the floor. If the Lakers get the 1 seed somehow, they're not going to, but like, should he be like a legitimate candidate for MVP? No, seriously.
LeBron has been a legitimate candidate for MVP for 21 seasons.
Not a legitimate candidate for MVP the last few seasons. No, I wouldn't say that.
He should have been, though.
But no, like this season, he absolutely should be.
We're going to look back at the LeBron years and go, how was he not a 10-time MVP? Would you? Like, come on. I'm not even being a hater. I'm saying, like, we are going to look back like there's no reason this guy shouldn't have been a 10-time MVP.
It's a good point. Sam, he's our 10-time MVP.
That's true. And Deebo Samuel, is he going to win 10 MVPs next year? Probably not. That's not actually feasible. But shout out to you, Deebo, for some great years as a 49er. He was one of those guys, just you leaned forward every time he got the ball, and that's what I always remember for Deebo. And I expect a nice little screw you season from Deebo next year in Washington. So it'll be fun to watch. Fun to watch how that plays out. So
my final thought is I want to listen to this one last time before getting ready for the knockout tournament.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
The betting favorite.
He was the first person eliminated. He missed a foul shot left. It kicked softly outside the key. And let's get the next gentleman's name because he was the one who officially eliminated you.
Never got that name, unfortunately. But why was he the betting favorite? Who put those bets out?
Yeah, who put those lines out?
That's what I was wondering. DraftKings?
Who made the line?
Who made the line?
Who made the line? I'll follow him for his prize
It was
picks.
Google Bets, but it was Google.
Google. That's a good one.
You like that?
That's a 4.
He needs to use that as a segment. I'm dead serious.
Google Guru.
The Google
Who
Cloud.
ended up knocking him out? Do we even know who the person was?
We never got his name.
Never got it.
No, and
no
like that,
name.
he's gone?
Like that, he's gone. Might have been Robin Hood.
Usual
Who knows?
suspects?
Usually, what was it, Kaiser Sosa?
There was a guy on the grassy knoll. He was the sniper who took out Guru.
He exists only as a memory.
That was
back and to the left. You guys don't know what I'm talking about.
JFK. That was the Fast
look at
Five
you.
brought to you by Xfinity. We also took history class. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Goo. It'll actually be Evan and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Kick your ass!
Well, the day is here, Goo. The day has come. Monday, March 3rd is knockout day on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man?
And I'm trying to be Mike Tyson. I'm trying to knock them all out, Evan. It's been a long time coming. Last year, I failed you. I failed the show.
No.
My tire was off, but I got my tank top on. Shout out Warriors World. I'm dressed in black like Janet Jackson. Let's go, Evan.
I was going to say, you dress like you came for redemption. I can feel the lather emoting from you right now. I'm feeling like it's going to be a pretty fun day.
That's pretty good. My wife's a little jealous. She said I'm showing a little too much skin, but hey, if you got it, you got to flaunt it, right?
Well, I mean, we found out yesterday at the Oscars, black don't crack. And Halle Berry was looking unbelievable.
Ooh, Halle Berry.
And Goo, I just got to say, man, we need one today.
Okay.
We need at least one today.
You know what, Evan? I likened it back to Steph in his hotel room down in Sacramento a couple years ago, Game 7. That's how focused I am. And
well, you got on the bus.
We warmed up. You warmed up. You looking good too. It's just a free throw. It's not a three. It's a free throw. It's like a push-up. It's like bench press. Just follow through, and I should be good.
Well, I appreciate you encouraging me down there in a couple of those air balls.
You were doing your thing.
Yeah, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He's going to be out this week. Daryl the Guru Johnson. We are live here at Chase Center for 95.7 The Game's second annual Knockout Challenge. We're going to have 65 total people at around, I think we're going to start, Lucas Alexander, Director of Sports, has put together 3 separate heats for everybody today.
He's on the court now, him and Grandy.
Yeah, the defending champion, Mark Grandy, is down there on the court and getting some shots up. But we got 3 heats. If you want to watch, it'll be widely available, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First Norcal Credit Union. 11 a.m. the first heat, 11:15 the second heat, 11:30 the third heat. Hosts,
Christy Farnsworth, I'm Willard's girl, soon to be
we got
wife.
celebrities
Christy,
that are going to be involved
I got to beat you now, but still, yeah.
Exactly. So
Shasky,
you're going to be in the third heat. So if you want to catch Goo, he's going to be around 11:30, and then obviously you can catch him in the finals at around 12.
You are my man. Can I say something about our guy that's in Mexico, Matt Steinmetz? Evan, why do I feel like it's a good thing he's not here? Steiny, I love you, but why do I feel like that's on my side?
If there's one thing I know about Matt Steinmetz, he doesn't enjoy games that don't matter. and in his mind, this is a game that doesn't matter. So I can just recall the look on his face last year. And I hate that the part that was the best for him was you getting knocked out. Because you could hear it. I'm sure we're going to hear that call at some point throughout the next 4 hours. And hopefully we're not going to have to do another one that early. Because unlike this time, you're not. Well, no, you're not going first.
Okay, there we go too. Yeah. He can set me up. That was part of. It'll come out when in the wash when hopefully I win and get my 15 minutes of fame in my little post game interview. I'll talk about last year, some things that But hey, we're focused on the now, Evan. Just like the Warriors.
Is that why we invited Bonte to do the post game interview on NBC Sports?
That's nice. He's leading the field right now. If you want to talk to me, the lefty.
Yes, sir. So we're going to have that coming up for you in about an hour. Knockout challenge. But obviously, we got a lot to get into over the course of this show, Goo. And it was an interesting weekend in Philadelphia, an interesting weekend for the San Francisco 49ers trading Deebo Samuel. But
for a fifth, Evan.
It's crazy, but it feels appropriate. I mean, to me, I don't know, maybe it's just because we're at Chase Center, because we're sitting here looking at the logo that is the Golden State Warriors. That's kind of where I want to start today. And I don't know what you made of Saturday, Goo, but to me, on the heels of listening to you with Grandy, Devone, you guys did an awesome job holding it down last week, and I appreciate that. But a 126-119 loss to the Philadelphia 76ers, like what? Was that a big deal? Was it no deal? Was it some deal? No Butler, no Kuminga, but you lost to a team that is just dysfunctional.
Yeah, and they lost 9 in a row, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And, Evan, I got to sit here and tell you that was a sobering loss and outcome to me because what I assumed when Jimmy Butler and what we've tasted and experienced when he's been out here, he hadn't missed a game, was it's like NBA 2K, Evan. Nobody gets hurt. There's nothing aching. And I bring that up because I thought he was going to play every game, but it was sobering like, hey, this is the NBA. Nobody balls anymore. Shout out Steiny. And I was disappointed from this vantage point, Evan. That team that was going through what the Sixers were going through, you still need to beat them without Jimmy Butler. And that's why I turned the TV off like, that was odd. But then after I got up to shower, Evan, I thought, well, that's why you made a trade, so we don't have to watch that collection of Warrior basketball that was kind of, I'm not being rude, and I know we're in the lab here, for the Warriors, that was kind of somewhat disappointing up until the Butler trade.
Yeah, that looked like pre-deadline Golden State Warriors basketball. But because of the trade you made, when you traded 4 players for 1, that team is actually worse without Jimmy Butler and Kuminga than you were pre-deadline. And it's a team that I think we saw a couple of holes, but the biggest one to me is if you're not healthy, you got no chance. And not even just like a little bit. You can't have one domino fall for the remainder of this season if you want to believe that this team has action. I still think this team can do some special things, but it goes to show how brittle right now of a team this group can be. And I realize that Butler is probable for tonight. Jonathan Kuminga is not going to be back, it appears.
What's going on there? Are you a little concerned? I am.
He's icing the ankle, but this ankle sprain has been something that I did not expect to be this damning.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Panji, I'm not. But, Evan, it's got to be so severe to where when I saw the report of him icing it, I'm like, oh, boy, this is another ball game. And then I'll ask you, Dr. Giddings, how familiar are you with back spasms? Like, I know you said Butler's probable, but, I'm being real, and I think I'm speaking for all Warrior fans, Evan. I don't want to watch them tonight without Butler, and I know it's Charlotte. I just want them to work on what they got to work on. That cohesiveness is bigger than who they're playing, and you should be able to handle Charlotte. But, man, I know we talked about honeymoon, perfect health, but I don't need Butler missing games early. I guess that's what I'm saying, Evan.
No, well, hopefully you should beat Charlotte by the same amount that you beat them on this floor that we're looking at right now a little more than a week ago. But at the end of the day, back spasms, I don't know about you. When I turned 30, I started getting them.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
see, I've never had them.
No, well, you wake up on the wrong side of the bed, your back feels bad. I just feel like that's something you got to live with when you got 3 players that are about the age of 35, if not older. And fortunately, I will say the one thing that has perplexed me in regards to the age of the guy who's turned back the clock, it appears, the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks has been Curry.
It's incredible.
You haven't heard a single thing about the bilateral knee tendon. He dunked on Saturday.
Man, Evan, that was my nickname. I was using it so much. Bilateral tendon. Like, dude, what do you think it is? Is it just the giddiness of knowing he feels like, and it's obvious to all, because the Warriors, a lot of teams are picking them and saying, watch out. They're trendy right now. But do you think it's that has Steph so chipper and spry?
That, it's obviously the work that he's done on his body. The maintenance has been unbelievable, but, I mean, he was bouncy. Well,
dude, he dunked. You're right,
he barely turned that thing over, but it's the first time he's done it in about 7 years. And he said it was the last time he was going to do it.
Since 19, I believe, 2019.
I mean, you saw his entire body. That's one of those dunks where it's like he had to be downwind with 3 steps and a head of steam with nobody behind him. It was a perfect storm for him to get up there and toss it over the top of the rim. And we're never going to see it again.
Wow, he said he retired it, but Evan, I'll ask you this, because these guys, the youngsters, have gotten so much love from me and everybody, because, Pods was doing his thing, Moody, but I've noticed, like, in the last 3 games, and it's nobody's fault, the others are kind of coming back down to earth a tad bit, and obviously that's more on display when there's no Butler, but I'm looking, forget Curry, he's answered all my questions now. Butler, no Butler, they need the others to kind of keep that consistency that they were showing. And Saturday night, you couldn't stop Grimes. What did you make of that? I thought that was like, that was bothersome. Evan, he was putting on looking like D. Wade against the Mavs in the finals years ago.
It's funny you mentioned that because he couldn't make a free throw, which was...
dude, at the end, too.
Knockout,
yeah.
He couldn't make a free throw.
How can you make everything in basketball and then go miss the free bunnies?
I couldn't tell you how. That's why I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know if it was flukish. I don't know if the Warriors couldn't play defense. The guy went 6 for 23, 16 for 25. But quietly, there's been a lot of people that have been piling 40 burgers against the Warriors. Now, none of them have been the name of Quentin Grimes, but Banchero did it.
Yes, he did.
The game before against Orlando. Kyrie did it in the loss against Dallas.
Went Team Wolf on us.
Lillard did it, actually. It had 38, didn't have 40. But then even a couple of players that I noted down in the Houston win right before the All-Star break, Aaron Holiday almost had 30 on him. And Kobe White in that first game with Jimmy Butler almost had 30 on them. So the Warriors have had trouble stopping, I don't know if it's the number one options for opposing teams. I know it's Grimes as opposed to Maxey or George. But defensively, they are a very different group, especially when you remove, I don't know, maybe the biggest piece of it in Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, no doubt. And Jimmy is a byproduct of the guy he replaced, right? Andrew Wiggins, who was their best perimeter defender. So, Evan, I don't know who's in and out of the lineup tonight, but you definitely against Charlotte, and I'm sure LaMelo Ball, I think, should be available. I hope. I want to see him play. But at the end of the day, the Warriors need to shore that up and kind of stop those. Well, your list didn't have too many prolific guys, with Banchero, Kyrie, I get it. But remember, SGA came in here not too long ago. I know that was pre-Jimmy Butler and had 50 in the loss. But, yeah, Evan, I'm not going to, and I saw the boss tweet over the weekend, they were not going to win every game, and I kind of chuckled, and I felt that way. But I'm like, just give me a little more info on the back spasms, because you're not doing anything without Butler, and I'm not saying he's in a Kaiser. I'm not saying any of that, but it just went to, okay, this game could go two ways. Show me that you guys are still so fired up about the trade that you could win without a piece, and they didn't.
No doubt. We're going to continue the conversation on the other side. What did you make of the weekend? Was it a big deal? Was it no deal? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson live at Chase Center for 95.7, the game's second annual knockout challenge. Everyone is filing in. You can watch on YouTube and Twitch. So if you're on your radio, get to YouTube and Twitch at around 11 o'clock. We got 65 total participants, 3 different heats. Guru's going to be in one of them. Willard, Spadoni, Shasky, all the hosts are going to be available to ball. And we're going to be watching them live here at Chase Center. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game. Also, make sure to tune in today for Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Oh my God. Shut up with a coffee. No, no. Dude, one of my friends.
I'm laughing.
So they watch all the post games. Yeah. Like they love them. Yeah. One of them said they're like, "Yo, man, Bonte's got a young man's haircut. There we go. What's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, live at Chase Center, 95-7 the game, Odyssey's second annual knockout challenge. When we talked to you right before the break, it felt like there was nobody on the court. Now, Goo, we got like 65
like
people.
Ants.
All losers to you, right?
All those are, as the kids say, ops. Yeah, Evan, those are my ops. I'm going down there to handle business.
Now, Steiny once told this story about, I don't know, some all-star game in the 80s, of course. It had to do with Larry Bird. But there was a story about how Larry Bird, before a three-point contest, walked into a room, looked around, stared everybody down, and asked a simple question: who is coming in second place? Are you going to do that today?
I'm not, Evan.
Okay.
I am not.
Right.
Last year's showing stripped me of that.
Yeah.
Now, if I was defending champ, maybe. But, Evan, I got to go in quiet. Just handle my business. You saw me out there. It's a push-up. It's a bench press. Just follow through. And then what did you tell me that really hurt this whole offseason, Evan? I didn't go for the follow-up. And that's what I do at this age, still playing. Nobody cares. But, I want to hug you because I'm excited, and I like my chances.
Yeah, just because you can't be Steph at the free throw line doesn't mean you can't be Reggie Evans on the board. Sometimes you got to get after it on the glass. And so there's going to be a lot of that today. This might take a while.
Yeah.
We got 11 o'clock our first heat, 11:15 second heat, 11:30 third heat, and you can watch and pay attention the entire time right here on 95.7 The Game, but especially on our YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, before the break, we're getting into the interesting weekend, and the Warriors are going to get back at it tonight at 4 o'clock again in Charlotte, and we'll have Warriors Live for you at 3:30. But again, what's your takeaway? Is it a big deal? Is it no deal? The loss against the Sixers following Steph's 56-burger against the Orlando Magic. It was definitely deflating. It was definitely humbling. I'm not going to go as far as to say it was damning, though.
Okay, right.
Because you didn't have Butler. And I think what it illustrates to me is just how important he is.
Man.
Like, he is a massive, if this is a Jenga tower, he is one of those bottom pieces.
That's
and they
great.
pulled it out, and it made them vulnerable to a dysfunctional team as much as Philly.
No, Evan, that reference was awesome. And I'll say this. Also, it was a reminder, and just what you spoke about, the euphoria, the happiness we're all feeling in the Bay. And that was because that team we saw Saturday, and I hate it was on national TV, Evan. I got to just stop throwing chicken away thinking, okay, the Warriors are here. Look at the names on the front of the jersey. You're done. It didn't work that way Saturday. But, again, it was a reminder of how happy I am that was a one-off, that Butler wasn't in, and that's not truly indicative of who this team is. And there it is. I just like the other youngsters, Moody Pods, not saying they played bad, but without Jimmy Butler, that was the same story we watched for almost half a season.
No, it was. It was, I would say, more. That was the 2-month stretch of basketball after the 12-3 start, from about November 20th until, I would say, February 6th. That's what we saw in Philadelphia. It was on a long list of bad losses, right? You could put Utah up there. I would say the Toronto game was certainly up there. You go back to Brooklyn, San Antonio, Houston's a good team, but I'm saying as far as bottom feeders, like the Warriors do have a lot of those kinds of losses. Now, fortunately, I would have said the area that it hurt the most. I mean, it's obviously it's embarrassing. It's a bad loss, but I would say the area where it hurt the most would have been the standings, but the rest of the West didn't really punish you for it as much as they could have over the weekend.
And that's why Ice Cube said today was a good day, but the weekend was a good weekend for the Warriors in that regard. And, Evan, there's a lot of, what word am I looking for? Not transition, but fluctuation within the standings where every team, nobody's Elliott Ness outside of OKC. I saw Denver lose to Boston. They kind of, made it a game at the end. But I say all that to say, Evan, is you got to take care of what's going on in your own backyard. But at the end of the day, I do, in a series, a 7-game series like the Warriors' chances, and I don't want to jump the gun. I don't think I'm doing so, thinking that the Warriors, with Jimmy Butler back, are going to stay out of the cockamamie play-in.
888-957-9570. Just because you hear Phil Collins playing in the background doesn't mean that we're still not taking calls, doesn't mean you can't get in on the conversation. And my question is this. Does the weekend change the way you felt about the Warriors before? Does it change if you felt like they were extremely dangerous? Does it change that? If you felt like they were a bit fugazi, does it change that? Or does it affirm it? They're in a 3-way tie for 6th place right now with the Los Angeles Clippers and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Clippers got the tiebreaker on us, right?
They do. And the Warriors had the tiebreakers on the Minnesota Timberwolves. But if I'm answering the question, what I thought about the Warriors coming into the weekend was not changed by that loss. I still think that they're a dangerous team. I still think that as a whole, they got action. But we saw how brittle, again, their roster is and how top-heavy it is. That, to me, is what was shown on Saturday. And that's why you ended up getting beat by a team that was led by Quentin Grimes, who just got there like 10 games ago.
Dude, I mean, world be free, it looked like he was putting on the show. Let me ask you this, Evan, and I agree with everything you just said. Do you think if Butler was there Saturday, Grimes would have had his point total? Not just shut him down, but do you think anything would have went different? Because I believe had Wiggins, been available, maybe he doesn't have that output.
Oh, Wiggins perhaps, but I mean, the Warriors clearly just didn't make him focus. I mean, even in the second half of the game, he had 32 at the half or something like that. I mean, he was hot.
Yeah.
But they defended him the same way in the second half as they did in the first half, and that's because they would rather live with him killing him than Maxey or Paul George, who ended up making the last 3 threes to put him away.
He closed.
Yeah, Maxey wasn't very good in the game, but Paul George at least woke up enough to take it home for the Sixers. I mean, I think they were expecting it, which kind of happened, that Grimes was eventually going to fizzle. I don't think they expected him to get 44 before he fizzled. But yeah, that was a tip your cap kind of performance. He'd never scored. I think his career high was 36, and he's had only 3 or 4 30 burgers in his NBA career.
Man.
So what happened last night, that was, I don't want to say an outlier because you got to give the man credit, but the Warriors, and I don't think anybody is expecting Quentin Grimes to do what he did.
No doubt about it. And, Evan, they got a game tonight. I forget who it is. It's a winnable game. The Philadelphia 76ers, and I bring them up because they still got action in the East. But the one...
Just getting ready.
Yeah. The one positive, I'm joking early. The one positive, Evan, is... Tell me when I need to slow down for you on the Evan Giddings computer in regard to getting excited about the possibilities of one Quentin Post. Evan, it's not just so much what he's doing. That excites me. It's like this dude's still a puppy. Like, where is this thing going? And Evan, he wasn't perfect, but his shot and what he does and how he can help this defense, it's like, oh my gosh, this, I don't want to say perfect, but I'm drunk in love. Shout out Yonsei.
Well, that's the thing. I don't believe he's really a puppy. It's like the Warriors adopted an already domesticated dog because he knows.
Domesticated.
He's already potty trained. He already knows how to comport himself around company. My point is, Quentin Post is already, I think, close to a finished product, which is good.
All right.
Because I think he's a 40% three-point shooter.
Man.
As a 7-footer, those are extremely rare. You can make the case that as far as centers go, Quentin Post is already, a top 3 or 4 shooter at the center position. If you just look at percentages, it's him, obviously Jokic, obviously
the Joker,
but Markkanen, Lopez, Vucevic. My point is there just aren't simply a lot of those guys out there. And so the fact that Quentin Post has already established himself as a legitimate three-point threat at that position doesn't mean he's going to be starting in
that 15 to 20 to 25
all-star.
minutes. That's not
I don't
yet.
necessarily think so.
Right.
I mean, we thought that Trace Jackson Davis was going to be something.
Facts.
He helped them last year and is now getting DMPs because of Post, ironically. But he's found money. And for Mike Dunleavy Jr. to grab him at number 52 this year, I didn't know about the move. I didn't know much about him when they took him. But clearly the Warriors did their homework and they're being rewarded.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And like I said, I just love the phrase of the endless possibilities. But Evan, when he hits one and he takes one and misses one and it looks like it was going in, it's just like, man, people here in the Bay Area have been yearning for a stretch five. They got a youngster. So now it's just about, you're right. If he's a finished product, when does he get that pot of gold in regard to the allocated minutes to where you show up to the facility or the arena game night and you kind of know you're going to get 15 to 18, and maybe he doesn't get that the rest of this year. But Evan, I could see him playing a big part of what they do, because at times you're like, who else is going to get a shot? And he hits it, and I'm like, that's a bad. What a luxury.
Well, I think compared to other players, number one, he's a better shooter, but also he's just more open because he's 7 feet. he can get a shot off over smaller players. I also think too, it's something I've noticed. He's kind of shifty down on the block.
I call it cement feet. He doesn't have that at all. He doesn't have he is shifty. I call it the Fred Astaire.
Yeah, he's a deer in the headlights. Like he gets the ball in the block, and a lot of I think big men will shuffle their feet. They're going to travel or try and kick out, but he's pretty patient with the ball in the block. And so yeah, he's been awesome for him this year.
Let's have some fun, because the Sixers got a center. You'll say his name. My guy. Can we talk about this real quick?
I got to issue an apology.
Okay, to who, Evan?
Gorshan Yabusele.
Who I love.
I know
when I
you do.
saw him way back, but Evan, he's coming to his own.
He's
hit a three on Draymond, and it should have been a foul.
He's got the biggest bakery in the league.
Yeah, right. I got a big ass.
Yes, he does. So this guy at the Olympics was incredible for France. I didn't think he could really play. He hadn't played anything in the league since 2019.
Right.
He fried the Warriors, though, especially in that first half. I texted you.
Yeah, you did.
I said, I got to issue an apology on it.
I appreciate you, Evan.
Yabu,
I really do.
I am sorry. I was unfamiliar with your game. Yeah, he could step out and shoot it.
Yeah, and speaking of which, do you think I'm being too harsh? Because it wasn't slander at all.
You got to channel a little bit of him in this knockout.
No doubt about it, Evan.
30 minutes.
I'm looking at Moody and Pods mainly. Just like not playing bad, but they're not pitching deep into the eighth inning in regard to their point production.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because one thing I wrote down here. So
okay.
I think in that game, like we saw the Jimmy Butler effect, right? And I got three things in areas in which we saw.
Okay.
That was one of them. If you notice, if you just go through the box score, who are the players that, for lack of better terms, turn back into a pumpkin?
Wow. And maybe it's those two. Those are two of them.
Yeah, I think there was a long list.
But I see where you're going.
But the players that were at the bottom of the list, to me, Pods was a -16, did not play very well in that game. I also think Moody.
I'm with you.
He wasn't as bad,
I'm
but
with you.
He didn't play well in that game.
I'm with you.
And Jimmy Butler has been highly regarded for obviously his play, for his impact on defense. But one thing that he's done, I would say more than anybody else so far this season, is he's helped those two players play at their best. And Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski both turned back them into pumpkins on Saturday. And I think Jimmy Butler's a big reason.
No doubt. And you know what's so beautiful about Jimmy Butler on this Monday morning, as we get ready for Knockout 2, Evan, is he's not high maintenance in regard to, I need 35 shots, get out the way. So when you talk about the box score, he may not have 25 field goal attempts, but the gravity of what he brings, and I know Steiny would probably shiver when hearing me say this, but the fact that he can do other things is why I believe we were, when Butler's on the court, back to strength in numbers.
Yeah.
And Saturday night, it looked like we were back to, oh boy, this is why the Warriors, and Sham is telling the nation the Warriors are desperate, calling everybody for a superstar. Luckily, they got theirs in Jimmy, but it's just another compliment to who that dude is, and it's not just points to how you can have an impact on the game, and he was definitely missed Saturday. And Evan, I hope he, just for our sake that he's out there tonight. But no harm, no foul if he can't go. Like I said, I've never had spasms. I know you have. So I don't know how long they last. Can you get them in the morning and then you got a game in the evening and you're fine?
Well, I think it's one of those, like, I've never played 40 minutes in an NBA game, but I imagine I'm imagining if I'm getting them in real life, I can't imagine one flaring up, let's say, at shoot around and then trying to go play on it that night. You know, I think it's just one of those things that you can't account for. You feel out, and if it's feeling tight, you don't press it. The interesting thing, though, is Charlotte's the game where you rest everyone.
No doubt.
I mean, I think Jimmy only played 18 minutes, and Steph didn't play more than 24.
Yeah, they were clowning. On the bench, old school.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game that ideally you want to rest people. So the fact that Butler's going to be available ideally should make this a game that the Warriors can take care of, can get back on the winning track, because they got the Knicks upcoming. They got their third game in 4 nights. You know, the Warriors got I think, kind of a condensed stretch of road basketball that's not going to be easy. Also, Saturday is not an overarching indictment of players. It's not who they are. I'm just trying to make a point that I think Jimmy Butler's impact, it isn't felt all the time just in his own box score line. It's felt in what other players are doing as well. And that, to me, where, you know, you can see Steph, obviously he's scoring 56, he's getting 30, he's shooting his ass off.
Yes.
But other players and their numbers, you're going to see them come down when Jimmy's not in the game.
No doubt about it. And, Evan, it's kind of funny, right? The Warriors, along with the Lakers, but since the All-Star game was in the building we're doing the show from, Chase Center here, not too long ago, all eyes, shout out Tupac, were on the Bay. The Bay didn't disappoint. They pulled off the trade. So I just hate it, and it's just me, I'm a nerd, that the world got to see the Warriors as hot as they were, fish grease, without Butler, and then you lose a game to a team that had lost 9 in a row, and then you come back to, and there's no shame in it, right? Oh, they needed Butler. Yeah, they did need him. But, Evan, I'm going to go Usher on you. I think you're familiar. I got a confession. Can I share it with you?
Okay.
I am startled. I am really, truly worried because you talked about Butler's impact on all the young guys, but the one guy that hasn't had an opportunity to get that is Kuminga.
Yeah.
And I study Monty Poole, Thompson, Slater, Kawakami, everybody talking about Bonte and Mullen and Fetzes about the gauge on when he was coming back was last week. But now you mentioned it, the ice after practice, and just the fact that he's been gone this long, Evan. Am I wrong for being a little concerned now moving forward about Jonathan Kuminga? Just when he comes back, you know how the body and ankle's going to react to him coming back, because we shouldn't be hearing swelling.
You calling him injury prone?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying this one was ligaments were involved. And they'll be like, dummy, I went to doctor's school. All ligaments are part of an ankle sprain. But, Evan, I'm just like, this is severe now.
Well, it is. He's going to, by the time he comes back, and I actually don't know when that's going to be.
Right.
I don't think any of us do, including the Warriors, because it sounds like he was supposed to be back at some point during this road trip.
Tonight!
Yeah, potentially tonight, and he's going to be out against Charlotte. Again, Butler's probable for the game at 4 o'clock. Instead, one of Steph's favorite locations to play, by the way.
And how good, real quick, because you're about to be a famous announcer. You do it now. Shout out to Gales. But how tight can it be? Tight meaning good, Evan, to be Steph Curry and balling in front of your dad because he does the game for the Hornets.
Oh, and
that's just filthy wealth of life, I guess.
Well, and I totally forgot about this until they played here last week. Also in front of his brother.
Seth.
Now,
yeah, who's shooting the hell out of it too?
Well, if we're going to be honest, this is where I got to say something.
Uh-oh.
You know,
go ahead, baby.
The whole family can't thrive. You know, if Steph is going to be the greatest there ever was, I just hate that Seth had to be the one that was sent to Charlotte. He had to be the journeyman shooter. He had to be the one that fell on the thorn.
Yeah.
Even though he's the one that went to Duke.
Yeah,
he's the one that got the big-time scholarship.
But he is beating Big Brother in the percentage this year, though, from deep.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but not the gravity, but the percentage is there.
Wasn't that the storyline when they played him in against Portland, that Seth was a better three-point shooter percentage-wise and stuff?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You're right. You can't have it all. I hear you, but the Curry's got a lot.
Well, okay, so I think this was in one of Slater's pieces about Steph. the 5 places that he likes to play.
This is crazy.
Are not the places that you would think. And
like the God.
So the Garden is one of them, I believe. But that's just because he wanted to go to the Knicks in the first place, and they didn't draft him. Didn't get a chance to draft him.
How'd that work out?
Well, by the way, thank you, Minnesota. Yeah. Every single time Steph goes for a performance like he did against Orlando, I'm just sitting there thanking whoever was in the Timberwolves front office for taking 2 point guards in front of Curry. But the other 4 locations, can you guess them? Because they're not the big-time venues that you would think. The places that he likes to go, and I think it's because he knows that no matter if it's home or road, the fans are going to give him the kind of love that he deserves like he did in Orlando. They were chanting MVP for him.
Yeah, they were. Can I say Milwaukee?
Milwaukee's not one of them, but they are mostly in the East, though.
Okay.
Kind of similar.
Okay, so let's go...
So we got New York.
Okay.
Madison Square Garden.
How about Brooklyn?
Brooklyn is one of them. The Barclays Center. He said he loves playing in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is one of them.
D.C.?
D.C., close, but not in D.C. Charlotte would be Charlotte would be the third.
Okay. And then
where they're playing tonight. Loves playing in Charlotte.
How about Cleveland?
Not Cleveland. Contrary to popular belief. They don't have a lot of love for him in Cleveland.
Boston?
Not Boston. They don't like him in Boston.
Well, that's a big one, too. That's a big boy, right?
Places that he can get cheered. Ironically, Atlanta.
Wow.
Atlanta is one of them.
The ATL. Luda.
And then there is one place in the West that he loves to play.
Not Phoenix.
Not Phoenix.
Not the Clippers for sure. That new building is brand new.
No.
It ain't the Lakers.
No.
So it would be.
He doesn't really shoot well at Staples Center.
OKC?
Not OKC.
Denver?
Not Denver.
Minnesota.
Oh God, I'm pulling you.
Say Steiny.
Where was the 5th?
Come on, Goo.
Oh, I remember. Houston.
Oh, I thought I said Houston.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
I apologize if I did.
I may not have.
Yeah, Houston, but Houston, Atlanta, Brooklyn, Charlotte, and New York. Those are the 5 places that Curry loves to play. Because he's got them in the palm. Like, I can't imagine putting on a show, and I understand that the Guard's not what it used to be, the stuff that I've read about. Never had a chance to go there, but just the history that's across all entertainment venues. Having that place in the palm of your hands like he did, back in, 2013 on February 27th, something about that day. But Curry's the ultimate showman.
He is. And right now, when I put my Adam Silver shoes on, I probably can't fit them. A little shorter than me, Evan. But the bottom line is, if I get Lakers, Warriors somehow in the Western Conference Finals, or even before then, I know I'm jumping the gun. I'm telling you, that's more sexy than, and no shade at Jokic and SGA, but the league, those are 2 pioneers right now still striving, Bron and Curry. Give me a series, Evan.
Well, I hope they do meet, just because Twitter X would be on fire.
It would break. Okay.
Yeah, I would have to stay off it for a couple days, but I know people enjoy the discourse. I mean, to me, I do think it's interesting that both of those players, Curry and LeBron, both of their teams made moves, different kinds of moves.
You buying the Lakers? I know we're up. You buying them?
I think you have to.
Luka's looking like Luka.
But I think they're similar in the sense that, again, you take one of the dominoes away.
Okay, gotcha.
One of the Jenga pieces, I should say.
I love that.
And I think it crumbles. I mean, for example, the Lakers lost to Utah a couple weeks back. That's the Warriors-Sixers loss.
Right.
It's a loss that's inexcusable. It's a bad loss.
Luka didn't play in that game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you take away one of their guys. You take away Butler. You take away Doncic in that case. The teams look drastically different. But with everyone at full strength.
Okay, there we go. All right.
And again, all the things that I've talked about them being able to do are contingent upon health. Both those teams got action.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, and I'm just scouring the league. I look at Dallas win healthy. If Gafford and who am I missing? Lively and AD come back, they could be. They beat the Warriors without those 3 guys. They lost to them too, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, and no, I think.
I guess Evan, it's not going to be easy. That's what I got from the weekend.
It's not going to. Well,
hello, I know. I was sipping that. Watch out now.
Well, I'd be lying if I didn't say I expected them to beat Philly, but it's one of those games, Goo, that I think a lot of people watch. And to me, watching it happen, I know that Grimes had 44. I think the Sixers shot almost 60%.
Oubre hit some big. He didn't found a little nice spot for his career. He hit some threes. They were on fire at one point. Everybody was hitting them except your boy.
But by the end, I was left thinking like that loss made sense.
Okay.
I don't know if you did. I don't know if people did. But to me, that's kind of the way that I was feeling. All right, we got to hit a break here. I see your calls. We'll get to them on the other side. 888-957-9570. Yes, 15 minutes away. Our first heat in Odyssey, 95.7 The Game's second annual knockout challenge. You can watch on YouTube and Twitch. We got our simulcast up. You see all those people littered on the cart. Those are all going to be Guru's defeated enemies in just about 15 minutes.
Bonte too.
888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. All right, they're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at the Tides Wharf restaurant. Just $99 per person now through March. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. Info at inatthetides.com. Keep it locked right here on 95.7 The Game. Stein and Guru back. Oh, that's right. It
March
is March.
Madness.
It is my favorite month.
It is.
This is the month where I join you and the rest of the, your neighbors and the rest of the degenerates
Snitches
group.
get stitches.
Yes, sir.
Look at the people eat.
Well, you were just waving to Bonte Hill. Just showed up.
He's doing a lot of greeting and not a lot of shooting. I got to worry about myself, so hopefully that'll help me.
Well,
now he's got the ball.
I wonder if he's one of those people, like, I don't golf a whole lot, but people that don't take practice shots, they just show up to the tee box, they show and go. If you can you even do that in hoop? Can you do that in basketball?
My buddy tore his Achilles doing that.
Oh, jeez.
We came in and he was the 10th. He was the 10th, and up and down, up. Mm-hmm. And yikes.
Well, that's the one. All right, Goo. If you could promise me one thing today, because you're going to be out there in about, 15, 20 minutes. Our first heat is 11 o'clock. Reigning champion Mark Graney will be in that along with Mark Willard. And then, also, Sam Gadiri of Laughing Month. Shout out to him.
Let's go, Sam.
Lucas Alexander's going to be in. Heat 2 at 11:15. Joe Shasky, Bonte Hill, and Joe Spadoni are going to be in that one along with Justin Litvak from Boxer and Gerson. And then you're going to be in the third heat at 11:30.
And I'm going first.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's what they said. I'm going first in the third heat.
You don't have to.
Oh, no, I'm ready now. I got to go.
No. I would put Kenny Wardell first.
Okay, all right, let's do it.
Well, his last name is Wardell. He's got to be able to shoot. Yeah, put him
that's
first.
A 4, Evan.
Goo, I'm just saying, you don't want to be one and done.
Yeah, all right.
Unless you got that confidence, just don't let them snooker you the way.
Well, I had it till you just broke that down. You're right. We don't want the Calipari. I'm out.
No, the first
rid of
knockout challenge was John Calipari. Shout out Arkansas. And now in the second annual knockout challenge, we need you going deep. So, and people can all watch on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First North Cal Credit Union, and that's going to be coming up in just a little bit.
Hey, you're such a marvel with words, and the reason I bring that up is during the break is people don't even know Stoney deserves a second check. You'll come in, we'll do a show during the show. And I'm so melancholy when it comes to how I feel about Jonathan Kuminga, and it's all from a selfish standpoint because I want to see him ball, and I want to see them get better. But you said something to me, Evan, and it captured everything I'm feeling about Kuminga. I do feel bad for him as he continues to hopefully get back from this because he's missed a lot. It's a contract year, and you want him to get, his legs right and have the injury past him. But, Evan, let's just say if he's out this week, the numbers just dwindle, and that concerns me for him. But you saying you feel bad, like I felt that.
Well, I feel bad for him because I think that he's going through probably the most of any player on this team.
Man.
Just on and off the court. Obviously, like, he's dealing with injury. He's dealing with his first ever contract situation of his career. He's probably had to deal with as much, if not the most, role fluctuation of anybody on the team throughout this season.
Okay.
So you combine all of those things, and Jonathan Kuminga has probably had the most difficult season of any Golden State Warrior on this team. And from that standpoint, I feel bad for him because all of it could be alleviated if he didn't roll his ankle in a way that I don't think he even expected, because we've been hearing reports that he's been in 3-on-3s and he's progressed to 5-on-5s. And
I was like, he's ready.
We get a report from Slater on Saturday that he saw him after the game just icing his ankle, and it doesn't look like he's going to be available tonight. Well, he isn't available tonight. Might not be available versus the Knicks, and we're not really sure when he's going to be back at this point.
Yeah, Evan, and that doesn't do him any good, and it doesn't do the Warriors any good. But just think about it, because you're a chameleon, and so am I. You can work with anybody on the microphone, but just imagine you getting a new partner, and you're so you're yearning to work on that rapport or develop that rapport, but you're sick or you can't get there. So it's got to be frustrating for Kuminga to watch the team have success. Only 2 losses in 9, I believe, or is it 10? I may be wrong. Help me out. But the bottom line is I know that's killing them too, the psychological component to this.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't really take much away from the fact that the team's been playing well, with him out, because I think the difference has been Jimmy Butler. Obviously, they've only lost one game since he's got here, but I think he's also got to figure out again, all right, how does he fit with, I think, a completely different team? They're obviously different, because the team that we saw on Saturday was the team before the deadline, the team that showed up in Orlando and that has won 7 of 8 with Butler. That's the new team. That's the team that he's got to figure out how he fits into, along with the fact that he's probably going to be on a minutes restriction. He's got to get right as far as his stamina, and he's going to have to work through it all over again. It's kind of like having a condensed mini training camp, and all that momentum that he's built, that he earned right before he got hurt, he's got to re-earn it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, it just has me thinking, I know we'll get to Deebo and the Niners later on in the show.
Yep.
But, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, Evan. Christian McCaffrey never actually won the battle with the bilateral tendonitis. He came back, and we were happy he came back. Then he went back out for other reasons, but he never got over that hurdle, right? And we saw what happened with Aiyuk. So I hope he comes back. And Saturday was another opportunity for me to miss Kuminga. Like, okay, no Butler. This is when you need Kuminga to step up. And obviously he couldn't do that not being available.
I got you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Only got him here for a few more minutes because he's going to be down in the knockout.
Let's go,
E! You can see on YouTube and Twitch. A lot of pressure on you, Goo. I'm seeing the YouTube chat. They're calling your name out.
Okay.
Text line talking about you.
Oh, wait, E. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
All right, E. It's just a free throw. And go get it.
You got broad shoulders, but there's a lot of weight.
All right, no doubt.
There's a lot of weight on this shot.
All right, that's big.
If we have Joel in Berkeley, Steven, could we please go out to Joel in Berkeley? Joel, before we get to your Warriors take, do you have a word of advice for Guru today here on Knockout?
Joel!
Yeah, man. Go hard, bro. Go hard.
All right, I got you. I will do.
Thanks, Joel.
All right, brother. That's all it is. You leave it all out there, no regret.
I love it.
Hey, Guru, I wanted to say something. So you're drunk in love with Post, as am I. I want to take you back, way back to the off season when you were drunk in love with Markkanen. And I got to say, no way, I was never on board with that because that kid's a 50-game-a-year kid. And how much better is Post? I mean, look at the upside and the money, and we didn't trade nobody to get him. Oh, my God, I don't miss Markkanen, not for a second.
No, that's fabulous. Yeah, no, not at all. And I got to tell on myself, Evan knows Stoney did this exercise and he put himself in it, and I commend him. But we could add 5 more names, Paul George, to that mix of avoiding dodging a bullet. Yeah. So, dude, I don't know what's up with Markkanen, and I don't want to compare him. I don't even think it would be fair. But what Post does, what he cost, homegrown, right now, you got to be salivating at the bit of his future in a Golden State Warrior uniform.
I'm with you. Thanks, Joel. I mean, to me, the whole salivating part over different players, number one, that's what we do when they look good.
Okay, I appreciate that.
But what I will say is that Quentin Post, well, I don't think he's as good as Lauri Markkanen for his cost, is far more valuable to the Warriors than what Markkanen would have been, because you wouldn't have been allowed to make the other moves that you made.
Yeah.
And, it also would have cost a whole hell of a lot more. But my point is, if Quentin Post is the Marshall's version of Lauri Markkanen, and, I don't mean that literally, but he's shooting 40% from three-point range.
Real.
You can plug and play him with pretty much any combination, and you don't have to be relying on him. Like, if he's not shooting it, you can take him out of the game.
Evan, well said. And, what's funny is, the games speak for themselves. We can break it down with before and after, but the bottom line is, Evan, I can count on my finger, 4 or 5 games to where Looney or TJD are in, and you can tell the defense is throwing a bar mitzvah alpha because they know they don't have to guard the perimeter. And then when they do, it's just all hell breaks loose and the court's open like the Great Sea. You know, it's like, it's not rocket science, but it's like the gravity of having a threat out there is big for Curry, the pods, the spacing. It just, you can't ignore it.
No, you can't. And the Warriors also don't have many other players that can do what he does. Man. Like, I realize that they have Steph Curry on their team. The Warriors are not a great three-point shooting team. Not that they were before, but they got worse at the deadline because, I don't know if anybody noticed, but Jimmy Butler cannot throw a stone into the ocean.
He's made one. How many? He is at 12 or 13?
Yeah, and when he's shooting threes, I mean, we're seeing a lot of people take threes right now.
Yeah, we are.
Not seeing many of them go in. That's kind of what it's looked like so far with Butler
from
behind the three-point line.
That's pretty good.
You know,
I remember him when, real quick, Evan, in his heyday, tell me if I'm wrong, the bubble, when they lost to LeBron, Bron, and then when they lost to Denver, I thought, you know, he wasn't Steph Curry, but he could hit a 3 or 2. But now I just think it's his legs, though. Like, he ain't even shooting them.
Well, I think he can shoot, but that's actually, to me, maybe not the three-point percentage.
Okay.
But that's a sign that, to me, Butler is not 100% yet.
No. Okay.
We haven't seen the best version of Jimmy Butler.
Gotcha.
And so, you know, we talked about it. Is the loss on Saturday, is it a big one? Is it a big deal? Is it no deal? To me, I will sacrifice a game like Saturday to make sure that Jimmy Butler, come April 15th, is healthy for the postseason.
All right. I love
if that's what he needs, and if the Warriors have to lose to make sure that Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green are available and are at 100% come postseason time, that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make.
I love that, Evan, and I think every Warrior fan would subscribe to that. That's what you call real in the field. I like that assessment.
Because the other part of it, too, is that you're getting a good version of them on the other, let's say, 80% of the games down the stretch that they're available for. And to me, that's where, you know, maybe Jonathan Kuminga would really help you, is in those games that you're going to have Butler load managed or Draymond or whoever. He's someone that you can envision picking up the slack.
Yeah, you want to win the battle, not the war. You want to win the war, not the battle. Yeah, it's like, Goo, what's up? Shout out James Logan.
Well, in this knockout, Goo, I got to be honest, in this knockout challenge, you're going to have to win the battle and the war.
Okay.
Because we got 3 heats, and then you're probably going to have to win another one, and you might even have to win one more. And Matt Nahigan right now is our PA announcer.
Look at him. He loves it.
So this is something that
Talk to me.
You got 65 people down here. For everybody listening on the radio, if you can get to YouTube and Twitch to watch this thing that's about to tip off, it's going to be awesome. And it's going to start in just a moment. There he is. But as a whole, I am fascinated. We didn't have this many people here last year.
No, we did not.
I think we had about
We've expanded,
30. Yeah, we've almost doubled the field. And so you got even more competition, Goo.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, but okay, look at the Jordan. He flushed it. Yeah. Oh, it's time to go. Yeah, okay. All right. I got you on the speaker.
Okay. All right, Goo.
All right, wish me luck.
Yeah, Daryl the Goober Johnson, head down to the court. He is going to be live with us. We're going to have him, I don't know, now Dan Dibley is hopping on. Is it going to be like a sideline reporter, but he's also participating?
Right. It's going to be more of a mic'd up feel. And Evan, good to see you. And I enjoyed you guys on the way in. And we could talk about the debacle in Philly as we need to. But it's about to happen now. It's exciting. And we've got our boss down there giving the PA instructions. We got 3 heats and then a final. And I can tell you that, you know, the crowd is big. The participants are excited. This is a big-time event.
It is. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, we're about to witness, shout out Philadelphia, be a wide spectrum of talent.
That's a 4.
So we're going to see who's got game and who's just got name. You know, a lot of big names down there.
Yeah.
We got, obviously, all the hosts except for you was kind enough to join me here.
And Steiny, of course, who's coming back from a golf trip. So he was unable to make it today, which is fine.
Yeah, he's inactive.
Yeah.
We did get a text.
DMP golf trip.
DMP SD Steinmetz decision.
Yeah. Thank you.
We did get a text from him earlier today on the group thread, which was, "Is knockout today?" ?
Oh, yeah. That's
I'm glad he's
perfect.
locked in.
Yeah, exactly. He's so locked in. And it's, yeah.
Well, I thought Goo made a pretty funny and inaccurate assessment. It's like, if there was a day that Sonny could pick to miss, it might be knockout day.
Yeah.
I don't know if these games really appeal to him.
They don't, and I get it. I mean, he was, and I see Guru now who's made it down on the floor, and Guru in a tank top and shorts, and he's got his red Jordans on. He's ready to go, and he will be mic'd up. And I'm not sure what heat he is in.
He's in the third heat, so at about 11:30. We got some time with Goo here.
Okay, yeah, good. And so maybe he can, chime in as we go from the sideline. But, Steinmetz, and we all make fun of him for so many things, but he was part of his college's all-decade team at Franklin and Marshall in the 1980s.
Oh, sorry.
That was perfectly deadpan. But yeah, so as much as we tease him over, either being a radio host or not being a radio host, he actually, I'm being told, was a legitimate baller back D3 in the 80s.
Oh, no. He was, and I think that's why these kinds of games don't really appeal to him.
Exactly. Well, I mean, why would you want to come out here and get embarrassed by some listener? And I met so many of the great listeners who are here.
Yeah.
Some of our most favorite listeners are here, and you qualified to get here. And I don't know if you have talked about the graphics that are going up here at Chase Center. This is incredible.
No, the moment you walk in, and I was down on the floor earlier, it really does feel like our arena today. And obviously, this is the home of the Golden State Warriors at Chase Center, but they have done a fantastic job of making it feel like, not just for us, but most importantly for our listeners that won our knockout contest, which is, the preceding 3 or 4 weeks. It has made everybody feel like this is a real experience. So you're getting a chance to play on the Chase Center floor. And so hopefully this is a thing we can continue to do years to come. And I'm glad that we also expanded the field. It's going to make it a little more complicated, but it makes it more inclusive, which is the whole point of this.
Yeah, it's exciting that in Heat 1, the champ is on the floor, and I see him out there getting ready to warm up. Mark Grandy, defending champion, producer, host, roommate to some, housemate, whatever. You guys don't share a room, I'm sure, but Mark Grandy, and I actually had a chance to
means I don't want him to take home the trophy.
No,
I'm
again,
that kind of roommate.
And I touched base with him before. I said, "Are you nervous?" He said, "No, I've been here. I've done this. I've won here."
Oh my God!
And so your boy Grandy is definitely feeling himself coming into the event.
All right, wait, hold on. Do we have Daryl the Guru Johnson courtside? Goo, can you hear us?
Let me see. Bonte the lefty.
Well, I'm glad we can hear Goo.
Yeah, Goo, can you hear us from
I got you, dude.
Goo,
okay,
how you feeling? You have to get loose. You're not going up until Heat 3. Are you scouting the competition? What are you seeing out there?
Well, unlike last year, fellas, I went first, so I've just found out I'm going in the third heat. So I love that I'm watching and the guy that knocked me out last year is right there. Hey, you knocked me out last year, yeah.
American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah. What's up, baby? I know. Yeah. What's up?
Now I gotta say, Goo, this is a little unfair. Last year they did not give you the benefit of going through the knockout line and doing a practice round. This is unfair.
This is unfair, but life's unfair, young Evan, and you'll deal with it too. But Dibs, I want nothing more than a victory here, and I think it was B.B. King. How sweet it is if I can get it done.
Yeah, and just remember the NCAA tournament, Guru. It's about surviving advance. It's not about winning it now. The top 5 in each heat will advance to the finals. So you can't win the chip in the heat. You have to get to the final 15.
Here comes Shasky. Shasky coming right now.
For everybody watching on YouTube.
What's up? Hey, they said, what heap are you in?
Second one.
Okay, so Shasky said he's going in the second one.
Even though I'm Joe Shasky the third.
Okay, even though he's Joe Shasky the third.
I'm looking at Ceremony Ford, Matt Schoen. One of my boys went to Ceremony Ford. Tim Moriarty, he just bought a new Ford Maverick.
Wow, look at him. So he's ready. Yeah.
Matt's the man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Shasky, while you're at it, I mean,
Shasky did talking to you. You can hear him.
You might as well talk about how good Guru looks with Abundant Life weight loss while we're doing all of our Well, we're doing all of our sponsorships.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting. I'm here. I think I lost him.
No, you're good. We got Willard and his fiancée in the first team as well.
Yeah.
So
the lovely Christie's here?
Yes, the lovely Christie is here. And if you're Willard, Goo, do you lay down and let your fiancée knock you out for the betterment of the marriage?
No, you work in the mosh pit. It is 95-7 the game. You want the trophy. Christie doesn't work with what we work with. You want the trophy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm giving her the basket.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean,
look at Spadoni. You see Spadoni on camera. Carter.
Looking svelte, Spadoni. Well,
look ready. You're going to win. I'm looking ready.
My man. The Kobe Bryant t-shirt. No shocker there.
Love it.
Now, Carter Chickering is a wild card. He also played Division III hoops out on the East Coast of the small college. From what I've been told.
How you doing?
We have not seen him here before.
Wish me luck. I'm trying to win it. I got it. Yeah, that's it. What's up? All right.
We're in the same team.
Yeah, let's go. What number are you in?
I'm in the second one.
Okay, I got Lubman here.
How did they let you in, man? How did you pass security? These guns?
Stop. Look at it.
No, this is good. Live Lubman.
Hey, yeah, live Lubman.
Lubman.
Second one. Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, Chickering quietly, 6'9", our producer Carter Chickering.
He can still dunk.
Yeah.
Well, still got bounce.
It's funny because he actually tried in the pregame and he went up and it was a finger roll. He couldn't quite get it like you were talking about Steph and his dunk where he barely got it. What did you said he barely got it through? Or
you heard that,
barely got it over the rim.
He dunked it, dude.
That's a rim grazer.
No, I get it. I mean,
Evan said he barely. Come on, that's the chef, man.
It is the chef, but it was not like it was a 7-course meal. That was more like top ramen or mac and cheese when it comes to a dunk.
I love it.
It counts though. 2 points. It all counts the same.
The appetizer. Yeah, I'm with you.
You gotta love Mark Willard to bring his girl with him. That's just beautiful, man.
Yep, not many plus ones available, but for Willard, we'll give it to him. Bonte is also down here too. I think he made it pretty far last year, from what I remember. They got a lot of Curry jerseys out here.
Yep.
One Chris Mullin jersey.
Loved it. And the guy wearing the Chris Mullin jersey might be older than Chris Mullin. Spoken from a true septuagenarian myself.
You're just gauging him?
Yeah, well, I mean, I sized him up, and the jersey is from the Mullen era, and so it might be actually an original Mullen from back in '88. And we got somebody in the orange, Steph Curry, 30, hiking up his shorts here as he's getting ready for Heat #1, but the anticipation, it's an anticipation sensation.
That's a buck. We're going to charge you, even before
Pretty
2 o'clock,
exciting,
we're going to charge you a buck. All right, we got to step aside. We're going to take a break, come back. We will have the 95-7 The Game Odyssey's second annual Knockout Challenge coming up for you live on YouTube and Twitch. We're going to be continuing the show as always. Once Guru is done, hopefully that'll be later rather than sooner. We will get him back up here. In the meantime, Dan Dibley filling in. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. A reminder again, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 if you want to get in on the competition. If you got any words of advice for Guru before he steps to the free throw line, all that and more coming up when we return right here live from Chase Center. Steiny and Guru, Evan in for Steiny, 95-7 The Game. We're back after this.
No.
Well, live here at Chase Center, we already got Dan Dibley officiating this knockout competition.
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
You tell me, Dibs.
I should have got my stripes on and been down there running this thing because it's what I do. I see something. If you see something, call something. That's what you say in the referee world. And I've seen some things out here that need to be called, but it's not my deal. Not my event.
No doubt. It has not started yet. The knockout competition, second annual for 95.7 The Game. First heat is about to get underway, so you can watch on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First Cal Credit Union. But also, of course, throughout this entire thing, we're not just going to do play-by-play of this for the next hour. We are going to discuss what's been going on, especially, over the weekend. I thought it was an interesting weekend in various sports, Dibs. Not just the Warriors. You mentioned the debacle in Philadelphia.
Yeah, wow.
Deebo Samuel got traded, and to me, I don't know where your mind goes off the weekend, but first I do want to get your thoughts. If you called it a debacle in Philadelphia, what made you feel that way? Because we asked our listeners, big deal, no deal, kind of a deal. It sounds like it's a big deal to you.
It's not a big deal because they've been so hot, but Jimmy sits out because he's got back spasms, and apologies to you with your back spasms. You're too young to have back issues, but you come to take on Philadelphia, and that's a game you should win even if you don't have Jimmy Butler. So it's a debacle, kind of, lowercase d. It's not a huge problem, but those are the games when you think about stacking wins, those are the ones that you're going to be trying to stack, and that's one that you let get away.
All right, Guru, we can hear you. And, Guru's going in the first heat.
Yeah,
Guru's up. Yeah, he missed the first free throw. Second free throw is up, in and out. And Guru, for his second consecutive season,
it's over.
Has been eliminated.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. One and done. 2 times.
Oh no, Guru! What happened?
Do we have Goo? Do we have Goo? Is there a pulse?
Goo, are you still with us, Goo?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Goo.
95.7.
Yeah, it's kind of going in and out here.
Well, his mic is broken up, and he's also broken up. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated again in the first moment of knockout.
I mean, this is a shocker.
Yeah.
I mean, just you talk about a debacle in Philadelphia. What just happened? An ultimate stunner. A stone-cold stunner.
Absolutely. The lovely Christy, Mark Willard's fiance, has also been eliminated, as Mark Willard is also in heat number 1. He survived his first time through, and here he goes from the foul line, just straight butter.
Nothing but net.
No, and he knocked a guy in a Laker jersey. You deserve to be getting knocked out, and he's gone. Sorry, Kobe.
Yeah,
Rest in peace.
Marcus Alexander is also been eliminated.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And the defending champ, Mark Grandy, he's so smooth.
And one of our producers, Ken Luttrell, just gave him, along with Guru, the night.
Stop.
That was not very good.
Yeah, it's tough. And now Guru is going to do the the very unique walk of shame where he's coming back up into the booth, and he will resume his radio duty. So, Evan, I guess this is it for you and I. I mean, I thought it'd be a much longer.
It was short-lived.
And I was enjoying it.
I'm going to be honest.
I'm going over here.
I thought Guru was going in the third heat. So I apologize for the setup.
Yeah.
But Guru stepped to the foul line with confidence.
Yeah.
And just an immediate defeat.
Yeah. Release, rotation, crash is, I believe, how that went.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, devastating. So I rushed into work for really no reason. For 9 minutes.
Being there,
9 minutes of radio with my good friend Evan Giddings.
Oh, my.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
The Deebo trade.
Time.
The Deebo trade. I think that, if they got a fifth back, that's the right thing. They had to trade him. He wanted a fresh start. So for me, it makes all the sense in the world. Hate to see him go.
Yeah.
And the other one now is Brandon Aiyuk. Do they trade Aiyuk as well? Been a lot of scuttlebutt about maybe trading Aiyuk as well.
Yeah, it's a speculation sensation.
That's
for
a
sure.
buck. Yeah.
I think the Deebo trade has the ability to be what the Klay Thompson trade ended up being for the Golden State Warriors, which is a mutually beneficial change of scenery.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, I think, has more left in the tank than Deebo Samuel does, and that's the reason why you saw the Niners be willing to eat. You know, it turns out to be about $50 million, but in the end, it's, I think, a lovable player for most of his time.
Yeah.
That a lot of fans are wondering just what happened, how quickly he fell off, and kind of in a similar vein, how quickly Daryl the Goober Johnson was eliminated from this knockout competition. I just saw him walk in, actually.
Yeah, he may need to towel off because, man, that's back-to-back knockout ignominy, if I may.
Oh, boy.
And ignominy, of course, is
too many syllables.
It's a public embarrassment is what it is. Mark Willard, meanwhile, is continuing to stay alive here in heat number 1. Mark Grandy, defending champion, our producer on our show, Willard and Dibs. Don't miss us 2 to 6.
Yep.
Although today about 2 to 3:30,
abbreviated,
which is kind of nice. It's an abbreviation sensation, is what it is. And yeah, Willard and Grandy, they're back to back here. So Grandy has a chance to knock out his host. And I mean, speaking of knocking out a host, let's bring him in live.
Yeah,
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
All right, it's time. What's up, Mr. DeVille?
I was supposed to go third. They put me first again.
Well,
it's all good.
I was going to say,
the putback was horrible.
They kind of did you wrong, Goop.
Yeah, there's no excuses here.
Well, I understand.
I'm going to catch holy hell from everybody.
Yeah, I know.
But I can handle it.
Yeah, yes, you can. You're built different than the rest of us.
And then Grandy gives me another damn ball. I had my ball picked out.
And Mark Grandy has a chance to knock out Mark Willard here. Willard free throw is up. No good. Layup is off the mark. Yeah, he's done. Oh, managed to fall first.
So Grandy's out.
No, Willard. So Grandy went behind Willard. Willard just stayed in. All right, we got to get to the nitty gritty. First shot, understandable. This time there was the putback attempt. Would you like to take people through what happened on the follow-up?
Well, my buddy was still basically telling me I'm not ready, and you call yourself a hooper, make a damn free throw. Evan, you saw me practice.
I did.
There's no excuses.
I told you not to waste your bullets in warm-ups.
And I wasn't supposed to go first, but that's neither here nor there. I choked. That's bottom line, I choked.
All right.
No excuses. But the putback I was just in the black hole. I had no idea what was going on.
Well, I will say, we didn't know up here that you were going in the first
I was trying to get you so we could do all that stuff.
Yeah, well, the whole point was to have you set it up and, get the anticipation going for the people. We got 800 freaking people watching on YouTube and Twitch right now. Many more listening to this thing. It's the second annual Knockout Challenge here at Chase Center. And Daryl the Goober Johnson, unfortunately, is no longer a part of it. So we're going to have to watch from up here. I mean, look, Goop, I feel for you. It stinks.
I'll be all right.
I know you will. You'll rub it off.
Yeah. Well, that won't hurt any.
All right, man.
What you got?
There's no easy transition. I feel for you, man.
I want to cry.
No, I want to give you a hug.
Yeah.
Through the radio if I can.
No, I
love you, man. The fact that you're willing to do this
I was supposed to go third. Let's talk about that.
Well, that's on Nahegan and Lucas Alexander. By the way, so we took practice shots, practice free throws, like at 9:30, 9:45. Yeah. This thing didn't tip off until 11:20. I was waiting for it to go down. Yeah, like a lover scorned. So what do you want to get back into, Gil?
Whatever you want to get back into. My buddies are killing me.
I know.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
All right, it's all good.
Warriors World Redemption coming up in a couple months.
Yeah. But for the people out there, this is not full 5-on-5. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, stop.
It's not even one-on-one.
Don't let a free throw. My boy Mel is out there. You're embarrassing the Union. Stop.
No. Well. I'll leave it at that.
No, it's all good.
You did better than I could. Dude, you saw my jump shot. I was broke earlier. Looking like Joe Spadoni out there. Oh, nice free throw.
On the free throw line. Who do we know won? Did Shasky advance? Who all advanced? Do we know?
We do not know who worked in the first. I think Willard and Grandy both advanced in the first heat from the host division of things. Honestly, and me and Dibbs were talking about this. This thing is set up a little strange because for a lot of people watching on YouTube and Twitch, I think it's kind of difficult to tell just who the hell is who. You got 65 people on the court, and it's difficult to discern. I mean, obviously,
Evan, I'm watching the shot. It hit the rim. It rolled around like it was playing with me.
I know. And you know what you got to do right now, Goo? Take it from someone. The most embarrassing moment in my athletic career was when I gave up a walk-off grand slam. I kid you not. I gave up a walk-off grand slam my varsity season.
Okay.
Well, I also dropped a pop-up that would have sent us to the NCS semifinals, so I was playing shortstop, neither here nor there. My two most embarrassing moments in baseball, and everyone wanted to let me know about it because, it's supposed to be good, blah, 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 blah. You got to turn your phone off. You got to put it on sleep mode right now.
I left it up here. I wish I could use it as an excuse. I got to own it.
You got to let it go.
But why was I rushing, man? Damn.
This is where
Shasky's out.
This is where we need the therapy version of Doc Panja. Oh,
Why didn't he can throw me in there again first? And what happened to you and Dibbs? I was calling for you to. Well, you couldn't hear me?
No. Number one, we couldn't. I think your mic was a little bit janky. Number two, they didn't tell us you were going. So on that note, we are the same.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bring that up at the Thursday meeting with the boss.
All right.
We got a couple things to discuss, but everybody saw. Yeah.
It rolled around, though, E.
It did.
Yeah.
I mean,
what are they saying on YouTube?
Well, something along the lines of the Warriors' free throw shooting before Jimmy Butler.
Oh my God, that's pretty good. I'm in good spirits, man. We got to.
That was on.
Oh no, that's good. That I needed to hear that. Joe Cunningham. Look at Spadone.
Yeah, Spadone. He's going down soon. Yeah. He's a Lakers fan.
Yeah.
Bonte Hill at the line. Oh boy. All right, Goo.
Yeah.
Well, we got about 10, 12
All right,
minutes
I'm back.
here.
I'm back.
Yeah. All right. So what do you want to get back into? Is it the Warriors? Do you want to talk about another somber topic, which is Deebo Samuel leaving the San Francisco 49ers?
I would like to start there.
Okay. All right. Let's get into Deebo.
Right.
I mean, to me, all right. Over the weekend, I'll just set it up. Deebo Samuel gets traded to the Washington Commanders for a 5th-round pick. The Niners have to eat about $30 million. They're not paying the signing bonus, so it comes out to be about 15 net.
Right.
They're paying to trade Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. What was your first reaction when you heard the news?
They basically just gave him away. And this was a guy that got his bag from the Niners, that made his niche in this league, that was one of a kind, Evan. And he's gone. That era is over. And, I wasn't a big fan of how he conducted his business last year, as far as a leader or whatnot. But the bottom line is you're about to tell me, Bonte just airballed, you're about to tell me this guy is only going to get you a 5th? Like, Evan, that is, now I'm worried about the 49ers, which, the Yak brothers. It was a position of strength. Now what is it, Evan? We don't know when Aiyuk's coming back. Deebo's gone. And I'm just wondering how big of an enigma is the 49ers wide receiver position.
Well, Bonte Hill just got eliminated.
Yeah, he shot an air ball.
Well, at least
Look at Carter about to dunk.
Oh, boy. Big fella coming through. I mean, to me, when, it's...
Can I pull the power and just make the lights go out after the
You'd have to do a lot here, Chase. There's some massive circuit breakers.
Oh, Evan.
To make the lights go out.
Yeah, my bad.
Well, lights went out on the 49ers season. I think a lot of people do. I don't know if they pin it on Deebo Samuel, but if you're going down the list of, pie slicing, blame game type of things, I think the way that Deebo conducted himself, Deebo Samuel reminds me a lot of Klay Thompson.
Wow.
Klay Thompson is by far a better player. He's a better Warrior than Deebo was 49er. I don't think Deebo Samuel is an all-time 49er. I don't think Deebo's going to have his jersey retired. He's obviously not a 4-time champion, but he was an integral part of the Niners, runs to Super Bowls. But when I think about both of those players, I think about guys that from the time they got here until really the time they left, they were universally beloved. But because of their own actions, and some of the conduct that occurred off the football field or basketball court, they leave, I think, a few fans with a little sour taste in their mouth. And so, to me, if you remember Deebo Samuel, I prefer to remember him as the good Deebo.
Yeah.
The freight train, the Mack truck, the seemingly
Swiss Army knife.
indestructible wide receiver that was one of the greatest hybrid weapons in 2021 that I have ever seen in my adult life. Just the way that I prefer to remember Klay Thompson. But I think because of the season that just happened, there's a lot of people out there that would tell you, well, Deebo, I'm not sure. I'm not going to remember him, at least in the immediate, in a good light, because that was the guy that was calling for the ball, that was dropping touchdown passes, and that was touching his teammates.
No doubt. And you know what? I am going to do that with Deebo, remember him that way. But I do wonder if the situation, he's in a great situation with Kingsbury and the Commanders and Jaden Daniels and Robinson and McLaurin. So, Evan, does your gut tell you he's over? Or do you think somebody with a new pair of eyes can devise something fresh and new to get Deebo off to his standards that he created 2 years ago? Because right now, hey, I love what we saw from Pearsall. Juwan Jennings, is he a one? I don't know. I'm not saying he's not, but Evan, I just look at this wide receiver core now with this move and the question mark again with Aiyuk, like, you're in the market again, right? So Devontae Adams, all the names that we're hearing for veteran receivers, which way did the Niners got to go to replenish what they just lost?
Well, I think it's interesting that, again, they're kind of biting the bullet. Financially speaking, they're going to be eating about $15 million net by making this move for a fifth-round pick. And to me, it signals that the Niners are not in the money-spending business right now.
Yeah.
This is a team that we have seen spend money on free agents.
Yeah,
and most importantly, their own players. You go back to Deebo, 3 years ago? They gave him the offseason contract that impacted his 2022 year. You saw them pay Nick Bosa, and you saw them pay Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams, and Christian McCaffrey. I think this signals that unless it's Brock Purdy, unless it's your quarterback, that train has stopped. It's come to a halt because you cannot reward players for 6 and 11 seasons. You can't reward players.
But how do you do it, Evan, if you don't know it? They write these contracts in good faith, like Aiyuk. I know he didn't have up until he got hurt. It was like, oh, what's going on? But, had they known what was going to be in front of them, they probably we could go to Washington or whatnot. But how do you stop from doing that, I guess, in regard to getting burnt, in regard to the lack of production when you put up the Benjamins?
I mean, I think they felt like Deebo was done.
Okay.
And we're going to find out.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a change of scenery
I'm
is
leaning
what
there,
it means.
How about you?
That he's done?
Yeah. If he can't be what he was, I think now you're telling me you got to go be Jerry Rice or John Taylor and do it with your hands and not the jet sweeps and all the good stuff that you were a part of the football world, one of the most popular players there was. That's kind of just vanished, and I want to know why. Is it lack of blocking? I don't know.
Well, what I'll say is if he can't do it in Washington,
then okay,
that's going to be his last stop. Right. I don't think he's going to have another job if he doesn't perform with the Commanders because, to be fair, I mean, this team was just in the NFC Championship. This team was a game away from making the Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback, and I know that their weapons are not much to write home about, but Jaden Daniels, I think, to me, already looks like one of, if not the best quarterbacks in the NFC. Okay. You have a running back room that is, I think, fitting for Deebo because he does a little bit of everything. Yeah. And honestly, the role that he's going to play in Washington is very similar to the one that he was supposed to play in San Francisco, which is McLaurin being the Brandon Aiyuk. And he's supposed to be the number 2.
And he had mastered that for a few years, Deebo did. So I think he went to a great spot. How about that? But how about this? Am I wrong, Evan, to think the Niners really must think he's done to send him to a division foe? I mean, not division foe, a conference foe that was just in the NFC Championship game?
I don't know how much I make of that. I mean, it's not like What I make of it is there was only a few places that would take Deebo Samuel, and all of those places are connected to the 49ers. That was Adam Peters, who was with the Niners and is now GMing the Commanders, and I think the other place that was rumored to be a destination for Deebo was Houston with D'Amico Ryans, who's previously, and Bobby Slowick, maybe most importantly, their OC, who has got a hoard of riches in the wide receiver room. I think what that means is the rest of the league is not high on Deebo. And the fact you could only get a 5th-round pick pushes that narrative even more. You know, the league is waiting for Deebo to say he's not done because everyone else around the NFL, I think, thinks what the Niners think.
Yeah, man, that's interesting. And now it's about the R word, Evan. How do you replenish? You know, is this going to be that package that Deebo had for him devised and he had mastered for many years as a Niner? You know, where do those plays go to and who do they go to? You know what I mean? So maybe if it's not Kyle's fault or the blocking, maybe that scheme was just outdated. The league had figured out Deebo where, you know, in regard to alignments or whatnot. So maybe this gives. I'm kind of guessing. I don't believe it, but I'm trying to think. You know, everything that's on the chessboard. Maybe Kyle. Not that he. What word am I looking for? There was no pressure to get Deebo the ball because Deebo had earned that contract and was a monster. But I do wonder now if that gives Kyle some breathing room to do other things to not go away from maybe what was working to appease Deebo in that package per se.
100%.
It was not working.
Now we got Joe Shasky in the booth.
I'm not, listen, now I'm going to tell Joe this because he knows. You made it, right?
No, I missed my first shot.
I saw you miss. I thought you put it back.
No, the guy.
Well, pull up a chair.
You look like
you
a Flint Tropic right now.
Hey, yeah.
I don't know if we got a third. Well, we got one back here. How about this? We got a break in 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
We got a break in 3 minutes.
Look at this.
TJ.
Tim Jordan, man. This dude, the extraordinaire.
Oh, my God.
We get Shasky, baby.
Yeah.
Evan, back to just my failure real quick.
By the way,
it wasn't a full court game.
When can I break the news to Steiny? Or do you want to do it?
No, he can do it.
Okay. All right.
The only news I was going to break is if I won.
Can I defend Guru?
Yeah, of course.
Because here's the real deal, is that some of these guys duck the competition and they strategically place themselves in the back next to significantly worse shooters.
I was going third.
Well, first up, I went first too.
They made him.
What?
I went down there to interview.
Well, they made me go 1-2, which is fine.
Yeah.
Look, it's part of knockout, right? Like you could win and lose to anyone. This is not a indictment of your skill set.
Thank you.
I'm just being real.
I really can ball.
I said to Grandy, I go, Grandy, if you want to go one-on-one, I'll take you anytime, any place, anywhere.
All day,
anytime, any place, anywhere.
All right.
Anywhere. All right? Just because you can play well in a knockout game at 26 years old doesn't mean me and you one-on-one or 3-on-3 or 5-on-5.
Yeah.
I mean, Guru, you and I play actually a lot of ball together. There's a sophistication to playing real basketball that is not required in knockout. That being said, Grandy's really good at knockout.
Okay, no doubt.
He's good at making free throws.
I'll just say
That's what I'm saying. He is. And he hustles.
I got a mind of old killers on the hardwood from the Union, and they're laughing as if that was a full court game. You embarrassed you. It's a free throw.
Yeah,
that
tell
are
your
important.
boys to chill.
Don't act like I was out here getting cooked on D and wasn't giving you the business. I'm hurt that I lost.
But you know what? You're not the only one, because I did too.
Why did it tease me? It rolled around.
Because that's life.
What was the putback? Who was that? Joe Barry?
I don't know. Honestly,
did you see
I blacked out on your behalf.
What happened?
Like the Golden State Warriors this year.
Like the ball was.
You know what you should do? You should pull a Deebo and have a podcast about it.
Oh, look at boy, man.
Well, he's available.
But I was going third. We're having some technical difficulties, and he goes like, "Just go first." No,
it's like
funny. Making love. You want everything to be right.
It's so funny
Don't
watching.
Rush me.
I watched Carter, Bonte, Sam Spadoni, and Cunningham.
Shot air ball.
Well, I mean, yeah. I'm not even going to say anything. But my point being is, they strategically place themselves way back in the line against significantly lesser
better. Thank you, Seth.
All right, we are going to take a break and come back. We got more of the second annual 957 The Game knockout competition.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, we got Guru Shasky here in the booth. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. We'll be back after this. Stay tuned right here. You can watch it all on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First North Cal Credit Union. That segment sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. popped up. Yeah. He missed the first free throw. Second free throw is up, in and out. And Guru, for a second consecutive season,
it's over.
Has been eliminated.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Goo. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. One and done. Well, that was the unfortunate recounting.
Shasky's made me feel better, though, man. I appreciate it.
Why is Dib so happy? That's such a haterade line. You see the inflection in his voice. Both him and Steiny
because I'm still playing full court.
It's unreal how happy they get out of your misery.
I felt bad for you, man. I'm sorry.
Evan, I was supposed to go in the third. When does that get old?
Stop making excuses, Gil.
All right, but what about the ball?
We were just doing
I
it
had the
before
soft
the
leather
break.
ball. I know. He way to stab me in the back. Dude, wait, lights, camera action. I'm going to tell the truth. I know, you're right.
They've both
Dude,
been eliminated.
my buddies act like it was a game, a full court game. Stop. It was a free throw.
I will defend Guru. I've played full court hoops with him. He's a power forward. He's a player. I would love to play 5-on-5 with Guru. Trust me.
Yeah, you
looks
got
like a Flint Tropic right now.
I mean, just look what's out there. I mean, come on, man. That's what hurts.
Evan, you're in the catbird seat over here. You could not lose today, no matter what.
No, I could not.
Look at him.
No, I do not need to be humbled.
Now, let me ask you
I wouldn't
this.
mind participating because I don't really care if I win or lose. I'm a terrible free throw shooter. I would have been one and done too.
Well, we were practicing. We're making some.
Yeah, I mean, I get mine in, but no, some of these people actually know how to shoot. Now, I think Spadoni advanced.
Evan?
Mark
Point
Grandy
him out.
advanced.
Where?
Spadoni's jumper.
Willard advanced.
Let's just call it what it is.
Spadoni still in it?
Spadoni makes Bill Cartwright's jumper look silky.
How can I laugh? But I am. Yeah.
Hey, you guys don't remember the Bill Cartwright over the ear
That's
free
what
throws.
I tried to do on my layup.
I don't know what that was.
I was so hurt I missed it.
Yeah, well.
I mean, this competition is really just about how well you can make a free throw or not.
All right, let's do something. Let's just
also positioning
fun.
matters because if you miss and the person behind you stinks, you're going to stay in a lot longer.
All right.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So, for example, I missed. I had an
that.
easy little layup to put back in. Before I could even go up with it, dude iced one. And so it is what it is.
slide over a little.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Well, you've also been up Shasky since 3 a.m. Did you work out this morning, too?
Yes, I did. I'm exhausted, yes.
Dude,
and I'm hungry.
You did it this morning?
I always do.
Wow.
Yeah, we got softball starts on Wednesday.
Well, you play pickup at 5 a.m.
Yeah, no, I do 1 day a week. But if this dude is, and then Dibs tried to hate on me. They called you the best athlete at the station. Currently now, Friday.
I like it. All right.
And then I hit a 300-yard bomb, and then Dibs was like, it was 280, trying to rob me.
Whoa. It was 300.
That up.
And it wasn't yard, it was feet.
Feet.
Yeah.
No, I went yard.
Yeah.
No, we go yard.
I know what you meant. My bad. I wanted to make sure we clarified. Golf, though, I don't know. Mark looks like he hits the golf ball a long way.
Okay.
I'll give him that. He does look like he swings it. Carter is trying way too hard for a man who's 6'8".
Okay, look at him. My man.
Well, he actually played a little college ball.
Yes.
So
Carter?
Yes. Carter actually played. Well, he's 6'9".
I know he's huge. You know what I called him?
TFN.
He's the Meme Okur of the station.
Wow.
He's the stretch 5.
He wasn't bad. Okur could shoot.
Now, this is great.
I say that as a term of endearment.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
He was solid.
Hey, let me ask you guys, what's been the tone regarding Deebo Samuel?
It's funny you mention that. I feel like it's kind of similar to the tone of when we found out Klay Thompson was no longer on the team, got traded. To me, it's like, obviously, he's beloved, but the way that it ended leaves a little sour taste in people's mouths. And Klay's a better player, champion, all the rest. But to me, that's to me the kind of the sentiment of today. I don't know what you guys felt for the morning show.
Well, I think social media blinds how the real fans actually, who go to games feel. Because I do think it's different. I think there's a loud minority online, get this diva out of here. I think most Niner fans damn, last year was kind of garbage, and I don't love him podcasting. But damn, he was so good for so long. And he was kind of the face of the team. Who represents the Shanahan era outside of maybe Kittle or Warner better than Deebo?
No.
Toughness. I'm gonna run through you. Say a little less, even though he talked a lot. But let my play kind of do the talking.
And it was loud for a couple years.
He was a baller.
That contract. I remember, and I'm putting some respect on his name, when he was the Niner offense, and they went to Lambeau, they went to Dallas. Should have won the championship game where he went in for that touchdown up 10 points. Neither here nor there. there. My point is, I wonder if he's like a running back, Butch and Evan, to where he's reached the amount of carries, and that's why the fall off has happened. But he's in a good spot. But you can't tell me Kyle forgot how to get him off. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so
it felt predictable, Goo. Like this last year, every time that they got him the ball early in games, it reminded me, I guess, in a way, of the Klay Thompson thing, to go back to your metaphor.
4 shots.
Yeah. And it just felt like, are we trying to prove that Deebo's still good, or are we trying to run good offense?
I mean, to me also, like, you can make a case in that season, the 21 season, he saved a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
He also got Mike McDaniel a head coaching job. I mean, Mike McDaniel is renowned. And look, he's a brilliant mind and clearly was going to be a head coach at some point. But for it to happen that fast, I think people attribute Deebo becoming a scat back with Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
He was the one that figured out how to use him like that. And so, in a way, Deebo Samuel's responsible.
Carter is out. Sorry. Carter is out.
Got eliminated.
Does that make me a hater that I want everybody from the station
I'm with you. I want Reggie Miller to win. This guy right here.
Randy just made it, Evan, and I'm like, I wanted him to miss.
Well, he's my roommate. I can't have him.
How is Willard still in? I thought he got knocked out.
Willard did. He's cheating.
He got knocked out. How's he back in?
Was he warming up?
How's he back in?
I can't wait to get to the bottom of this.
Second life.
I mean, what is this?
No, he just knocked out somebody else. Plus, if Spadoni wins this.
It's Willard.
He has got one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Yes, he did. Oh, man, he was
Spadoni. Look at Hart.
Hey, we got a couple tryhards out here.
Yeah, no, Lucas's dad.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Last one on you guys.
Yeah.
It feels like the Niners, without admitting it out loud, they're going through a reset, rebuild, like whatever you want to call it. I know the NFL, you don't rebuild for 10 years. You don't rebuild for 5 years like you do in baseball.
List, Joe.
Oh, my God. I mean, think about it. They need like 6 new starters on defense at minimum. At minimum. And if you lose Dre Greenlaw and Deebo Samuel in the same offseason, as well as Ufunga, no matter how injured he was the last couple years,
there's a price in that.
You're losing a lot of your identity.
Your fabric.
I think Juice might be on the cutting table at some point here.
I mean, he took a pay cut last year, so it's like he's already probably in the crosshairs.
I don't know. I think that this is a huge offseason for the Niners.
Spadoni's out. He shot an air ball.
Spadoni's out. Oh, look at how happy you are.
Oh, Willard's moment.
Well, I think everyone's happy because Spadoni, of course, wore a Kobe jersey to the knockout competition.
I'm so happy.
Look at Rodney Rogers here with the lefty shot.
It's going to be one of these two dudes.
But Dibs, Butch, let me just tell you this about your Niners. The Niners. Evan, you tell me what you think.
She's got a good shot.
There's a price for what they built.
is too much.
And they should have had a Super Bowl.
Well, of course.
You outplayed the Chiefs 6 of 8 or 7 of 9 Super Bowl quarters. That's neither here nor there. There's a natural price to be paid physically. And you're paying that now. And what hurts to me is I don't know what next year has in order. But you could have had one, and you feel different about painting the other side of the house after you did the first part great.
Do you remember the first Super Bowl?
That was a bad analogy.
No. Do you remember the first one? Who was their best offensive weapon in that game? Not who should they have gone to. Who was their best weapon in game? The first
I want to say Kittle or Mostert.
Deebo.
Yes.
Deebo
had like 70 yards. Yep. Like 9 catches, 70 yards. And he had 3 carries for like 55 yards. He was their second leading rusher. And they did go away from him. And it did. They never got back to those jet sweeps.
Honey Badger said, I wanted to send the Niners a gift basket every time they went away from the run in that Super Bowl. That's a defender saying that. He said that. So why would you go away from where you were just pounding them?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's funny because if you have one of those 2 Super Bowls, we look at this day. Well, number one, I don't know if this day happens this early with Deebo leaving the 49ers, but we look at his legacy completely different.
100%.
You know, I don't know about you, Shasky. I don't look at him as an all-time 49er. I look at him as one of the more beloved ones from this era. But let me ask you, he has a ring, he is.
Let me ask you on all-time, because everyone has a different algorithm.
Yeah.
I go back to 1946, the origination of this team. They've been around for 8 decades. I have 9 receivers as all-time receivers, and I have him as one of them.
Yeah.
Okay? Gene Washington, Billy Wilson, Freddie Solomon. I threw John Taylor in because of the championships.
Okay.
But John Taylor never carried an offense the way Deebo did.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
And so T.O., R.C. Owens, obviously Jerry Rice, and Dwight Clark. Those are my guys. And I threw Deebo in there. Now, for some, they're laughing at what I'm saying. And that's fine. Like, they only have maybe 3 or 4 receivers in their all-time list. But that's what I've got, and I got him in there, and I think it's appropriate because when I look at what he did as a Niner in terms of winning huge playoff games, you referenced the Dallas game, the Green Bay game where they couldn't muster any offense in the snow.
We are down to the final 2, by the way.
No, what about the Seattle playoff game?
No. It's down to Mark Willard and Mark Grandy.
What about the Seattle playoff game where Deebo had, I think, 40 yards rushing, 133 yards receiving, and like 9 catches and a 70-yard touchdown in that game? What about the NFC Championship game against Detroit? He had some monster playoff moments.
Wow.
Week 18 against the Rams, 2021, ran through and caught a touchdown.
Do you think physically he's done, Butch?
Oh, God.
I think he's got one more year in him.
He went back-to-back, Grandy.
And Grandy has won it again. There's also no one else that is sweating as more than Mark Grandy.
Trying so hard.
Yeah. But he has won it again, so congratulations to Mark Grandy.
That's better than Willard winning. I'll take the Grandy twice.
I think Willard's hurt.
Yeah, he's a little older. That's for sure. But Mark Grandy, spry legs, clear eyes.
Good for him.
Full heart.
So, Butch, where do you guys go? Devontae Adams?
No, I don't want any more diva wide receivers.
Okay,
What are we talking about?
Wow.
Well, we run the ball.
I mean, you get Brandon Aiyuk.
Dude, come on, bro. Serious,
Sorry.
Man.
No, I'm like, look, Brandon Aiyuk's a good player, but when you pay a guy premium money, he better be a premium player, as we've learned with Bosa, Trent Williams, even CMC. And so if you're just a good player, which I don't think that's a knock, you're a really good player, but you're not a premium player, I'm not here for the shenanigans, the holdouts, all that stuff. Like, the juice was never worth the squeeze for me, and I said it all last offseason. But they missed their boat on trading him.
Man. And I guess when it was all said and done, he won because now he's in a good spot, man.
Ayuk?
Yeah, no, Deebo. The fact that they sent him to Washington.
I think he's got one more good year.
You guys want to get down there for the group picture they're taking?
Not really.
No. I wasn't in the last year.
That's his way of telling me to leave the studio.
No, I was asking both of you, honestly. I didn't know if you wanted to be in there.
Let me throw this out to both of you guys. The Brock Purdy thing. Why are we all afraid to address it? Everybody's like, oh, you got to pay Brock Purdy. Or what? Or what? Or what?
I'm gonna tell
3
you,
teams are going to line up to trade for him?
What then do you have?
No, you have the franchise tag in your back pocket. And if he doesn't want to sign a more than team-friendly deal.
That would be a circus, though.
Why?
I think
from the owner saying we're about to have him reset the market, what you do, that's a great point. But
he's not going to play?
No, it ain't that. It's just
I wouldn't.
This dude was supposed to be the next. And, I almost
he's
feel
a
like
really good player.
Half of whatever he gets paid, if they pay him, Joe, is for what he's already done. That NFC Championship on the fly.
But that's how you got in trouble with Deebo. That's how you got in trouble with Quan Alexander. And I mean, we can go right down the list. Eric Armstead.
How far is Bosa off before we say something about that? This is a big year for him.
We also found out that Deebo his clock was ticking. Like, his body had been burnt. I mean, he's 29 years old.
He plays. He's like 35. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you also got to judge him as a running back. And running backs typically die at the age of 28.
Yeah.
So, to me, you are paying for, yes, above average top 10 quarterback play, but you're paying with the hope that he can also get better because he's age 25. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So to me, that's why you pay him. Also to avoid what I think kind of derailed this offseason, which was a bunch of holdouts of guys just trying to get paid and not really caring about football first.
They got $66 million in dead cap, and that's before the Javon Hargrave stuff for this year.
Yeah.
Ah, man, I'm looking at some of these Jared Goff numbers, and he's going to be due $70 million. He has a cap hit of $70 million next year.
Yeah.
Not this 2025, the year after that.
Right.
And if we're staring that down the barrel with Brock Purdy, I'm sorry. Like, that frightens me. Not that I don't like him. I like him. He deserves a pay raise. But why does everyone have to reset the market, I guess is my question. Why is there no middle ground?
I mean, that's a question for the Almighty. It's like, what I do know is that every year that the cap goes up, Brock Purdy's cap percentage will come down.
That's true.
But you're going to have to make more decisions like the one they did with Deebo Samuel.
Exactly.
And I don't know how many players you're going to have in the future that are as easy of decisions to make to get off of. Like Deebo, in my opinion, was on the chopping block, clear cut, obvious. You get rid of him, and you save some money down the line. But in the next year, is it going to be Jawan Jennings, who appears to be a good player?
Yeah.
But he's a one now until Ayuk comes back, and that's scary to me.
Are you going to have to get off of Kittle? sooner rather than later.
He's a lifer.
Well, you'd think that, but maybe because of your quarterback.
And I don't got to tell Shasky nor you, Evan. The best position to me in sports, I used to think it was shortstop in baseball, but sorry, it's the quarterback position for the NFL.
Yeah,
Joe Montana, Steve Young, Tom Brady.
I mean, even if you're Dan Orlovsky, it pays well.
But you talk about just the prestige that goes into that announcement of us paying our quarterback whatever amount of money. There's prestige in that because you're telling the world we're in love.
Well, let me ask you this.
And people were in love with Brock, and I'm just asking you, Butch, as a diehard fan, do you have question marks? Because I'm being real. After last year, I do.
Dude, I do too. But Elliot, do I want to lose him? No, I want to keep him. But there's no, I feel like in these conversations, there's no like middle ground. Like, hey, dude, I really like you. I think you deserve a massive pay grade. I just don't think the Trevor Lawrence deal is a smart deal.
Yeah.
I don't like the Justin Herbert deal. And I like Justin Herbert, but I understand there's a cost of doing business to get in the game, kind of like a real estate thing.
Yeah.
But going to that real estate analogy, Fresno property ain't the same as Huntington Beach property, right? And so I just wish there was some middle ground in these quarterback conversations. I look at the Dak Prescott cap hit this year, $90 million.
And it's the most
You're done as a
absurd
team.
contract.
It is.
Well, let me ask you what you thought of Lynch when he said, well, hopefully we'll get things done when it came to Purdy. That kind of like, I'm a word guy. I was like, well, hold on. I thought this was supposed to be what I was supposed to be doing, a layup out here. What was that?
Don't you think they learned their lesson?
But what does that mean?
No, I don't think they learned the lesson from that perspective. To me, I think they hitched their wagon to this guy a long time ago.
Because he saved their asses. Let's put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco.
And I think they
how
realize,
much of that do you owe them already?
I think they realize whatever's left in their job is going to be tied to him. That I sink or swim with him.
That I agree with.
But
You're not
think
getting
he's
another
ask
quarterback
for the house?
No.
What?
It's so funny. He looks like the guy next door. Oh, he'll take a home thing.
No, he's not going to do that.
I look at him, he don't wear Gucci. What do you think he's going to ask for?
Look, everyone gets mad when you bring up the negatives, but when you go into these like arbitration meetings, for example, in baseball, they're going to bring up your negatives. And some of your negatives are, dude, you have had shoulder injuries.
Boy.
You have had an elbow injury.
Okay.
You're not huge. You do need talent around you, which we all, like, who doesn't? Everyone in the league does.
Right.
And so, no, you can't get the full bag. And also, you had one, just amazing year, followed up by what did you guys think his year was this year? It was okay.
It was fine.
It gave me question marks.
It wasn't bad.
Yeah,
it wasn't good, though.
There you go. But so that being said, when I look at the Trevor Lawrence deal, it's like he hasn't put up any good years. And I look at that amount of money they've given him. I'm a great player contract. And I don't think Trevor Lawrence is a great player currently.
Wow, man.
But Brock Purdy
has been better than Lawrence.
He's really good. He's not great.
And there
yes,
Evan.
Exactly.
And really good
How much
quarterbacks
is that worth?
Get paid.
Yeah.
That's just,
But Dak is a good regular season quarterback. He's nothing. He's a failure in the playoffs. Didn't stop him from
really
getting 2 contracts.
In the regular season.
Yeah.
He's a winner.
But that's a problem when you can't translate your play into the playoffs. What am I really paying you for?
Well, why are the Baltimore Ravens paying Lamar Jackson if he can't get past the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yeah, but God, he's so damn good.
I agree. He's incredible.
He's so good.
I just make that point to say it's
a good point.
Because Brock Purdy, and I know he doesn't play in that conference. It would probably be a different conversation if he did. But he doesn't have to beat all those quarterbacks. He's just got to beat, apparently, Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts.
Well, and let's talk about Jalen Daniels.
I got a crush on that
Jalen Hurts.
Hurts.
Jalen Hurts interesting. I thought that contract was absurd.
Yeah,
me too. And he played a very subpar Ram game in the snow.
They should have lost. They did.
Well, could have lost is the way I would put it.
I could have won knockout.
Well, look at you. But he played spectacular in the final 2 games.
He
did.
Start running perfect.
Let me ask you this, though. How much better was Jalen Hurts in this most recent Super Bowl than Brock Purdy was in the preceding Super Bowl?
I didn't think Brock was all that great. I watched it like 3 or 4 times. Not that he was horrible. I don't want to make like he's horrible. Yeah. He made a couple of really nice plays.
Throw.
But there were a couple of, I thought, rush decisions by him.
Yeah.
And I thought some of his, even when they showed the audio, like Shanahan's like, throw here. I think it was CMC. And he's throwing the hot route. I don't know what the answer is on some of those plays. Those boom, boom plays, ball gets tipped at the line.
And that's happening
But they needed him to make a couple plays outside of structure. And that defense was so good. I just don't think many quarterbacks quarterbacks could have made plays in that one.
And that's why
I thought he was okay.
Yeah.
I give
What'd you
Stoney
think?
the win.
I thought Purdy was fine, but I also thought Jalen Hurts was fine. He made one or two plays.
And it was incredible.
And that's all he needed to do because the Chiefs were completely in disarray.
Well, that game was a blowout. Yes, I would agree.
And he ran when he needed to
that's
run.
my point.
It was perfect.
We're looking at these quarterbacks, and I'm not saying that the Eagles are the blueprint all of a sudden anymore. But what I'm saying is that Brock Purdy has shown that he's got stones in the postseason. Has he had a great game? Maybe the first one he had against the Seahawks is probably the best one he's played statistically. But he didn't ruin their chances to win a Super Bowl. I think you can win that way, and that's why you reward him. I think Jalen Hurts is the example. But what if I said win that way?
What if I said to you they won that way with a loaded roster around him and him making $1 million? It's a lot harder. Not saying it can't be done, but it is a lot harder when you're making 60, 70.
It is,
right? And so that now the question becomes, how many draft picks do you have? How much do you trust them to nail those? Because unless you're going to get Nakobe Dean and Jalen Carter, because those guys are making nothing right now, relative, right? Those guys are studs. And I give the Eagles credit here. And with Jalen Hurts, he threw a couple of dimes in that Super Bowl. In stride to A.J.
Let's
over
be
the
honest,
top.
he played well enough to beat Kansas City the first Super Bowl.
I thought he was
had
awesome.
the fumble. He had the game-changing
Yeah, the fumble was bad. He was awesome.
But he was awesome still. So that's like, you try to take that away. But this is why I said I give our guy Stoney the win. Last summer, Butch, after a great season, after the Super Bowl, his warp mind, I'm calling you warp, Stoney, saying, I want to see Brock without the weaponry. And I'm sitting there like, we'll never see that. Nobody's going to get hurt. And lo and behold, we got the big platter of it. And I'm asking you, is that fair to judge him when everybody was away from the team? Aiyuk,
you need playmakers. Now, can you rise above it for a game or two? Like, that's a different question. I look at like Justin Herbert last year. He had a great year, and then they ran into a buzzsaw. I didn't think they had enough playmakers. Not that Justin was great, but
I mean, he threw 4 picks in a playoff game, so it's I mean, the rest of the season I can't put on him, but that game I can.
Okay. Well, I viewed it maybe not like through a Chargers lens. I'm just saying it's Ladd McConkey and who?
Nobody.
It's right. It's tough.
But that's a situation that the preceding front office created.
Okay.
If you get him something this offseason, we'll have a different. My point is the Niners, I don't think that they're that far away from the playoffs. Like if I'm looking at a best case scenario for this season, you look at how the Rams were able to get things done. Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
When everyone wrote them off, they were counted for dead, just a lot of young guys, and they basically were ahead of schedule. That's where I hope the Niners can be. Like, to me, having a bounce-back year like from 2020 to 2021 where you make the NFC Championship, that's going to be really difficult.
Really
that's going to be hard. But can you get into the postseason and just sneak in? That, to me, that is the goal for this group.
I know. I like that. I like where your head is at. But they nailed some great picks. Like Kyron was a nice draft pick. Puka was clearly a grand slam. And then obviously
their defensive lineman,
Byron Young. And then the very next year you followed up with Fisk and what's his name? Come on, Verse. Excuse me, Jared Verse. Yeah. They did a great job. And they have this linebacker that nobody's ever heard of. I mean, but look at Philly. I had never heard of Bond until this year. Had you?
No, no one had because he was playing in New Orleans.
He was amazing. I didn't see that coming. Oh, God. Anyway, boys, I'm going to get out of here and go some lunch. Everybody's leaving. I'm sorry to sabotage you.
No, you're good.
I love you
both.
both.
Merrier.
And Goo, I got your back.
Yeah.
You both got knocked out right away.
It don't matter when you got me. I guess it does, but I love you. That's my guy right there.
Yeah, if you want to call in with any words of solace for one Daryl the Guru Johnson, the number is 888-957-9570. We are going to dig deeper into this Deebo Samuel trade that happened over the weekend. I think it's important for a few reasons, but I'll throw this question out if you want to answer it. Get in on the conversation again, 888-957-9570. How will you remember Deebo Samuel? Good, bad, or indifferent? When I say Deebo Samuel, what kind of comes to mind? Because I think it's interesting, the amount of answers that we've heard from our text line, from our YouTube chat. Call in, let us know. We're happy to take your call. And, of course, we are wrapping up our second annual Knockout Challenge here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy, back-to-back champion. Joe Shasky and Guru, not as much. All right, on the other side.
Hey!
Again, I'm sorry. I had to take a cheap shot on the way back.
Wow, dude.
Evan
not
Giddings
my man.
Yeah, Matt's time. Matt's. I'm sitting in his chair, so I got to do that for him. We'll back after this on 95.7 The Game.
He went back-to-back, Grandy.
And Grandy has won it again. There's also no one else that is sweating as more than Mark Grandy.
Trying so hard.
Yeah.
But he has won it again, so congratulations
That's
to
better
Mark
than
Grandy.
Willard winning. I'll take the Grandy twice.
Mark Grandy, spry legs, clear eyes. Good for him. Full heart. Yeah, it's going to be a rough 24 hours for you, buddy.
Who?
You.
Oh, why are you bringing old stuff up? I was in a good mood now. So now I need you to just let it all out.
Oh, that was my parting shot.
Why did it kiss the rim like 3 times?
I'm not going to lie. The putback was the putback was the one that killed you.
That was.
Not everybody makes the free throw behind you. You got to have the follow up. Yeah,
I hear you.
I mean, it's kind of like like Kevon Looney. Just sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, you had 4 offensive rebounds. That's all right.
So we'll have a new World Series champ. A new NBA champ.
We will not have a new knockout champ.
Before I get a chance to get another crack at it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I'll have another birthday. You will too. Another bad
We're all going to be a year older. What, have you seen the movie Happy Gilmore?
It's one of the greatest.
Okay, so in the beginning, when Happy's trying out for hockey, he doesn't make the team, and immediately he goes into the batting cage and just starts taking baseballs off the chest, screaming 364 more days until tryouts.
I love it, man. That's where I'm at, E. Did you tell Snotty? I'm glad he's not here.
I did. Yeah. I did. Well, he's here in spirit because he sent a message in.
Oh, boy.
I can read it. Or
okay, you read it to me.
Quote, unquote, oh, no, in all caps, exclamation mark.
Oh, boy.
And there's... I don't want to read it in his voice, but I know he was rooting for you, but it isn't as if he's someone that doesn't take pleasure in something like that.
Another failure by the goo.
It's unacceptable. Over under 2.5 minutes on Monday when he's back next week that he brings it up. It might be the first thing. I'm going to be honest.
No, honestly?
Yeah.
The fact Grandy won it again kind of... I don't know. I don't know why I feel better.
I felt like I was watching a replay last year with the events that we just saw. It happens.
Well, can I ask you something really that's on my mind?
Talk to me.
Had I won, a 50-year-old man walking around with that trophy, bragging as if I dropped 40.
It's not a real trophy.
I know, but like I dropped 40 at Madison Square, would you have felt sorry for me if I took it that serious? Because I'm thinking... I would have. It would have been plastered everywhere. So maybe I wasn't. You know what I mean, Evan? It wasn't a full court game, people. I missed my free throw, and I thought it was going in, and they gave me the prison ball. That wasn't the soft leather that we had been practicing with. No excuses, E.
Someone on YouTube said you were looking for Wilson, but they gave you Spalding. That's brutal.
That's a 4.
That's brutal.
Yeah, you got to know ball to understand.
If I'm going to be honest, look, all right, Daryl the Goober Johnson was eliminated, one and done, first round of knockout, second year in a row. The thing is, if you had won the entire thing, I would have been impressed. I would have been happy for you.
Yeah.
But shout out Tribe Called Quest. The award tour would have gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and that's where I would have been embarrassed. And we got the man Bonte Hill.
Yeah, Bonte Hill in the house.
I'm a little embarrassed too. I barely touched the rim on that last free throw.
I called you out on one.
I know. Well, I saw the. It's just amazing how when I'm involved, the film goes out in 2.5 seconds. But if I want to cut from the show to get out on the interwebs, it takes 2.5 days. So it just lets me know that people want to see me get embarrassed, and that's okay. That's okay.
It's just not me then, Evan.
It's not just you. No, we're victims. All of a sudden, social media, we don't have the Twitter login. We don't know how to get into Instagram. We need a show cut. But all of a sudden, I was rolling early. So my warm-up, I had made 7 out of 8. But that's the problem. Last year, I didn't warm up, and I made the final 4.
That's beautiful. My man said, because I said, B's rolling.
Oh, I thought I was rolling.
Everybody's got
But thanks for coming out, though.
Evan should have been out there shooting me too. But I get it. You had to play the Steiny role today.
Yeah.
You know, well, and that's honestly, I am gutless. I mean, I don't mind the fact that I didn't have to be out there because I would have embarrassed myself like everyone else. But I didn't have to do that today because I was up here. So I get to be the one that hides behind the microphone. And not everyone has the luxury to do that. Like, they put you up front, Goo. They put you up front, B.
third. I was supposed to go third.
They set you up.
Yeah.
They set you up.
I'll take responsibility. We had some tech issues on my end. And they threw me out there, and I didn't.
No, they set you up. They set you up, and I should have been shooting behind Sam Lubman or Joe Spadoni, who was bricking. And sometimes in the game, a knockout, but the strategy, because I'm sitting there clapping for the ball while Spadoni and Joe Cunningham are one of our sales directors. They're scrambling for basketball. I'm like, yo, I'm a rhythm shooter. I'm a rhythm shooter like Klay Thompson coming off a flare screen. I needed a rhythm, man. Come on. And so I'm waiting there at the free throw line. I iced myself out, Guru. You can't be at the free throw line for more than 10 seconds. Ask Giannis Antetokounmpo about that.
No, I mean, guys, but this is where I am selfish.
Bonte go full Deebo.
I really am hater of the year.
It bothers me. No, I'm not going to lie, Evan. When you get out there, you think it's all fun and games and all the listeners, and then you start rolling, you're like, listen, I don't like losing Dad wake up or the wake me up dad game to my daughter. I don't like losing to her. She's only 4 years old. So maybe I need to check myself and go to therapy or something.
No, I need to check myself too because I live with the guy who has now won back-to-back knockout championships.
And he's not a real
And I can't stand it.
No, he's not a talker. Those are the worst, aren't they?
No, he's not a talker, but he still lets you know that he's the champ, which is worse than not talking. It's smug. It's worse than what we saw.
Let it out. Let me know where you stand.
At the Oscar ceremonies. There is a ton of smug. People got to act like they're not mad that they lost. And everyone knows that the winner is up there saying these fake words and being falsely humble. This is what I got to deal with at home for the next 364
But at least he left the trophy in the studio. I don't know what he'll do with the second one.
That bothers me too. Because we got to look at the trophy every single day, knowing that it doesn't belong to us.
It's not even a trophy.
I pass it every day.
The guys who don't talk bother me. I don't know why. At least you go with it. I'm talking. You say Guru would have been taking a 2-week victory lap. I would have taken a 12-month victory lap. You would have heard about it every single week. So Grandy not talking about it, it bothers me even more that he just has that smile like
he talks
knockout. You can't even bring up the word knockout around him. We could be talking boxing, Tank Davis against Lamont Roach, and you say knockout, and you're going to have flashbacks to
I'm going to call him Drake from here on out, back to back.
Wow.
I don't know if he wants that moniker.
Can I tell you two just briefly last night what happened when I really thought I had a prophecy I won. Sheet at Warriors World sent me this sick Steph Bang Bang tank top. Because I was thinking, I got to be fitted.
Yeah.
And I said, I'll go Janet Jackson. All black, Johnny Cash. So I was looking good. I felt like it. I warmed up. Evan was right there.
Well, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and I got to show you, I haven't been on there. I'm looking now. Chicago Jason saying free throws are like division games. They're different. Hashtag Bonte. That's good material, man. That's what I missed. That's good material.
I love that.
All right, man.
Your thoughts on Deebo? We're up here with Shasky just left us. What is your...
I mean, it had to be done. It had to be done. It had to be done. I think he lands in a perfect landing spot for him. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, NFC East. Dude, he's got Terry McLaurin. Yeah. He's got Brian Robinson Jr., Austin Eckler if he comes back. I'm not sure if he's a free agent or not, but he played well there. Yeah. And Daniels could play that street football, that off-script game that Deebo excels at. It's a perfect landing spot for him. The Niners get up that contract early. Now the salary cap is all nuanced, and we don't know what's what when it comes to details. But he asked for a trade, and after last season, I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan needed to basically say, you know what, we'll honor your request.
So are you concerned? I was asking Evan and Shasky about who's the one, B.
I'm not concerned yet.
You're not concerned?
Free agency hasn't started.
So Devontae Adams, you're like,
he come home.
Shasky said I'm out on Deebo.
Well, you know what? Listen, Shasky, I love Shasky, but he thinks it's a bunch of choir boys playing the pro sports. Okay, right. There's going to be drama.
Killers.
The Philadelphia Eagles had A.J. Brown reading books on the sidelines, okay? How did they do?
Going off.
How did they do? Yeah. Travis Kelce pushed Andy Reid in the Super Bowl last season for not getting the ball. How did that end up? So this is pro sports, folks. Yeah. This ain't your high school football team where everybody just be quiet and be nice to everybody. I don't care. I want drama. I want all that stuff because these diva wide receivers, it's a bad moniker. They just want to impact football games. And if Devontae wants to come to San Francisco, who the hell are the Niners to say, you know what, we're good off of Devontae. He could beat you on one-on-one. He could win all his routes. He wins at 50-50 balls. Who the hell would say no to Devontae if he wanted to come here?
Evan?
That's silly.
No, Brandon Aiyuk because he'd be moved to the side. I mean,
that's fine.
I think that
and when is that day he'll be available?
Right, exactly.
Drama doesn't matter when you win, but when you go 6-11, drama does matter. I think drama was a part of this season. I think drama was a reason why Deebo Samuel is no longer on this football team. I think drama is why the Niners were known for being more of a circus this season than a winning football team. So, I don't have an issue. If they say no to Devontae Adams, I would understand. But what I think, and maybe what I take away from that is they need talent. Like they need players.
And he's a good player, right?
He is a good player. He still is a good player. I wonder what his fit would be with Brock Purdy. I wonder the fact that he needs the ball as much as he does, and this is a run-first offense. I wonder how that would work. But those are all questions you can figure out when you got talent. The Niners don't have as much talent as they used to have, and Kyle Shanahan's shown you that when he doesn't have the most talented team, generally you don't have a great chance to win football games. So
I'm not worried yet. The draft hasn't happened. Free agency hasn't opened up yet. There's no reason to freak out right now. There's no reason to freak out about what Brock Purdy's going to get. Let's just wait till the contract's signed and let's see what the clauses are. Are there opt-outs after year 1, year 2, year 3? Or is the money front-loaded? Is it back-loaded? What's the base salary? We're all freaking out just to freak out right now. Let John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan cook. Haven't they built the bully? Yeah, I know they haven't won the Super Bowl, but damn it, they've been as close as anybody out there. So let them cook. Let them do their thing and reassess the offense.
Because it's time for a new meal, B.
It's time for a new meal. And you know what that meal is? I need speed, Guru. They were one of the slowest offenses last year without Christian McCaffrey, without Brandon Aiyuk. I need more speed on this offense to make it a little more dynamic.
Yeah, and I was just telling, go ahead, Evan.
Oh, no, I was just going to piggyback off that. They got to get back to Yak. I mean, that's what
they were the Yak brothers, and it was great. But I can't sit here and, not act like Deebo's a running back and ask myself, did all the hits that this dude, he was the offense. He was a one-man gang pre-McCaffrey. Evan, did it take its toll? Because why would the Niners, to me, not caring and getting the fifth back and sending them in your conference? The Niners are almost like, we know better than anybody. And I hope Deebo balls out. But it's telling me they ain't worried about any of that. If he was at the Randy Moss prime stage or prime Deebo.
Right.
I mean, you going to the AFC or we'll stick with you.
Well, the Raiders traded Randy Moss to the Patriots, AFC conference, right? We see a lot of interconference. I thought he was watched too. I told you the story, Evan. I don't know if you heard the story. I had a fantasy football draft that the one pick I had auto-drafted was Randy Moss. I had to draft Paulson. I threw a hissy fit. I said, I don't want Moss. He ended up scoring like 23 touchdowns that season.
Amazing.
So when people started
the ball.
They got there, but everything but the ball. So look, man, Deebo, Adam Peters, maybe the only guy who wanted to deal with John Lynch because he was from here and saying, you know what, we'll send you a 5th-round pick, which the 5th-round picks have been gold for the 49ers over recent memory under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan.
That's true. I mean, I think it's just it's NFL, not for long. Like that's Deebo Samuel in the last couple of seasons. It's, to me, you got to look at him like you look at a running back. It's you get a certain amount of totes and you're cooked. I hope that he can have a good year.
He's in a good spot, like he said.
I've thrown this at the guys. I'm curious what you think. I kind of look at it the way I looked at the Klay Thompson trade. It was mutually beneficial. Both parties ended up needing that for obviously different reasons. And Clay's a better Warrior than Deebo was a Niner. But Clay's in Dallas where he's supposed to be. The Warriors made their choice. They're both better off for it. And now they can go their separate ways and try and compete at their separate locations. So, to me, it reminded me a lot of that when I saw the news. And everyone might be surprised. Oh, they only got a 5th. Klay Thompson only got this. The Warriors only got that. The Niners got this back. To me, it's like this had to happen. And it's not an indictment on either party.
Well said, Evan. I couldn't say it better. It's the same thing with Clay, as you mentioned. Both parties needed to move on. Clay needed it for his mentals. The Warriors needed to move on and evolve with their basketball team. And I go back to yesteryear like the Giants did for so many years when they were winning championships and they tried to keep the Brandons around for a long time and whatnot. The Warriors needed to do it, and the Niners needed to do this because it was obvious last season, and it was obvious actually in the Super Bowl in Las Vegas when Deebo couldn't get off a press man. And it was like, you need a wide receiver and a separation yardage, right? The Niners wide receivers could not separate last season. So that's why I gave Brock Purdy an alibi saying, well, he's got nobody to throw to. You want him to fit in the tight windows? These guys aren't getting open. They're getting blanketed. And the jet sweeps that got sniffed out 3 years ago, Guru.
Yeah, you felt like 14 dudes were on defense.
Right.
Because they were waiting on it, Evan, and I'm just like, wow, man. But here we are. And I'll say this, Willard had brought it up, the Dibs too, and Stoney and Evan were talking about the Niners want to win the contract negotiations. And I go, you got to be careful because you want to win games, but if you take, what does that really get you, what it looks like?
It got you a mess last year.
Okay.
Trying to win the contract negotiations with Nick Bosa. The Bosa bros are about their business.
Man.
Get the damn thing done. But let me say this, Bosa's gotten the biggest pass over the last 2 years.
Not
when
here.
you're getting
paid the highest as any defender out there. And Nick Bosa showed his ass last season, too, with the whole Sunday Night Football stuff and not answering questions. I don't want to get political here, but Bosa hasn't lived up to his contract. Brandon Aiyuk wanted the deal done after the Super Bowl, and as you know, the receiver market blew up. The Niners played themselves. They shot themselves in the foot. So you should have moved off on one of them. Parag, Marate, Jed York and company, you got to stop worried about the negotiations. Negotiate a good deal, but get these players in the camp. Get the team right. And then all of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey, what about him? That contract doesn't look so good. It doesn't look good right now because he didn't play last year.
I'm scratching my head on Bosa. Like, I need to see. I told Evan before you walked up, like, Evan, I really need to see something from you.
The only big contract that they've quote-unquote won was the one they signed with Fred Warner. Of all the contracts that they've
George
won.
Kittle.
Kittle. Yeah, I mean, going back a long time.
Right.
And they're going to have to figure out his contract situation, by the way, too. But if you look at the last couple of years, Deebo Samuel, that's a loss based on his production. Nick Bosa, that's a loss. If you look at even, Brandon Aiyuk so far, that's a loss. Christian McCaffrey, lost year. Even Trent Williams is something. I know he's on the field, but he didn't play as well as he had in the past. So whether you want to make the case that they won the negotiations or they got the deal, it doesn't matter because the production on the field hasn't been worth the money that they paid these guys. So you have lost every single deal that you have made since you've made them. I would argue the last 3 offseasons.
I'm with you there. And real quick on Bosa, Baldy broke it down on the morning show a couple months ago. Because, when Bosa goes and gets backups, he doesn't dominate them. Like, he doesn't beat doubles, but even when backups are going one-on-one against him, Bosa doesn't make them pay for having a backup tackle. Wow. So Bosa needs to step his game up. And so, these contracts have burned them. It's put them in a tight spot, but let's not act like they're one of the bottom feeder teams in the league. They're going to be fine. They have a lot of talent. Fred Warner's going to be back, right? Yeah. Fred Warner, you still got Bosa. And
McCaffrey, too.
McCaffrey supposedly is going to be back. George Kittle's still on this roster. You got something with Dominic Puni. Yeah. Brock Purdy, I think, is a solid quarterback.
Pearsall. I like what I saw.
Pearsall. I like what I saw towards the tail end of the season. Juwan Jennings, a dog. Yeah. So you saw something in Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero. So it's not as, like, I look online sometimes. I was scrolling over the weekend. Everybody acts like it's doom and gloom. They're right there. Think about all the games they lost last year. The Rams at the end. Twice. Arizona. Late in the season. So
Seattle.
You let Geno Smith run down the field on you. So you're close to turning this thing around. They can be back in the hierarchy of the NFC with one good offseason here, but they got to knock out the draft.
You were praying that the Rams traded Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
I don't think that was ever going to happen.
I knew that. I was like, this
I wasn't. I
that was going to happen.
Look, I get it. Stafford beat him in the NFC Championship, but to me, I think Jimmy Garoppolo threw up on himself, and Jawashi's Hart dropped the pick that Stafford gave to you. He threw it away to you. So Stafford, I watched him on Thursday Night Football when they Rams won 12-6. Kyron Williams won that football game, and Brock Purdy threw that football game away.
So whether they had Stafford, they
would say
they were. They should have. And I was yelling with Shasky and Spadoni. They should have ran the ball on 3rd and 2 instead of dropping back to pass because you had the ball. And in that situation, kind of like the Niners in Super Bowl 54, why do you want to rush to score? I don't want Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley touching the field again. Get the first down, let the clock run, and keep the ball. So I thought they had it too in the snow.
It got sacked. Real quick, B, I know we don't want to keep you, but just give us a word take. I know you're working tonight. Forget Saturday. How worried about you? Because the Guru computer has exploded on this Kuminga thing when it looked like a lock, B. And I'm wondering, like, now we're running out of time, but Evan said it perfectly. He goes, I'm almost feeling bad for the kid because we want him back, and it's a contract year, but we want him back so he can get sprinkled with the euphoria that everybody else has under Butler. But what are you hearing? And every day, this ice swelling Slater was up. I'm like, oh, man. What
it was crazy, Goo and Evan, because last week, who they play last in their last home game? Was it Charlotte before they hit the road? It was Charlotte, right?
Kicked their butt.
And they kicked their butt. It wasn't even a game. Charlotte lost 3 straight games by 131 points.
A record.
NBA, they made the history books for the wrong reasons, right? But I heard that day Kuminga was practicing, and he looked phenomenal. He looked better than he did before he got injured in those 15 games, before the injury where he was averaging 20 and 6. People forget that on 50% shooting from the floor. They said he looked phenomenal in practice, and he should come back with no problem. Now we're hearing that he's not going to come back on the road trip. And that is concerning because, to me, he's the ultimate X factor.
There's no
If Kuminga comes back rolling like he was before the injury, then all of a sudden we can dream, Evan. Now all of a sudden we can talk about deep playoff runs and whether or not they could scare Oklahoma City or the LA Lakers or the Denver Nuggets. But if Kuminga's not ready to roll because you need that point of attack defender, Quentin Grimes, Kobe White, Kyrie Irving, Damian Lillard, who else? Aaron Holiday. These guys are getting 2 feet in the paint relentlessly. So Kuminga Kuminga's role on this team when he comes back, he's got to be that dog on Luka, on Jamal Murray, on these elite guards in the Western Conference. Because if they don't get anybody at the point of attack, guys like Quinn Grimes are going to quick, and they're going to be out quickly.
Bonte, he was eating. Man. I couldn't believe he ate that.
Oh, my gosh.
Grimes.
That was him. But you saw it on the first possession. He got right by Quentin post. And I looked at Fez. He was like, oh, man, you see how quick he looked? The Warriors looked like they were slow him. Like they were walking in molasses in the first half. And the non-Steph Curry minutes is something I'm watching tonight.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he went 12 for 15 to start the game and went 0 for 4 at the free throw line.
I mean, crucial was at the end. Like, dude, you're on fire. Not knockout.
I was telling Draymond, like, don't ask for the challenge. Put him at the free throw line.
I got knocked out quick, man. I ended up rooting for him.
You guys got to let that go.
I'm not going to let it go because they got the dude, Evan. As soon as I sat down from airballing, the video was out on Twitter.
Oh, they put it up?
Oh, my God. Like I said, Goo.
Oh, that ain't
I got a great take on the 49ers. They take 2 days to clip it and put the video up.
I didn't know that.
As soon as I got to my phone, there's 8 different notifications. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? I'm going to screw the ball into the 15th row.
Don't tell me. Man.
Keep it away from Festus and Mullen.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah, I got to go. Yeah, we got a 3 o'clock pregame show. We're early word, man.
It's going down.
It's going down. It's always good to talk to you boys, man. Goo, Evan, keep doing your thing, man. Evan's been cooked, by the way. Evan, this guy, I'm going to tell him, Matt Nahigan right now, you need to lock this kid up.
Yeah, no doubt.
Him and Grandy. We got young talent in the building. You can't let a guy like Evan Giddings walk out the building, man. He's cooking with hot grease. Every time I get in the car on the post-game show, I usually call Goo. I say, you know what? I got Evan on my radio down. I don't need to call Goo because Evan's cooking.
That's pretty good. We talk about you. Yeah,
a little bit. We're gassing you up a little bit.
Well, I just can't stand the fact that Grandy's got 2 knockout championships.
Yeah, that bothers me.
We're all salty in this booth for very different reasons. But
yeah, all right, guys.
All
right, B. Have a good call tonight.
Thanks, man.
Tell us how you really feel. That's what you love about Bonte, man.
Well, and that's where I got to be honest, too. I mean,
I didn't hear the Kuminga phenomenal. Had you heard that?
So that was – Kerr went to the podium pregame before the Charlotte game and said he had done 5-on-5s. And the tone of that pregame – I didn't have the same insight that Bonte did, but the tone of that pregame was that Kuminga was progressing to the point where you heard Slater saying, look at this. Like
tonight?
Yeah, look at midway through this road trip, which is right now. So I do agree, and that's why I'm hoping and praying that there wasn't a setback, because that's what he made it sound like with him icing his ankle after the game. Not even before the game, but after the game on Saturday in Philadelphia. Yeah. So that's where, to me, if there was a big loss, if there was the biggest loss of that game, it was the fact that Kuminga is going to be not here for an extra couple of games.
And you know, I mentioned our guy, Dr. Pangia, but we don't even need to be doctors to know, okay, said player was due back. He's not back. We hear ice swelling. Then you kind of, you know, there's a delay. You just wonder, you know, how much of a delay. Because, Evan, I think I can say it with all confidence right now. I didn't have confidence when I was out there. But Jonathan Kuminga, to Bonte's point, is needed. And, Evan, the sooner he gets back, the better we'll all be.
No doubt. All right. Well, congratulations to our Knockout Challenge winner, Mark Grandy, back-to-back years. You just heard from Goo and Bonte.
Shout out Drake and Grandy.
Yeah, their post-game interview.
Back-to-back.
We are going to continue to talk about the Warriors, also Deebo Samuel. If you want to get into the conversation, hop in, 888-957-9570. Also number 4, the text line. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Gruber Johnson, live at Chase Center. It was an awesome, well, for some of us, second annual Knockout Challenge. So thank you to everybody who participated. We'll go down the list of our favorites on the other side. Again, 888-957-9570. Steiny and Goo, Evan in for Steiny. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. All right, Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan in for Steiny.
Just call me Daryl.
Well, the thing that I hate, speaking of Daryl's, you can't be getting hate mail from the children.
Oh, man, the youngest said, why did you go first? Because the boss told me to go first. We had...
Lil D watched that?
Okay, Evan, what do you mean by that? Dude, I was looking and feeling good, man. Damn, E. Well, and it's nothing but a free throw. Like, I really can ball. And
that's what, at
my
least
friends
there's some
are having
solace
fun.
in that.
They're like, dude, that wasn't a bad 5-on-5 showing. My plus minus minus 17. I just missed a free throw, man.
And a layup.
But as you get older, these things mean more to you. E. What time are we out, man? Just an hour. You got to carry me. I broke my back.
Thank you, Pasta.
Congrats to Willard. Why didn't Dibley play? Willard went to the championship. But you lost. Nah, I love you, Will.
Yeah.
Why didn't Dibs participate? I heard something about the zebras. He said he would have been officiating.
He's got something chronic.
Okay, gotcha. Shout out Snoop. Dre. I'm mad at Snoop. Dr. Dre.
There we go.
Evan, I can't get this back until next year.
I know. But, like I was saying with Lil D, he's seen you play pickup. He knows you still got game.
Yeah. But the people
I've never seen you play pickup, but.
Had I won, what would be different, E?
Maybe one day.
What would be different?
What would be different?
Would you say, you're a baller?
No.
See, that's what I mean. Like, did I dunk? No.
That's why Grandy winning this thing, I guess back-to-back years.
Twice.
I've learned he can make free throws and that he's quick. That's all that I've learned about his basketball.
But he's bragging already. If you go to his IG, the champ is here.
That's what I'm saying. He's the person that will plaster it everywhere, but won't say anything about it. Just brag. We know that you're that guy. Quit trying to act humble. I know who you are.
I got you. All right, I'm all yours for the next hour.
No, I just submitted my nomination for Hater of the Year. It's all right. Let's go to, if we still have in Bakersfield, Spider wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Spider,
JK.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I just want to talk about how Jonathan Kuminga fits in the Warriors in the future, if he's going to be a franchise player or not.
Yeah. What's up?
I think, this is just my opinion. I think if he goes on the right path, no more injuries, I think he could be a great facilitator and a great playmaker for the Warriors in the near future. So I'd love to get your guys' perspective on this take.
Yeah, hey, I love the sentiment, but I'll just put the rat on the table. Brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. The bottom line is, the stakes.
Yeah.
And the stakes right now, regardless of what you think of Evan, Jonathan Kuminga is playing for a contract. Hopefully with the Warriors or another team. So that's why when you said you kind of feel basketball bad for him, I'm with you. But when you think about or look at this team through the prism that I'm looking at him through, all of a sudden, since the Jimmy Butler trade, it's a championship. So we need him back sooner than later. But Evan, when you think about the young players and the future of the Warriors, for them to facilitate this trade and not have to really give up any of the guys, I am excited, and I don't see how you cannot bring Jonathan Kuminga back, especially off of the heels of Joey Lightyears, the owner last week saying on the podcast with Kawakami, I'll go in the red. Like, don't speak for me. And I think Jonathan Kuminga's his guy. So I'm not worried that JK, might not be in a Warrior uniform. I'm worried about the immediate of him coming back and doing what that caller alluded that he can do so well.
Yeah, I am too. Well, I think, back up. One thing is the trade did hurt you on games like Saturday because when you consolidate your roster, you don't have a ton of depth. And so the Kevin Knox minutes hurt you. The Pat Spencer minutes hurts you. Not having an option when Buddy Hield goes 0 for 6 hurts you. That is one of the consequences. There's always consequences of things. That to me was it. But at full strength, they're a better team. I'll leave that there. Kuminga,
man, Evan.
What I hope that Kuminga can understand, and I don't know how quickly it's going to happen because he's going to want everything quickly right when he gets back because he was playing the best basketball of his career. What I hope that he can quickly understand that this is a better team than the one that he was on pre-deadline.
How does that benefit him?
How it benefits you, I think instead of being about me and my money, and I'm not saying that he is, but clearly the contract's got to be on his mind, his value. I don't think it's a question of if they're going to pay him. It's just a matter of how much. But the team will be the path to his cream. That is what I believe Jonathan Kuminga has to sort of understand, which is if he can help this team go deep, for example, in the playoffs, like we all hope that they can, he's got a much better chance of getting paid out, I believe.
Wow, I like
then
that.
Let's say he comes back, averages 25 points a game, is getting his stats, and the team is a first-round exit.
Okay.
I think he makes more money the former way of helping this group go deep in the playoffs, playing his role. To the caller's point, I don't know if it's a facilitator. I'm more with Bonte as far as being an on-ball defender, being a pest, trying to do more of the little things.
Okay.
If he can do those things and help this team win, I think he absolutely has got a big payday coming his way.
Yeah, and I'll say this. That's a great point. But also, Steiny and you have fun with me thinking, I look at the game and I'm enamored with just points. But come on, you know me. There's millions of ways where you can have. Jimmy Butler's one of them. Impacts on the game if you're doing things the right way, more than just scoring. So it sounds like, and I got to be careful here because I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga would rather average 22 points and get 12 rebounds. But it sounds like you're saying, Evan, too short. Get in where you fit in, and if you help this team, which is better since you left, with the trade, those things matter. Your help defense matters just as much as if I'm understanding you correctly, as you dropping 18 or 22 a night.
Yeah, and it comes from the standpoint that I think his role is going to have to be different.
Wow.
Before the deadline, they needed him to be the number one scoring option on some nights, or they needed him to be they needed him to get 20 points a game if they were going to be in the game. And sometimes they didn't always win. And he was doing that. He was putting up great stats when he was getting enough burn, enough run. But this is a team now that, without him, with Jimmy Butler, has been, top 6-7 offense in the league. They're generating offense. So he can fit into that, and he can help them, keep that.
All right.
But to me, it's going to be about, all right, if I was to ask you where the Warriors are still lacking a bit, where could they use some more help? How would you answer that?
I would say size, length and size, and you said one thing, and explosiveness.
No, I'm with you.
And explosiveness.
Yeah, and to me, that's where those are the lanes that he fills.
Yeah.
And it's on both sides of the floor. Sure, I hope he can still score 20 for this team and still have big games for him. But can you be the guy that is as disruptive defensively as you can be offensively? Because I think there's times where I see, it might not be Moses Moody's night. Quietly, he's been missing a lot of those open threes that were going down a week or two ago.
Go ahead. It's amazing.
So if you're not getting that production you want from Moses, well, can Kuminga step in and be a different version of that four? And how can Jimmy Butler help him? I think Kuminga is going to come back and be, I don't know if better is the word, but Butler can help him play more efficiently. That's just what he does. He helps other teammates play the best basketball that they can. So can he be that guy? I wonder how it's going to manifest itself, but that's sort of the question I think he needs to answer.
No, it's a phenomenal one, and it sounded like you were describing any NBA coach for that matter, but Steve Kerr's job to gauge and know, okay, Evan, hit, that corner three, or, it's not going right now. I'm going to put Goo in there and try not to make a free throw, but, other than that, to try to see if he could get some stuff going. But that's what you call coaching, is you have to monitor everybody. It's like being a parent, you get your kids get money young, but you're watching what they do with it. You're the treasurer of it all, and that's Steve Kerr in regard to minutes. But Evan, if I were to give you a math question from a Jonathan Kuminga standpoint, from how we know him. Okay, here we go. This is easy. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how big of an ask is this of Jonathan Kuminga to come back and be different or fit in different to you?
I would say it's a 7. It's a big ask. I don't think it's the most difficult ask of his career, but it's big because I think also, I'm not saying he's going to come back and expect to be the same player that he was before, but the Warriors were featuring him.
You are verbally and on the court. Remember, they were all like, it's your show, young man.
Yeah, I mean, whether he was starting or coming off the bench, he knew that he was going to have to get 30 to 35 minutes for them to win a game. They no longer need that. And so,
are we so sure of that though, E?
Yes. Well, they're 7-1.
I got you
without him.
And I was just thinking of who they
With
played.
Jimmy.
Yeah, again, you play who you play, but I was just like, when we talk about Denver in a series and the Lakers and whoever in the West, is that when we'll get back to, hey, Kuminga, we need you to be. Yeah, we got Jimmy, but you still need to do what you were doing before Jimmy.
Yeah, but asking him to do that in the playoffs is also, I think, a big ask. You don't. Kuminga's played in the playoffs before, but he's never had to be, again, a featured player in the playoffs. I know a lot of fans didn't like how he was, how his minutes were kind of jockeyed in, say, the Lakers
series.
Yeah,
no doubt. That was not good for him.
No, but also in the Sacramento series, I thought he kind of got played off the floor. Wow. Now, that was his first taste of the playoffs, but this is going to be a time where I think they're going to need him to play at least 20 or 25 minutes in a postseason. He's the sixth man. Wow. That's who he's going to be. So how is he going to react to that? How is Moses Moody going to react to potentially being a starting forward in a postseason series? How is Pods going to react to being a starting shooting guard in a postseason series? I don't know the answer to these questions.
Wow.
And they got three, I would say, young guys that are going to have to play big roles in addition to Curry, Jimmy, Draymond, and the rest of the vets they got having to play big. Yeah. So, I mean, that's
you got me excited, E. But that's on their to-do list, and you can have the pep talks, all of them in the world, but these youngsters got to go out, and we'll see if Potts can handle it. And I don't doubt it. There's going to be obviously Maggie Seaver growing pains, right? That comes with everything, even bigger than the NBA, just life. But Evan, I can't wait to see that manifest, because if it doesn't, we could have a scenario, and I'm not being negative, E, but let's just say Curry, Jimmy, and Dre are doing their thing. Those are three guys. To win a 7-game series, you need all hands on deck. And, they could be playing, we see it all the time, stellar ball. But if they're too top-heavy, because the guys might not be stepping up, that could hurt you in the end when you're trying to accumulate 4 wins.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Terrell the Guru Johnson. We're live here at Chase Center.
I let you down, E. I did.
No, you never let me down. You've only been mad at me once. You've never let me down. I'll say that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I mean, well, a night like tonight, honestly, is a night you would have loved to have Kuminga back, because you asked about, like, they're playing bottom-feeding opponents, or their schedule is soft the rest of the way. They have the second easiest schedule. Only Minnesota in the West has an easier schedule.
Let's go.
This would have been a game where it's like, bring Kuminga back, throw him out there, and just see how they fit. You're going to win the game anyway. Right. Charlotte has no intention in any way, shape, or form of collecting the letter W, and you're not going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, and Evan, you tell me if I'm wrong, but the sooner he gets back on the court, the ramp-up period starts. And if there's difficulty I got to be careful here, of the plane or the Lear jet taking off, one, you need to find out why, and then obviously what's the second one after that? How soon is it going to take off? So, Evan, I hope we're not looking into something where he's out a whole nother week. Do you have that on your chessboard, or are you like, how can you'd be a fool to guess? But I guess I just didn't like that Saturday night when Sham said, it's not going to be. And I was thinking Charlotte would be, ease him into Charlotte. Brother going to work it out. They'll win regardless. But now I'm going to tell you, I'm on an 8 in regard to my concern for Kuminga.
Well, also because then if you have JK, this is a night where you could sit Draymond. You could rest Curry. And I think honestly you still could. But maybe some people feel differently after the loss to the Sixers.
You think Curry would sit at home? I know he's done. Has he done that ever? I want to say like one time maybe.
Against Charlotte?
At Charlotte.
Maybe he has, but I don't think it's been due to load management. Okay. My guess is if
he's feeling good. It looks like he's feeling frisky.
Why do you think that is?
Honestly, Evan,
I can't figure it out.
All right, I'm about to tell you. Just follow me here. True Detective, Woody Harrelson. And you'll be Matthew. So we saw the twiddlings of the fingers at the podium. The man is on record as saying we're not built to come back. So you put all that in the guru pot of gumbo, and to me, that lets me know that you have no room to be the surgeon you are. You can't really say that 24/7 or have that on blast, but I'm watching your mannerisms. How many games did he not shoot a shot in the first quarter? Not saying it wasn't his fault, but I'm like, what the hell is going on? And Luka got 9 shots. You know, the visit here when they put it on the Warriors. So I put all that in the pot, and then I find out that he finds out I'm getting the likes and the caliber of Jimmy Butler. And to me, Evan, that has unlocked something deep within him to where he thinks, or they think, now they got action. Okay, show us on the court. Forget who they played. We saw it on the court. And ever since then, to me, I haven't mentioned bilateral knee tendonitis in both knees. He looks frisky like he did 5-6 years ago. So that's my only possible answer I could have for you. Where would you go? It's got to be joy.
Well, I don't think joy just accounts for the fact that your knee feels better. You know, I don't know if adrenaline, because again, for a couple games, I'm kind of with you. You can fight through that pain, but he looks like whatever the knee tendonitis was. Not that it's gone, right, because tendonitis is something that comes and goes. But yeah, he's in a sweet spot. And I hope that he can keep it in that sweet spot because he's playing some terrific basketball. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Maladonis is in San Francisco, wants to talk some Dubs. Maladonis, apologize if I mispronounced your name. What's up? How you doing?
I was popping.
Hey.
Guru, you wasn't eliminated. You was just motivated.
Yeah,
but hey, I like that, but I ended up still in Disappointment City, not Thrive City, Disappointment City.
No, never again with the Goo. Next year, you're going to do what you have to do. Keeping the wheels balance in the game is 295.7, and it's doing the do.
Okay. Evan, I feel better. Yep. What you got?
You know I got your back.
You got a thought on the Dubs, Maladonis?
Oh, yeah, I got you. You went out on it. Yeah, what's your thought on the Dubs? You got me fired up now.
Okay, the Dubs is like this. I said it last time when I was flowing. Curry's a splash. You understand me? The guy that you already knowing. Butler's the one in the key making it in the paint. He be kind of real, but I ain't smoking dank. Draymond is green, and the game is extreme. When it's playing defense, you don't know what I mean.
Appreciate the call.
You gave me 8.5 like time. I ducked my ball to keep it kind of real, but it ain't bizarre. You lost the game shooting from the line, but I still know you're coming next year on time.
There it is right there.
I like that one.
Wow. You got just the guts that it takes to call a radio station and do that.
Of a cat burglar?
Yeah, dude, if I got to retire. Can I just read something I'm dealing with?
Yeah.
This is from my boy Squirt. He's part of the show.
Your time. You got a lot.
Okay.
You got a lot right now.
All right. And I think this all stems because I'm still playing full court.
You got to put the phone on airplane mode, man.
Man, this is how it's directed at me. I'm his elder. Man, you got to do better! Exclamation point. Miss free throws? Question mark. This is what hurts. Bad representation of the Union. Like, am I allowed back in my city? Yes, I am. But, Evie, come on. That's a little strong for a free throw contest.
See, this is something that I haven't had to deal with.
Damn.
Like Union City is not
the U. Well, watch out, E.
No. I was gonna, but it's not one of the bigger cities, right? You know, it's not Oakland, not even. I think Fremont.
Yeah, they're right in between Fremont and Hayward.
But so because of that, I'm imagining there's a lot of people, notable people that have come from Union City. But when you get out of there, you represent every single place you go.
Wow.
I don't have to deal with that.
Wow, E. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's something different. You weren't representing Union City today. Like,
but
you
always, when you're from the soil, you always are representing your city.
At the free throw line?
Yeah, well, everywhere you go, E.
I mean, you didn't charge into battle bare-chested with blood on your face.
But, E, they wanted me to win so the city could get shined. And I shine on them every day when I'm at work. So, hey, I know I'm not the best. I'm not a sports caster. I'm a sports pastor. But, Evan, I'm going to tell you this. My city I put my city on the map. That's all I can do. Don't you dare text me and say because I lost a free throw contest, I can't come home.
Well, I love the fact you got that love for the U. But, okay, but it's not like someone's calling in from Windsor and saying, oh, thank God Grandy brought the chip back to Windsor, California.
But somebody might. The phone lines are open, E. And it would be
a population of 6,000.
All right, I'm going to just tell you this. Don't judge me. I'm jealous of Grandy. I wanted something today.
I know you are.
I'm jealous.
You are.
Lucas came close. I came here on a mission, and I failed, and I'm going to have to deal with that, Evan.
You're not looking at Lucas's reaction to the background of our screen.
Oh, I missed it. Was he here?
He's one of the ones that set you up.
No, it wasn't. Technology got me, too. Because I was looking at you like, I wanted you to walk me through it.
Got the goo.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to walk you through it, too. Yeah, Tech wasn't there for you.
Yeah, right. Oh, my God,
wasn't there.
Evan.
Okay, first of all, on our social media, you can see that Nahegan was giving you a prep.
It felt like Curry Durant when he was telling them about Jordan. That's how it looked.
He was telling, man, I've never seen anything better. You're such a great person to have.
Yeah.
He didn't tell you were going in the first heat?
Dude, and then Grandy just shoved me and took the ball that I like soft leather. He just threw me into the prison ball and it was nasty. No excuses.
I mean, he might as well have been.
Get a life.
Paul Newman in The Sting.
Yeah.
It was a setup.
What great movie.
Yeah, it was an incredible movie.
Evan.
Unfortunately, this one was not.
But you don't have a problem with a 50-year-old man being disappointed.
Are you 50?
Yeah. I feel 35, but my free throws are 60. Evan, how did I
usually
miss?
60-year-olds are good at free throws.
It kissed him. Make it worse.
Sorry.
Keep making it worse, pal.
God.
Wow, man.
Oh, goo.
Yeah. But I belong in the NBA. Half of them can't shoot free throws. So I was on the right bed.
That's a fact. You and Andre Drummond.
Hey.
No.
It kissed it, Evan. And then went out.
It was like, but actually, you know who would have lost at knockout today?
Who?
Quentin Grimes.
Oh, boy. Evan, explain that to me.
How do you go 16 for 23 from the floor?
With Curry out there looking at who the hell are you and you're balling.
And you got as many misses from the field as you do at the free throw line.
It is mental. That's all it tells me. Evan, I couldn't. He missed and the announcers were like, "Well, he's been bad," and then he just missed it. Like, dude, you got a 3-point. He had 3, and he was lucky to make 2.
I was in awe. What was it? Just he bricked the first 2. I think he stepped at the free throw line and tried to make. That's what's like. What is going on here?
Yeah.
Shout out Fitz. Well, what's going on later today? Willard and Dibbs are going to join us for the crossover at about 1:45. Yeah, they're going to have some jokes. Dibbs was on the call with me. He
was kind of happy.
Might have been happier than Steiny was last year.
We'll talk about that.
You
got me playing it back now. I was hearing it in my ear like, he is a little juice.
I'm surprised you couldn't hear him from the court.
Man.
Because that's the thing. I didn't want to bury. I texted Steiny and said, look, man, my call was nowhere near what yours was.
Well, thank you. You're a better friend than he is. That was his Christmas.
You're getting missed calls now, too?
Yeah, Evan. Yeah. It ain't the Warriors.
All right. Well, do you want to do me a solid?
What you got?
Can you talk about Abundant Life?
Oh, yeah.
About 30 seconds?
I can.
About 30 seconds?
Yep.
All right. Sounds good. All right. We're going to take a quick break. Come back on the other side. I see a Mateen in Union City. We're going to talk to one of their representatives on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Again, talking all things Dubs. If you want to discuss Deebo Samuel, happy to get into that too. Again, before Willard or Dibbs get in at the top, not top of hour, quarter hour, 45. And the Warriors play Charlotte at 4 o'clock. You can catch it all right here beginning on Warriors Live at 3 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. Go.
Hey, it's Monday, and it's your boy Guru. Let me tell you why I'm smiling. Now made me want to call Abundant Life sooner, and right now the rest is history. What I want you to do is be a part of this journey. Get involved, and the best part about this program, no exercise required, no counting points or calories, and the best part, no prepackaged meals. What you want to do is pick up the phone and call Abundant Life Weight Loss and tell them Guru sent you. That's area code 925-854-5140, or visit AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. And if you're like me, I didn't win knockout today, but I felt light, I felt spry.
Well, you do have that going for you, Goo.
Loser and Evan. Well, what do I got going?
No. Well, yeah, you are. But
I like my outfit in the red, Jaws.
Hey, look good, play.
Ain't go miss the button.
Whatever comes next.
At least we got Willard in the house. He went to the championship.
Yeah, Willard.
Christy went out with me in the first round.
Lovely Christy was out there too. One and dones. Calipari.
Man.
No, so you were referring to the video that the boss posted of
where I look like Shaq, taller than him. I'm taller than him.
Yeah, I mean that's straight out of Blue Chips. It was Nick Nolte. But someone sent a picture of Lou Alcindor and John Wooden talking at a practice from probably 1955.
I retweeted it, yeah, with both pictures on there.
That was pretty good.
Oh man, that was.
Wasn't Kareem.
Yeah.
Not
Evan,
today.
you got to participate next year. We'll find a way. Maybe I need to stay back.
Well, the
let
thing
you
was,
go win it for us, you and Steiny.
Well, I haven't participated either of the years, and quite honestly, I don't really want to because.
Be careful now, E.
What? I don't.
It's a free throw.
Yeah, I'm not very good at basketball. I played college baseball. Basketball was my game.
But I did see you shoot. If we played full court, I'm not saying you'd be Steph, but you would run and guard.
No, but I'll pick up anybody one-on-one in this court.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, that's you.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that playing knockout. So
I hear you.
It is not my game.
Yeah.
But if I can get out there next year, I know Steiny won't. That's for sure.
So you have no problem when I come in tomorrow because this is a flush burger. I'm not talking about it.
Boss got you a burger.
Well, I'm not talking about it.
Okay.
So that means you won't either, will you?
No.
If you can, but I know people.
Wait, don't talk about it tomorrow at work?
Yeah, I'm going to flush it. I will. But it's just.
Well, you haven't seen Spadoni yet. He's probably going to talk about it.
Yeah, he did well.
Who haven't we seen?
He had the Kobe shirt.
You haven't seen Carter. Yeah, of course he wore the Kobe shirt. We haven't seen Lubman. He's probably going to talk to you about it.
Yeah, Whitley.
I mean, I won't bring it up unless someone calls in. 888.
What? Yeah, the flush.
888-957-9570. Yeah, if someone wants to call in and say it, no, we won't flush you. We'll take your call and be on our way.
But just imagine, I was at the charity stripe where Steph is gone, Clay, Iggy, with game and championships on the line, veterans. And I just went out there and smoked it, E.
I'm trying to think of the biggest free throw that's been missed on the Chase Center court and where yours would rank.
Wow. Damn, E. Oh, I got two.
Well, yeah, but they were on each end.
Thanks.
Sorry. One was on the right side of the court. Today was on the left. So, I mean, you've baptized both these rims.
But you saw me hit a three. Nobody cares. It wasn't a three-point contest in warm-ups.
Well, I also saw you make 4 free throws in a row in practice.
That means a lot. Evan, I didn't hear you. What'd you say? You saw me do what?
Did you hear the last 2 words?
Yeah.
In practice.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so. No, well, I mean, you also saw me make 2 in practice and then airball 4. So, unfortunately, it's when the lights are bright, when the camera's on.
But why do they rush me? That's something's going on there. Why am I rushed?
Well, selfishly, I was put in a poor position, too. I wasn't able to do you justice.
Well, and I think that's what I missed. I thought you and I were going to make sweet music in my ear, and I was going to go up there, relaxed, RELAX, and just bang it.
Yeah, and instead it became an injustice. All right. So,
oh, boy.
Yeah, we are talking about, before the break, we were getting to Jonathan Kuminga, who recently was reported is going through a tough rehab process. We're seeing on Saturday, icing his right ankle after the Warriors' 126-119 loss to Philadelphia. You know, I think it's also just going to be a tough, I would say, final 15 games. The longer that he's not on the floor, too, the less likely of, I would call it a ramp-up period. Like, there's going to be less of a ramp up.
Yeah, right.
Because there's going to be less of a runway. There's not going to be as many games.
So, right.
But that doesn't take away from the fact, Goo, that I do believe that actually this hit me watching the game on Saturday, too. I'm going to throw it by you. And the listeners, 888-957-9570. It makes it all the more important that this is the year. And what I mean by that is that game we saw on Saturday is going to be replayed, I would say 5 to 10 times, if not more, next season. And that's a game where you're going to have to load manage one of your stars. You're going to be without one of your stars. This is now a top-heavy roster, and I understand that they can make some moves in the offseason, but because of the amount of money they owe their big dogs, and will probably owe Kuminga, they're not going to be able to make big moves, I don't think. They're going to be in a situation where they have to load manage upper 30s players next season, and I don't want to think about that because right now they got 20-something odd games left. It's a shortened season. They're in a tie for 6. And everything's in front of them right now. That's why again, thinking about that game, thinking about what that roster looked like, what it would look like next year, and probably will look like with guys hurt, being out, needing to stay fresh, I can't count on next season. I need it right now. Their best last run. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm with you, and I'm on record as saying that excites me, Evan, because I believe, Joe Lacob has the capacity and the capability of shocking the world and adding to what the Warriors already have in regard to Jimmy and Steph. And, again, it sounds like I'm wishing upon a star. I understand it, but I'm all in. If you feel like, this year is, because Jimmy Butler's had some rest or whatnot and the legs aren't as, even though he's working himself back into basketball shape, I can get into that. But I don't know, Evan, there's just something about the future, and I'm normally not this guy to where I get what you're saying, but if you were to give me 60 to 65 games from any NBA player now in this era or climate, I'll take it. And with this young, group led by Kuminga, I feel like who better than the Warriors to be able to sustain, okay, Evan, we're going to slow play you for a little bit. This is what it looks like. And we got Kuminga out there going up a slot, or a Moody, or a Pods, or even a Quentin Post. And I think that's the rat on the table. Again, not giving away any participation trophies, Evan, but these youngsters are learning. And if we're just going to keep it to regular season, down the road, my gosh, the Warriors got some guys they can call on to spell a few dudes like the OGs. I don't know if that's going to equate to wins, but damn, Evan, that's the one thing about this season I do like is you got Butler. You didn't have to sell the farm. And I can give you 4 young guys' names that I really do enjoy watching. And if you can fertilize them just from a standpoint of, a regular season game, you're going up a couple notches in the batting order per se, I think the Warriors are in prime position.
But that's what I saw on Saturdays is guys that are 6 hitters having to hit second or third. Pajemski had to play a bigger role than what he normally does. Didn't play very well. Moses Moody did not have as effective of a game as he's been playing when Jimmy Butler's been out there. Buddy Hield is hot and cold, but obviously his shooting really hurts you in that game. There are other players that played poorly, but in the first half, I kept thinking it's like their second best player outside of Steph is Gary Payton II. Some of the
that's
veterans.
A hell of a
And that is not to me a winning equation. I mean, you said it, I think, spot on right off the bat. It's like that looked like what the team was before the deadline.
And it's from a fan perspective, because that's the only perspective I got, Evan, it's tiresome. It's painful because you saw the Warriors in a position to where, Evan, I don't know if you had confidence in anybody else in the Warrior uniform offensively, but I felt like nobody could score outside of maybe Post. And then when he missed a couple, I was like, okay, will he step up to the plate? But it was all on Steph's shoulders. And I think that's what got him tired mentally early on this year. So hopefully there are not too many games where there's no Butler, and I know you can't predict the future.
888-957-9570 is the number. As promised, let's go out to Guru's hometown, Union City, and talk to Mateen. Mateen, how are you? What's going on?
I'm good, guys. Shout out to Goo, fellow James Logan alum.
What's up, baby? All right. I needed to hear that. How you doing? What you got?
I just wanted to talk about Kuminga. I don't think we should rush him back. I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know Jimmy wasn't in the lineup yesterday, and we saw how that impact was, but I think with Jimmy and the boys cooking right now, and then Post is heating up as well, I'd say we keep Kuminga on ice until he's for sure ready to go for that little playoff push.
Now that's really, shout out Tom Cruise, but I'm going Risky Business, one of the great movies back in the day, Evan. But, you definitely don't want to play with fire and and I'm not saying this is what he was saying, but it almost sounded like he would be okay with it. 5 games, Jonathan Kuminga comes back. There's only 5 left, and then we'll go on the playoffs, and then he'll work his way back into form. I mean, that could happen, but that would be nightmare on Warrior Street for everybody, I believe, even the team.
Yeah, whenever he can come back, I think you.
Oh, yes.
No, I don't think it's 30 minutes immediately, but you got to start working them back gradually, and that's why I think you do start the clock as soon as you can, because the less games you have, the less of a ramp-up period there is.
For everybody else, too.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not. That's a great point. That's actually a great point. We haven't talked much about, and maybe we can do it more tomorrow as well. It's not just about Kuminga. It is about how he plays alongside Butler, but it's also people, and Jimmy I'm less worried about because I think he can play with anybody, but people figuring out in this new system, this new defense, this new look offense, how they're going to work around Kuminga. Wow. You know, how do they play with him? I think that's also a big question too.
And you can sit here and say, come on, Goo, you got to be able to compartmentalize. You got to be able to stick and move and adapt. But, Evan, what if I were to tell you, and again, this is not me saying I know for a fact, but if I'm Moody or if I'm any other Warrior player, the other domino to drop, and when I sit in my Warrior sheets at night thinking about the next game, I'm thinking about when Evan comes back, how will that affect me? Not that I'm hating on that, but that has to be on your mind for the other players of what's this mean for me going forward. Mm-hmm. And with him, every day that he doesn't come back, it kind of goes unanswered and your mind wanders.
It does. I mean,
you don't think Moody's thinking about that now? Not in a bad way, but yeah, I want to see what the real is when Kuminga comes back.
Well, that's why after the Charlotte game, when I asked him about, like, do you feel like you've carved out a role? Because people have been saying he's been playing his best basketball, and I mean, he's as introspective as it gets. And
no
his
doubt.
Answer was thoughtful, but I felt like he was telling me, okay, you know, it was like, it's taken a long time to get to this point, and I can tell you what I've done to get myself in this state of mind to play my best basketball. But I, speaking as Moses Moody, don't have control over my role at full strength. And who knows? Moody he very may well continue to be the starting forward or the starting 4. But if Kuminga outplays him, or maybe Moody is probably going to have to take a little bit of a minutes hit because you got to allocate some of those for JK. Maybe he doesn't play as well. Maybe his confidence is hit a little bit.
Because that's all it's going to come down when it's all said and done, right? Is how you're playing.
Yeah, and I hate to make it sound like we're pitting those guys against each other.
We're not.
I don't think we are, and I don't think the Warriors look at it like that. But I think in many ways, the question is going to be, who can you get more out of at that position?
Wow, man.
Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody, that helps you win at a high level.
Yeah,
and Moody, to his credit, I think they got their first loss when he started, but
that did happen. You're right. What was 11-0 when he starts?
Yeah, of course it's against the Sixers, but
Evan, did you hear him a couple years ago? It just goes back to who Moses Moody is and his mindset. He was kind of out of the rotation, and a reporter asked him after the game, did he wish he maybe stayed back in college? And he said, I would sit here every minute and enjoy and learn from not even being in the game on the NBA level. The money, too. Thank you, Evan. I'm so naive and
I'm just saying, like,
but now that
it's a nice answer.
I'm like, you know what? You're right, Evan. He's getting that chicken. But NIL, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really believed that kid meant that, and that says a lot, too. And, yeah, you get paid when you're on the pro level, but I was just like, well, damn. He's not looking back like I should have stayed. I'm not getting minutes. He's taking advantage, even if they're mental reps, of what it's like to have a life, in the league.
No, that's definitely a risk you have to take. My point is, because there were also rumors that Moody was going to be the Warriors' first pick at 7.
Well,
I think if Kuminga hadn't fallen, because remember, he was also a really highly touted pick there too. If he hadn't fallen, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility if they would have taken Moody at 7.
Man.
And if you're hearing that you're going to be a top 10 pick, I think it's really hard to pass that up, even if you like where you are in Fayetteville at the time.
What advice could you give your partner, Daryl Johnson, today on
Be careful.
The current state of NBA basketball and the decision the Warriors have made at times, that Moses Moody's a 4. Evan, I play badminton with myself in my mind all the time. Like, I get it. Things are different than the old school, but I don't think you can beat the likes of the Lakers or the Denvers where Aaron Gordon is at 4 and we're running Moody at 4. What advice would you give me? Like, is that something really to rest my hat on? Go, that's a legit concern, or am I making something out of nothing? Because I don't like it, but I understand when he's balling what Kerr's trying to do.
A concern about the game of basketball?
Or just the 4 position when Moody's there going up against when you get in a series where Aaron Gordon's down there and you got the Gaffords and the Lively's and the ADs. That's where am I thinking too far down the road, or would you say that's a legitimate concern, Goo? Or that's the new NBA / little concern? Where do you come out when you hear me say, and I told Steiny I kind of don't like that?
No, I mean, I think that the 3 and the 4 for the Warriors are a little interchangeable. Like you know, if it's, let's say it's they're playing the Nuggets, okay, they're all healthy, right? I think Butler's probably going to be on Gordon.
Oh.
You know,
I would hope so. Okay,
you know, Moody's probably going to be out on Michael Porter Jr. Or maybe he's going to have to guard Christian Brown or Jamal Murray. Yeah. You know, I think Moody's more of a perimeter-based player. You know, and also I don't know if Jimmy Butler can do that a whole lot at this stage in his career. But that's for something down the line. I think you're right that, yeah, Moody at the 4, the power forward, the prototypical power forward is not that light in the ass.
Okay,
right.
All right. And just going off of Gordon, he's a beast.
He is. Yeah. You look at the Lakers. You got Vanderbilt, who's a load. Dude, just OKC. You could put Chet at the 4. Jalen Williams can play the 4. He's, you know, a sizable player. Shoot, you go down the line, Minnesota.
Nas Reed,
Reed, or when Randall's back. You're right.
Yeah, go ahead, Evan. So, would you say that's legit concern?
Yeah, I would. But I think it's a concern for whoever plays that position, because I think the Warriors need to go small in order to be at their best.
Man.
And Draymond's
that's what time it is.
Got to play the center spot. All right, let's go out to Fremont and talk to Rich. Wants to get into some Warriors.
Rich.
Also has a message for Goo.
Oh, Rich, this will hurt. This is my guy, so I'm all ears.
The floor is yours, Rich. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Goo? Oh, man, it was heart-wrenching, brother. I was pulling for you. I was thinking, okay, Goo's going to get you the second or the third round. And, oh, man.
Yeah, Rich. I'll let you down, baby.
I feel for you, bro.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. No. You stepped up, man. It just didn't work out. That's the way it is sometimes, you know?
Yeah. But Rich, let me run this by you. Nobody cares, but I just got to run. You and me talking right now in the caddy. You do understand it was a free throw. It's not a symbol of my game when I run full court. Will you give me that?
You make
Evan, shut up. Will you give me that, Rich?
I'll give you that. Like you said, it's a free throw. It's nothing to utilize or pick you apart about, man. It's one free throw, so I'll give you that. I'll give you that. As far as the Warriors go, I agree with the previous caller. I don't think you put JK out there until he's ready, man, because if you put him out too early just because you think you need him and he gets hurt even more, now you could possibly lose him for the season. So if I'm Steve Kerr, no, you don't bring him back until he's ready to come back. And that's just my take on it. But anyway, fellas, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, and Evan, I'll just say that to that point, I think that's what the Warriors are doing. I think it's a hell yes the Warriors are not trying to rush him back so something could, you know, if you have an adverse reaction and then he'd be out longer. I really believe he's not on the court because they're doing their due diligence. I'm like, oh, Evan, you got swelling. Oh, Evan, you got this. So I don't feel like the Warriors are rushing him.
No, I think the fact that, again, he was icing over the weekend. Looks like he's going to miss the rest of the road trip. I think that's an indication that you're right. They're not pushing this guy,
man,
because as valuable as he is to this season, I think he's also valuable to their future.
Oh, no doubt,
because I believe they're going to pay him.
Okay, I'm
this
with
summer,
you. I'm with you.
Or match a restricted free agency offer, and we'll find out if that turns out to be a wise choice or not. But I think the Warriors have shown us every step of the way that they're going to reward this guy, Jonathan Kuminga.
I believe it.
And even if you don't feel like he's proved a whole lot yet in his career, even if you feel like he's done a whole hell of a lot with the opportunity that he's been given, the fact remains that the Warriors' opinion of him is very high. And I feel like if they would have done something to indicate otherwise, it would have been trading him at the deadline. But also, I mean, then again, he was rumored to be in the Kevin Durant deal. So, once that fell through, I feel like the only way that they would have, and again, maybe this is also a long-winded way of saying what to think of Kuminga, the only way that they would have given up Jonathan Kuminga is if they could have gotten what they believe to be the crown jewel of the trade deadline, of the trade market.
Do you think to them that so that was KD to you?
Yeah, that deal was done.
Wow.
Kevin Durant nixed that deal. Jonathan Kuminga was going to be a Phoenix Sun. I actually heard that Draymond Green was going to go to the Heat. But
I hear you. Wow. And wow, you stumped me with that one because Evan, I told Stoney this, and I'm gonna tell you, and you were there when I told him, and the listeners. In a crazy world, I'm not calling the dogs off with this assessment, but I really believe Kuminga is so beloved by Joe Lacob. That's why I asked you when I heard that report, do we know that for a fact? But I'll give you that. That would have really shocked me, but it would have been the euphoria of getting to Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
But Evan, I just in a crazy way don't feel like Jonathan Kuminga has anything to prove, not to himself and to the team. But Joe Lacob is such a fan that this is not do or die on what you look like when you come back. But when you throw out what could have been that possible trade, then I go back to my corner a little staggered, like maybe I got it wrong if they were willing to include him in a deal for Durant.
No, and I think we can dig deeper into it tomorrow, just, why he's so valued highly by the front office. But it's obviously something that's interesting to monitor, his injury. He's an important piece of this team that's currently missing because he will not be there tonight when they take on the Charlotte Hornets at 4 o'clock. Warriors Live begins at 3:30, but up next, we got the crossover with Willard, the runner-up in our second knockout contest live here at Chase Center. We got Dan Dibley, the color analyst
the color
for the call.
Madden.
The Butler did it. The Dibs did it. The Dibbers did it to Guru during his elimination. So we're going to talk about that.
I did it to myself.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that is the case. Two easiest shots in basketball, Gil. The free throw and the layup.
My land in the night of both these.
No.
Oh, my God.
No, you don't have tendinitis. We're not putting it on that.
Jesus.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be back after this. Evan Giddings in for Matt's time. Matt Sterling, Guru Johnson, 95.7 The Game. All right, welcome back to Chase Center. This is the crossover brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley, Evan Infrastani with Goo. What's up, boys?
What's up?
Yeah, pretty special day today.
Pretty awesome, right?
That was fun.
I mean, seriously, it actually
fun.
It was.
It is fun.
Maybe not for Goo, but it was really fun.
Spectacular. Well, I'll say this first, and maybe this sounds self-serving for our station, but I got this comment a lot from the listeners who are down there. This is a pretty unique deal.
No doubt.
This is pretty cool. And so everybody.
The chef shoots out there, by the way.
I mean, come on. You're on the sharing the floor with the dude, So, from the station to the Warriors to everybody involved with this, I just think that the whole thing it's really cool for everybody. Yeah. So, bravo.
And it's growing, too. And, Dibs, you were phenomenal on the call.
I was hoping to have a little bit more time with Evan.
That hurt
it all happened so fast. And so, Guru loses. I'm supposed to do
Willer, go ahead,
an hour.
We didn't know he was going that early, by the way.
Yeah, that was
really fast.
I was going the third heat.
You got to start. We got to change this up, dude. Go to the back.
Yeah.
Just go to the back.
I was supposed to.
Go, next year, go to the back, okay?
A lot happened.
And
I may have an announcement tomorrow. It may not be. This might be it for your boy.
I hope you're only talking about knockout.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Stop down here.
Right.
Yeah,
Dibs, you did a great job. I do have a regret.
8 minutes, I
like how I looked. And you could be like, oh, good. I don't know why. I felt it.
Abundant Life.
And I was making the shots pregame before anybody got here. Evan and I and Whitley.
That's a kiss of death whenever you're making
and Christy, I just missed it.
Yeah, it's
a shame. You missed a shot, man. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. They're not going to all go in.
But why did he kiss the rim like three times? 1, 2, and 3.
I just think
couldn't get second base.
I think the basketball gods are asking you to put a little less into this. Next year,
So do I sound Harry High Schoolish when I make a big deal?
No, that would be telling everyone about your career after you missed.
Yeah,
no,
which
that's
you didn't
tiny.
do.
Yeah.
You didn't do that.
Well, at least you were able to get through it and not get hurt, which, unlike some.
Can't say that for me.
But Willard, you were hooping. I saw you were
dragging my left leg through this
He was hooping and then he was drooping, is what it was. Hooping and drooping.
Yeah, Evan said, what's up with Willard? I go, nothing wrong with Willard.
No, that thing in the first heat, that thing locked up on me. So today was both an ego boost and totally embarrassing.
No, you did well.
Yeah, a little calf strain. Yeah, so no doubt.
You managed to fight through. I mean, you were the runner-up. It was a couple of marks in the finals.
Yeah,
boy.
Yep.
Pretty pissed at you, to be honest, that you didn't knock out Grandy. But that's fine.
I'll take that. That's worthwhile. Back to back. There's 50 people out there,
and he's the most.
And he went back to back.
Yeah, he's the perfect guy to win it because I might have been on KPIX and I won.
Yeah,
oh, God.
Sal, can you call somebody?
You'd be hanging from the scoreboard right now. You'd be so excited. Anyway, that's, to me, when you get that many people in a knockout, he spent a whole year with a trophy. And it's kind of
and it's at the station.
But it feels like a little random and lucky, right? Yeah. If it's ball's going to bounce your way. To come back and do it again.
He beat you, Will. You were right there.
You got to give it to him, man.
He beat a lot of people. You got to knock out a lot of people.
He splashed it.
And there were more people this time, too.
A lot more people.
Well, I guess we did the heats, too. Yeah, what was it like? Because the first time it was just one straight through.
So you got about 15 to 20 people in 3 different heats, and all you had to do was get to 5. And once you got to 5, it stopped. So there was no first round champion. Okay. Once you got to 5, that means you were on to the finals. So I don't know. That was a relief for me right there. I was like, you get to the finals. I was pleased right there then enough. I didn't think we were going that I was going to be the one to try to take down the champ.
And I was thinking of the zebra.
I couldn't do it.
As I walked up the stairs, I called you the zebra. The ref, and you had some. What would you have done different? I was like that. I couldn't make it all out, but I was like, I'm just here with the dib.
I would have done a lot different, but it's not my event.
Okay, I got this.
His first comment when he walked in, well, this is all wrong.
That's why I love him.
The director of sports.
That's, by the way, how he starts every show. Every show, every day, he comes in with that line.
When you've done enough of these events, and I've been, doing things like this a long time, when you see something, like I told Evan on the air, as a referee, when you see something, you call something.
See something, say something.
See something, call something. what we say in the ref community.
Wow.
So I was watching the event, and off air, I told Evan like 9 to 10 things that I would have done differently, but it's not my event.
I love
and
it.
so you know what? Do it and have it.
Give me one. If we were doing what's bugging you, what's bugging you?
A couple of them I was with you.
Yeah, like what? What's
Evan
the top 1 or 2 things
You
you
want 3 words?
Yeah.
Start on time.
Well, okay.
Lucas.
But
that was on me.
Yeah.
Start on time. You want another one? Now that you want me to open up this can?
But that one's predictable.
Everybody said.
No, it's not.
I said to Christy when I picked her up, she's like, "Ooh, we're a little behind." I'm like, "This thing not starting at 11.
Okay.
Starting
National
on time.
anthem.
When the hell does anything start on time?
The anthem.
Yeah. Come on. Anyway, all right. What
the
else?
other one would be, and again, Lucas, I love you.
Great job.
And nobody asked me for my feedback until now.
We just did. Yeah.
Live on
When
air.
we're having the heat is the thing. Nobody shoots around on the other hoop. You sit. You watch.
I didn't even
the
notice
heat
that.
is the thing.
That's fair.
Instead of dribble, shoot,
I didn't maybe-
it's like, this is the thing. Like, we're doing this.
Right.
So we're doing this, and you guys have all, okay, the heat's over. Now we can all shoot again. But during the heat, it's the heat.
Yeah.
The heat is on.
I got it.
Glenn Fry.
Beverly
That
Hills
one I would
Cop.
second
That's
just
fair.
because
Yeah.
we were trying to set up what was going on. It was difficult to tell when you guys were about to start. Also, I think for a YouTube audience, because we had the wide shot, you couldn't really tell which side was the side that was officially going.
I get
so
it.
that one I'm actually with.
And it's probably a lot noisier too, with a lot of dribbles and things going on over on the
And
other
I
side.
understand that, like, people came, and it's funny because I talked to a bunch of listeners, and I'm like, as much as you guys love this, I think we love it more as a station.
dope.
We had our bosses and the whole sales team, and like everyone's here, and it's like we love this as much as they do, and I know you want to come here and shoot as many shots as you can, and that's awesome. But you know, during the heat, it's like, okay, spotlight, like this is the deal now. Let's do the thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, we probably.
And the other 7 things I'll keep to myself.
We probably lose the whole, like, we're actually employees thing a little bit.
Oh,
You're reminding me of, like, one of the first jobs I had, I was a camp counselor.
Oh, look at
a place called Sports America Day Camp.
Nice.
It's the place where we saw all the rats doing the party.
Oh,
during the summer. Remember I told that story?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so the camp counselor at Sports America Day Camp, but it was my first job, so I'm only a sophomore in high school. They had to pull me aside after the first couple of days. They're like, so you're a counselor.
Right.
You're not here to give the ha-ha to the 7-year-olds. You're here to be employed by this.
He's out here getting double-doubles, dominating 8-year-olds.
Right? I'm making steals right out of the first game possession, like finger roll, lay it in, give them a little something on the way in. Yeah, there's a little bit of that here. I'll grant you that.
I mean, Shasky showed up in a headband.
That dude.
He looked like a Fred Tropic.
He came, he jumped in on us.
Totally.
After his loss.
Low pro early exit as well.
Yeah.
For
don't rub it in, Will. He came up here. Bonte too. Had an air ball.
They
we
both
saw
came
the
up
air
for
ball.
post games.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was like a post game interview or therapy.
Yeah. No, Bonte was mad that his bad moments go viral faster than his good moments.
Of course.
With the stats.
That's all of us.
Yeah, that's
Welcome to social media.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
I'll tell you guys this. We all have a computer. It's our brains.
Yeah.
And Friday when we left each other, we knew the Deebo trade was coming, and I know you guys are going to start your show with that, but I want to just hit reverse and ask, what does your computer compute when you hear Jonathan Kuminga is not close to coming back like I once thought he was? I thought today might be the day. And I say that to say is your boy's getting concerned.
Yeah, concerned about what? Like,
is this more severe than what your normal ankle sprain? I think we already have that answer.
Well, I do think that it is more severe, and it was a grade 2 at least. And, you know, if he's been out for 8 weeks, and if it turns out to be 9 or 10, maybe it was actually worse than that. He didn't need surgery, and I think that it's his first ankle sprain of this level. And you know this, Goo, as a guy who still plays ball at 24-hour, like when you sprain your ankle that first time, it's like amputate me. Your life is over. And now I sprained my ankle probably 4 times today already.
Not bad.
I mean,
pretty good.
I think Willard did.
Exactly. It's a calf.
Yeah.
He's day to day with a calf. But
and 8 weeks from now, I might still be limping around. It's not healing like I thought it would.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned. I mean, I do think that they're being more cautious than...
Which we like.
And if it were the playoffs and it were Steph Curry, they would run him out there. But things have been going pretty well without him.
Your mind and my mind in the same place because I'm driving around now listening to you this morning, and I go, you know what? I'm going to fire off a little text to Doc Pandia.
Oh, our man.
This thing is taking a minute. So I just was like, let me find out what his read on this situation is. Here's what the doc said. And, Doc, if you're listening, thank you so much, as always, for being a part of our station. If this was actually a grade 3, as Dibbs just said, with some complete tearing of the ligaments, it can take 8 to 10 weeks to get better, especially for an explosive athlete like Kuminga. Although most are usually grade 1 or 2, this sounds like it was severe based on what the team has been saying. Yeah. Plus, I wouldn't be surprised if he's being more cautious since there is such a high rate of repeat injury with these severe ones that they're taking more time. And then add in, also, with the contract situation out there, you probably have some other voices in there that really want to keep it careful. And then, by the way, they're playing well. They're playing well without him. I know Saturday was annoying, but
what was that?
They're playing well without him, and so it doesn't. The urgency maybe is not there. Anyway, I was with you, but that sort of makes it sound like, okay, if this is still normal, like I wanted to check with him because I'm like, is something wrong that we don't know about? An ankle sprain? And this thing, this is dragging on for what feels
tearing
like
ligaments and an ankle sprain. I'm no doctor. Didn't go to Stanford. I didn't know that was the same thing.
Yeah, that's what a sprain
absolutely
is.
Oh, my
God. A sprain is a tear of little ligaments.
Wow. Yeah. And the whole idea about, I know you have to do time for the legal, but there's no hard and fast line between grades. So we could say grade 2, maybe it's a grade 3, it might be a grade 2.2, it might be a grade 2.8. There's no hard and fast demarcation where you can decide that it's this or it's that. So this was really bad, and they shut him down immediately. 3 weeks, and then we'll check back. And after 3 weeks, it was okay, we're not even ready to have you get back to basketball activities.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 in San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That does have me thinking, though, not necessarily about, what your biggest concern is, but since they've acquired Jimmy, it's not that I haven't thought about Kuminga, but he hasn't been as necessary to what they've been doing. So to me, the fact that I look at Saturday and I say, yes, that's a bad loss, embarrassing, but Jimmy Butler's health is more important than that game. If he gets hurt, this season is done. And I think we saw evidence of that in his absence. If Steph Curry gets hurt, it's same for Draymond. If Jonathan Kuminga remains hurt, might it prevent them from going as far as they possibly can? Maybe. But it's not going to completely derail what they're doing because they've shown that with Butler alongside Steph, this team, I think, has the capability of doing something special. And you would love for Kuminga to be a part of that. But I think it's even more reason, to your point, Willard, why you don't rush him back. You do not try to push him whatsoever.
It lowers their ceiling. I feel like if he's not at full strength, we're all sort of imagining what they can be with him. We don't even really know yet. But this is. I feel like we get these messages throughout the year, especially in this age of load management, where we get really stressed. Where we're like, dude, you guys need to play. You have to win this game tonight. And then they don't. How many different times this year, whether it's Philly on Saturday, gagging against Utah,
I'll never forget it,
with 2 minutes to go, or all the Houston, all of the games that you blow in a year, and that night you're like, they're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. And then 2 months later, they'll win 5 in a row, and you're like, they're going to make it. They're going to make it. So I think what they know better than us is to stay off of that emotional roller coaster. And so, sure, Saturday's annoying, but you don't just win all of the games in a row because you're supposed to. And so, yes, Jimmy Butler missed one. His legend grows even more. He missed the game. They look like crap. He'll probably come back tonight, and they'll look better again. And they're still on track.
Evan told me he used to get back spasms.
I heard that.
How are you? Can they be severe?
Yeah, absolutely. And, it can hit you where you try to get up in the morning and it's just, major pain, like shooting across the lower back, or depending on where you have it, or it's sciatica where it shoots down your leg. And, when you have bad back days, it's hard. It's hard to even do what we do, which is sit here and talk to each other, let alone like run up and down and jump and dunk and rebound and all the rest of it. And so, you know, that's the one byproduct of having a team with older guys. And you look at Draymond, every time he comes out of the game, he's got double ice or triple ice.
Steve Austin outfit, whatever.
Every time. And, you know, Steph Curry had the bilateral knee tendonitis, and I do think that he probably got that good cortisone in the knee. Because I was thinking, listening to you guys on the way in. And, well, yeah, he dunked. And, like, I know with my bad knees, when I get cortisone, I get about 6 weeks of, like, man, I feel great again. And then it goes downhill. And so if you're Steph, you get that good, you get the cortisone, and it's going to work for 4 to 6 weeks or maybe longer, and then you can get a re-up.
But he probably felt something on the dunk for him to have that immediate reaction.
Man.
It was like, so that's the last time
he did say it. Wow, man.
That probably felt a certain way on the way down. That'd be my guess. I've never dunked before, but anyway, that'd be my guess.
You've never dunked at your size?
Nerf hoop.
Okay. I'm 6'2". I figured maybe you.
That's
I would have lied, Willard. I'd have said I threw one down back in 87.
You probably turned it over like Steph did. I mean, it's just right over the top.
Turned it over. That's what you said. You guys are something else.
I'm the same height as Steph, and look what it looks like when he dunks. It's like, oh, he got up. I'm not getting up that high.
But you went to the championship at knockout.
I did go to the championship at knockout. Yes.
And for the first time ever, I actually was rooting for Mark Willard, which was a really uncomfortable moment.
Break that down. Why?
Because anybody but Grandy. Anybody but Grandy today, and then we get to the finals, and it's this
like
guy.
The second guy.
Right.
It's like
Chiefs Eagles.
That was the Eagles and Chiefs. Yes, it was.
No doubt.
For our station, for anyone who doesn't know, that's just like, oh God,
boy.
Which person?
But Grandy doesn't brag. He does it in
he does.
God, yes he does. Yes, he does.
Everyone thinks that Grandy's like this humble, super nice, quiet guy. That's not the case
He's a
whatsoever.
killer, right?
No.
Sweet guy, but he'll let you know.
Yeah, he can be all those things.
And by the way, knockout champion and back-to-back knockout champion are two completely different animals.
Nobody's ever touched the trophy but Grandy.
I don't even know if we know.
Don't be disrespectful.
We don't know what to expect from Grandy for the next year.
You're right.
I know this. The smugometer is already at like a 9. It's going to be at like a 15 when we get back in the studio. There he is. When we get back in the studio.
It'll probably,
I mean, he wouldn't even take the trophy home. He has it pointed toward the studio. So every time I try and look in their room in the box.
Oh, you didn't hear? It's not called the trophy anymore.
It's called the Grandy?
It's called the Grandy.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's like
the Grandy.
It's called the Grandy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's tough to swallow. But, Warriors today. And if they come up with an L in this one, now we can talk about like this and that and the other as far as like Philly, cute little loss, whatever. Nobody cares. They've been so hot, blah, blah, blah. You lose another one because you had no business losing to Philadelphia.
But that's why you went and got the trade, because that's who we were that game against the Sixers. We had lost 9 in a row.
Yeah, and don't forget.
That's why.
Go back now to Thursday night and start to put puzzle pieces together where Jimmy Butler was, I think he scored 5 points.
Dude,
he was completely not there, did not look like himself.
Man.
The spasms might have been starting, who knows, but he was not himself, and look what it took to win that game. Steph Curry had to be generational. So I do look at this right now as those two games furthered the point that a lot of us were feeling even when we arrived there, which is that, man, Jimmy Butler has really unlocked a bunch of the players, because as soon as he's either not playing or not there, they go right back.
Paz has been different. His plus minus Moody.
They went right back to.
So that's why I'm so yearning for Kuminga to get some of that good Jimmy Butler dust. Like, it's not going to fail, you would think, because everybody else has benefited from it, including Steph and Dre and Kerr.
Yeah. There will be a little bit of a ramp up though for Kuminga, because he will have been out for 9 or 10 weeks by the time he comes back. So he's not going to be able to just hit the court and play 30 minutes and fit right in. There's going to be a learning curve and a readjustment, I think, that happens.
I mean, the one thing, just because I checked the injury report, the one thing that could hurt the Warriors tonight is the fact that LaMelo Ball is playing. because they have had trouble stopping individual talents. Quentin Grimes is off to the side, but still had 44. Yeah. But it's not just him. It's been Kyrie that's had a 40-burger. Aaron Holiday has given them trouble. Kobe White for the Bulls has given them trouble. Even Lillard had 38 and lost. Banchero had 41 the game before. Like, there have been a lot of teams that have had star players or star-ish players that have been able to get off against them. And LaMelo Ball, while his team is not very good, he himself is quite talented.
Yeah, I don't mind it as much, though, because that, like, you just look at that team and he averages almost 30 a game, and they still usually lose by 20 or 30 points. Like, I don't see, in other words, if he goes off, I don't see that actually making Charlotte that much better. I think that's part of their problem, in fact. Part of their problem is that's the only time they can be dangerous or feel dangerous is if one of their individuals goes off. We saw Charlotte here just a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, that is.
We all could play for
that is the worst NBA team
I can't make a free throw.
I have seen in a decade. Like, they are not competitive.
That was awful.
That was the Charlotte 49ers.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was
really
bad.
The Warriors have no excuses.
Can I ask you three a random question?
Yeah,
and I tried to withhold it, man. So, since the trading deadline, Luka going to L.A. to replace AD, is that greater, the synergy that's going on with the Lakers, greater than what's going on here with Butler replacing Wiggins?
They lost Charlotte.
I'm trying to argue, they did. I'm trying to argue that you had Anthony Davis, so they don't cancel each other out because I think Luka's better on a good day, but you already had Wiggins and Butler, there's a gap. So which one to you has captivated the basketball world more, the Butler trade or Luka to L.A. and what they're doing?
I mean, I'd answer it, Luka. They're
on fire, playing defense and everything.
But there's the other side to it. Like, Miami and Butler have been controversial all year, but as soon as they parted, that's it. It's over, and it was expected. The Luka thing captivates everyone because not just of where he arrived, but still where he departed. Did you see this story today? The Mavs have raised season ticket prices 8%.
No, they did.
Yes, and that do you remember the interview you guys did? I'm really starting to think that this is from that Adelson family that now owns the Mavericks.
Remember, I sent it to you guys on IG.
I really think they're doing John Fisher things. They are purposely
trying to get to Vegas.
They are purposely ticking everybody off.
Could you imagine? That would explain this move.
Yeah, but
think about it.
I mean, you must really like Las Vegas. Like, I mean, the DFW is a top 3 market. It isn't as if you can't make cash,
right? So why piss it off the way you did by trading the fan favorite?
That I don't know.
I appreciate that answer.
You're right, Evan. But one thing, and you'll all get this answer right away. What can you do in Vegas that you can't do in Texas?
Gamble.
There you go.
Wow,
and
man.
That's what I think that this is about. This is about surrounding this building with casinos in the hopes of even involving the building.
So I'll turn off our fans here, Dibs, and that's how you start to sour a relationship.
It's the blueprint. I mean, the blueprint has worked before, but the only thing that makes me scratch my head is that I believe that Vegas will get expansion before the Mavericks are able to completely implode their situation and get to Las Vegas, because Vegas will have an NBA team within 5 years. Yeah. And I think Seattle's going to get a team. Wow. And so if you want to relocate a couple teams, like New Orleans is a team that should move. They need to go somewhere. And if Dallas wants out and they want to go to Vegas, well, I think the NBA is more likely to expand to 32 and have Seattle and Vegas get their own teams, and then New Orleans can move wherever they want to move, and Dallas, you kick rocks. Like you said, they're in the number 3 market. Like, what do you have to cry about?
I mean, I guess that you would replace the team. I'd find it impossible to believe that Dallas would not have a basketball team and the Charlotte market would. Like the team that the
New
Warriors
Orleans, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, Charlotte is. I know New Orleans is kind of on the periphery, and both have an NFL team. But in Charlotte, like professional sports are on the back burner to literally everything, and I guess it's the same in New Orleans. But to have Dallas
and the same in Memphis
I
too.
can imagine living anywhere like that, where the college superseded the pro teams.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually not that bad.
No, I got it down, but you know, like
everyone really
A's,
loves
Giants, Niner, Raiders, Warriors. That's all I know.
Yeah,
Sharks.
that's how we're built. You're from here. That's how we're built. If you're from there, that's how you're built. You know?
I hate that you just knocked me off my rocker. Shout out John with that conspiracy. Would explain why he got traded to me. That's all, not you. To me. That made no sense.
But that's why, and the Mavericks have done actually a horrible job in letting this die. Like if you end up in a bad PR situation, and you could talk to Tiger Woods or if Kobe Bryant were still here, like in terms of handling damage control PR-wise, the number one rule, don't keep it alive. But the Mavericks are on like this smear campaign for like what Luka does with his time and his weight and what was happening here. And it's like, it's not going to work. All that's going to do is keep the story alive. So, and it is. I don't even think the Jimmy Butler story is really that alive nationally. Like, everyone will show up for when he returns to Miami, you get some video, move on with your life.
25th.
But for us, Jimmy Butler's a big deal. I don't think nationally that's a big deal right now. Luka is still a big deal because the Mavericks are keeping it alive.
Well, we know that at least today, both of you were pretty big deals, just in your own way.
I'll let you down, I'll let us all down.
Sorry about Daryl the Guru.
I mean, I came in early to do an hour, and I got 8 minutes.
Yeah.
I had to rapid fire my takes.
Well, you guys got, an hour and a half today?
Yeah.
Warriors live at 3 o'clock?
Let's go.
All right.
That's it.
Well, William Diggs coming up next.
Good job,
thank you
Will.
to Goo. Big thank you to Gott's providing lunch for us today. Big thank you to the Chase Center. Evan Inferstein, I'll talk to you tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show?
Center for our special day here at 95.7 The Game. We start counting you down right now to basketball on the radio. The Dubs need to get right game in Charlotte, and they'll get this thing started in just over an hour and a half. Of course, we'll have everything that we normally have. Warriors Live will get you all set and send you out to the arena at 3 o'clock right here on Willard and Dibbs. But until then, got a feeling that they're obviously, we'll share a little bit about what was a very, very fun day here for all of us at 95.7 The Game. And those of you who are now back in your, this is the first thing I want to say, Dibbs. For those of you who are now back in your car after being here inside the arena today, I just want to send out a very special thank you and how incredible it was to meet you. The vibes were absolutely, it's our favorite word in Bay Area sports this year. The vibes were unbelievable. So to everybody that we met, Adam and Chris and the rest of you out there who I got to shake hands with and talk a little bit, you all were just a total breath of fresh air. I hope you had an absolute blast. I know that we did, and just trust that we're already starting our plans to do this again next year, because this was first-rate fun.
Yeah, super fun, and the listeners loved it, and like I said in the crossover, as much as the listeners and all of you out there enjoyed it and you want to be a part of it, I think that we as a station love it more. We had, the whole station was basically out here, and everyone's, dribbling and shooting and having fun and seeing each other, and it's great to meet all of the listeners who were lucky enough to qualify and get through. And I met the person who was the last qualifier. I talked to Ron in Richmond for a long time, who, is a big-time fan. And so many of our listeners who, you listen all the time to all the shows, and you've been listening since we started this thing, which is almost 14 years ago now, since we launched this station. And it's just great to have that opportunity to meet people, the people who really keep you and I employed.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan in the city was down there.
Yeah.
I told him he better have a song about this event next time he calls in. So hopefully he's working on that, get the creative juices flowing already. So all of that said, thank you to each and every one of you. Hope you had a good time. Those of you who are just listening in and maybe watching on YouTube, hope that was a whole lot of fun as well. Great day here at 95.7 The Game. With all of that said, one quick thing and then another quick thing. Okay. The first thing is, shout out to sports teams. I have a message for you. Stop breaking news on a Saturday night. It's super annoying. I just think in the business we're in, don't do that. Don't do that. It doesn't give the world the chance to react accordingly. And obviously, I'm talking about Deebo Samuel. And I'll tell you exactly where I was. I was in a mall in Corte Madera.
Oh, wow.
And I got the notification from the Underdog app.
Were you in the village or were you in the town center?
I was at the village on this particular one. For those of you who speak Corte Madera,
right.
You know which side of the freeway that is.
Exactly.
I was in the village, getting the Starbucks, coming on out. My daughter's poking around Urban Outfitters or whatever, and I get the Underdog notification sensation. Deebo Samuel traded to the Washington Commanders. And I got to tell you, we knew it was coming.
Yep.
Of some sort. We knew the parting was coming. We have talked it out. We've all sort of said our opinions. It was still jarring.
Yeah.
It was very jarring to see in print. Deebo Samuel joins the Commanders.
The finality. I wasn't really that jarred, but the fact that it had happened and now it's put out there and it's a 5th-round pick and he's going to the Commanders. I did have that same kind of experience, which was like, yeah, we knew it was coming, but once you see it and it's Schefter and it's confirmed, the blue check mark and the rest of it, it's like, okay, this is it. Yep. It's done.
Yep.
Now, who's your wide receiver? Because Aiyuk is out until, who knows? I'm guessing probably October 1st. Could be sooner.
He might not even be a Niner there. I mean,
exactly.
We'll
we
see
don't
where
know.
that goes.
But who's your receiver? You got Jennings and you got Pearsall and you got Cowing, and that's not good enough. If you want to be a really good competitive team, and you look what Philly did with their 2 top receivers, they didn't even really need them in the Super Bowl, but you have them. And the Niners right now, no more Deebo, and you hope McCaffrey comes back and he's able to be McCaffrey again, but it just adds another question mark to this Niner team.
Well, I mean, look, it's a conversation for a different day. I would love to see Davante Adams on the 49ers this year. I think it's complicated. There's a lot of financial aspects to that, but I think that he would love to either be a Niner or a Ram. I think he's leaving the Jets. I think the 49ers have a lot of draft capital, may not need to use it. We'll see if they just wait for him to be cut. But I would love to see Davante Adams' presence in that locker room and his abilities on the field. But largely a different conversation for a different day. I just want to say this about the Deebo Samuel situation. One of these is a compliment to the Niners, and one of them is not. Very much so. The compliment to the Niners is, look, when you make a mistake in life, get out of it as soon as possible. It's not going to be pretty, and this was not pretty. Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick, when, let's be real, he's fetching you nowhere lower than a second if you did this last summer. This is not a good turnout for the 49ers. However, you ended up in this bucket. We all understand how you got here. And so once you're in this bucket, to get anything at all for Deebo Samuel, to get a 5th-rounder, which is a round where they've done very well in the past, to get a 5th-rounder and admit the mistake and move on as quickly as possible, I think is the only way to handle this. The criticism, though, is, boy, you really messed last summer up. I want the Niners to hear that loud and clear. My God, you messed last summer up. So bad, especially in this position room. For you to dance with both of these receivers leading up to the draft with trade rumors, then hold both of them, then have Brandon Aiyuk drag this whole thing through the offseason, then give him everything he wants, then take a beat, 3-2-1, his leg explodes, and you immediately start behind the scenes expressing regret and frustration for signing the deal in the first place. That's what I don't get. I just think the Niners really lacked courage last offseason because they were coming off of the Super Bowl, and they just did not want to upset the apple cart, and it really bit them in the you-know-what.
Well, they made a multitude of mistakes because there were trades that were out there for Brandon Aiyuk, but they didn't pull the trigger on these trades, and Pittsburgh was hot after him repeatedly, and you didn't deal him. And so you ended up giving him more money than you would have if you would have signed him in March. And, okay, fine. You brought in Aiyuk, and you gave him big money. Fine. You reworked Deebo's deal to where you owe him a big bonus here in March, and Deebo had a little bit of a down year. The whole team did, and now you're going to move off of Deebo. You have Aiyuk, who got hurt, not your fault. You've got Deebo, who you reworked his deal, so now you owe him a lot of money, and the dead cap is more than $30 million, and now you're going to trade him. And you and I talked about it last year about this time where most likely this upcoming season you weren't going to have both. So how do you want to do that? Well, you did it, to me, in, like you're saying, in completely the wrong way, because you're not going to have both, and you traded Deebo, and you got a 5th-round pick back, and now you're paying Brandon Aiyuk $30 million a year, and he can't play.
Yeah.
So you screwed up both ends of it.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And so the offseason, to me, gets more fascinating on two fronts. Clearly, the 49ers, when you hear John Lynch talk about cash flow and you watch them trade Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick and hear reports that they are listening to offers on Aiyuk, the 49ers are ready to eat a few here. They're ready to take it on the chin as far as a reboot. However, all of this is happening alongside Brock Purdy negotiations. And this is what's so challenging, I think. The biggest challenge for me for the 49ers this offseason is the fact that they're ready to eat some humble pie. They're ready to reboot, but they're also ready to stop losing deals because it looks like they definitely lost the Aiyuk one, and they may have lost the Bosa one as well, and they don't want to keep losing deals. And then, poof, now here's your quarterback.
Yeah.
And you don't want to lose the deal, but let me tell you something right now. I'd rather lose the deal than have this last all summer long and have everybody arguing again when it comes to August, because it ruined last season, and I don't want it to ruin next season.
And it would ruin it even worse if it's your quarterback, because the quarterback is the guy who absolutely is more important than any other player on your team. So you can't lose the deal and have it drag into the summer where he's not going to show up to voluntary workouts and mini camps and OTAs because you're trying to grind him for every last penny. And I'll add this. They also lost the Deebo deal because you reworked his contract and then you ended up trading him anyway. You would have been better off trading him last year and not giving him a reworked contract and just taking the hit back then and just going all in on Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I don't know that the reworking, and like I know we're all trying to learn on the fly constantly whenever there's anything financial in the NFL. And so I don't want to spend too much time trying to explain it over the radio because I'm no expert on it either. I don't think the reworking ends up really biting them in the butt all that much. And this cap hit that everyone's worried about was going to happen anyway. It was just going to happen over 2 years, and now it happens this year, and they got a bunch of cap space. So, again, I hear you. I don't know if it bites them, but it did create more cash flow that they're now saying they would like to lessen. So I'm with you. The bottom line on this is that I think there were a lot of things that got messed up last summer, and some we knew about as they were happening, and some we didn't. And so, yeah, there's a lot of rebooting to do. But I go back to my original point. It's jarring. You can sit here and say all you want, oh, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. But until it happens, I don't think it really fully hits you. And the fact that Deebo Samuel,
yeah,
like boombox,
he's a commander.
Yeah,
gone.
Boombox guy,
right,
is not on the team anymore. I don't know, man. It feels like I don't know if I want to use the phrase "new era," but it's going to be a different ball game around 49er camp starting this fall.
Yeah, it will be, but I think that the way this past year went makes it a little bit easier for fans to stomach it because he did not have a perfect year by any stretch. He had a little bit of a down year, and he fought with the the long snapper and the kicker, and he had moments that were less than glowing, and so I think that more and more fans are okay with the reality that he's going to be moving on to another team.
All right, we're right here at Chase Center after our big day. Knockout 95-7, the game style was an absolute blast. And now we're leading into Warrior basketball, which is only, half hour away till Warriors Live, hour and a half away until we get to tip-off. Until then, though, we'd love to hear from you, and we'll take your calls right now. Deebo Samuel's a Commander. How did it hit you? How did that sort of emotionally land with you once it became a reality over the weekend? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls on that. And then just a side little special invitation to anybody who was in the building today. If you're now listening to the station and you were here, if you want to give us a call and kind of reminisce about the day and let us know how it felt through your eyes, we'd love that as well. We're sponsored by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Exclusive digital
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Slates.
Yeah.
We got fresh slates.
We got some fresh slates.
We do.
Up in here.
We're going to go to the phones here in just a second. Willard and Dibbs out here at Chase Center. Looking at the new Valkyries gear, by the way.
Love it.
That's staring at us right here on the big screen.
And we also are watching live as they take apart the court. I know they got a concert, I think, tomorrow night. So they're doing the changeover. They left the court intact for us, which is kind of cool.
I don't even understand it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I really don't. You know what else I found out? And this is stupid little stuff, but if you really want to know about the inner workings of a professional sports team, you don't get a whole lot of this. The listeners who came and played today also got parking. Like
they did?
I saw multiple parked in the and I know you might be listening, being like, "Duh." Do you know how hard that is?
That's incredibly hard.
There are events that we do down here where they don't give us parking.
That's a fact.
This is San Francisco, California. The point is, once again, this organization is just so damn classy.
Chef's kiss.
So damn
First
classy.
class. Yep,
and
no doubt.
Matt Nahigian started the whole day off by talking about how there's no better partner to a radio station in the world of sports than the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
So, very, very cool. And speaking of those Warriors with fresh slates, Jimmy Butler and Quentin Post are in tonight. That is official. They'll be playing basketball, and that's good because the Warriors don't win without Jimmy Butler.
Apparently, yeah. What are they, 7-1 since he came, and 0-1 since he has been a Warrior and not played, and so that becomes kind of a big thing when you've got Jimmy Butler. And, Guru was mentioning it, and you and I talked about it last week, what he does for the others, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, who is now playing, Brandon Pajemski. He makes everybody around him better. So when Jimmy's back and he's playing, and hopefully his back is okay, and this is not an on-again, off-again thing, but I look for big things tonight then.
Yeah, I'm with you, and especially in a reaction to what happened on Saturday, which, provided that they play good basketball over the next 28 hours, they're going to have 2 basketball games. I'm not saying they necessarily have to win them both. Tomorrow is hard, but you have to win tonight. You got to show out tomorrow and see if you can steal one there. But, I'm willing to brush my shoulder off on Saturday, provided that they come out in a get-right game and look like the team we've come to expect tonight. And with Jimmy Butler back on the floor, I would certainly expect that. So 888-957-9570, how'd it hit you? How'd it hit you when you saw that Deebo Samuel is going to play with the Commanders? And, oh, by the way, have you thought about it from that angle for a second yet? Deebo on the Commanders?
Yeah.
Look out.
Yeah.
Look out.
Well,
that team they were already someone to be reckoned with.
They're good, but I don't think that Deebo is the same player that he was a few years ago. And you and I talked about whether or not he had lost a step, and I thought that he had. And then you saw a couple of big kick returns, and it looked like he had his top speed back. But, Deebo coming up on being 30 in an offense where you have other weapons. I don't think that it's going to come back to haunt you, the fact that Deebo's not here anymore.
888-957-957. Let's go to John in Alaska, which I did not have on my bingo card for our first call today.
Yeah, wow.
But here we are. Hi, John. What's going on?
Hey, not much, guys. Yeah, I know I'm from Alaska, but I'm a huge Niner fan. Been down there multiple times for games, so I listen to you guys in the afternoons all the time.
Beautiful. Well, thank you much.
Yeah, I'm out on Deebo. I was out on Deebo after this past year. I'm thankful for all he did and everything because 2021 was special. But, he objectively was just – I did not think he was very good last year. This past year. He looked overweight. He dropped – his drops are bad. I was at the Rams game where he dropped that would-be walk-in touchdown. The crowd was booing him. And – so I hope he does well. But I think it was time for him to go. It was best for both sides, to be honest. I think Shanahan also relied on him too much.
John, I'll tell you this, and this is not a report. This is my read on the situation. But I've chuckled a little bit to myself, and John, thank you very much. Chuckled to myself, Dibs, a little bit each time when I hear the Niners say, Deebo has requested a trade, and we're going to honor that. And people will head out into the world with like, well, Deebo requested a trade, so you had to trade him. No, you didn't. Deebo Samuel requested a trade 2 years ago, and they did 2 years ago what they would have done this time if the 49ers didn't want to trade Deebo. But yes, the Niners wanted to trade Deebo too. They feel, I don't know if it's all like he's washed, he's lost a step, or if it's just, hey, this contract is now too weighty. It doesn't pair with Brandon well. There could be a bunch of different reasons, but the 49ers absolutely are totally okay with the idea of Deebo not being on their team, or else they wouldn't have done this.
Exactly, and they thought about this last year in the draft when they drafted Ricky Pearsall. You don't draft a wide receiver in the first round with your top pick unless you're already thinking about, all right, maybe the Brandon thing doesn't work out. If we sign Brandon, well, we'll see how Deebo does. And if we don't make the Super Bowl, if we don't win the Super Bowl, then it becomes an easy choice. You sign Brandon, younger, a better receiver. Deebo's a better football player, but Brandon's a better receiver. So you draft Ricky Pearsall, and you think, all right, if we didn't miss on this pick, and it looks like they didn't, he was starting to show really good signs in the second half.
Yep.
So now you've got a new receiver on a first-round contract, which means you've got 4 years plus a fifth-year option, a much more controllable number. So either Deebo or Aiyuk has to go, and maybe both will end up going. Although, we've heard a lot of talk about Aiyuk maybe being traded now. I don't know if it's a tradable player based on his injury. He tore 2 ligaments in his knee, and, you won't know if you're the accepting team. Like, if you do trade for Brandon Aiyuk, he's not going to pass a physical until September or October, so you're basically trading for a guy who is injured.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think that obviously makes it very, very difficult. The contract and the injury would have me guess that Brandon Aiyuk is not going to go anywhere. But if somebody is still very excited about him, like the Steelers were last offseason or whatever, yeah, the Niners would probably look at it, because I think in a perfect world, the Niners don't want to lose both of those guys. But the Deebo situation became unworkable, so he moves on. And the Brandon thing to me is a little bit more sour grapes. Like, there's a little more acrimony on this one. Like, we're starting to really hear the buzz that there are a lot of people in the Niners organization who are still really regretful, really ticked off at the way this one went down. Partially at Brandon, partially at themselves for making the decisions they did. So if you see a trade of Brandon Aiyuk, I do think there's a little bit more kind of what behind it.
Yeah.
Because this is just not... This has not worked out to be someone that they want to be associated with anymore, based on what got them here and the numbers that are involved.
Right, but that makes their contract that they agreed to do with Brandon Aiyuk even worse, because if they felt that way throughout this entire process, well, then you probably should have traded him instead of having him get paid. And I know him getting hurt is not something that they could have controlled, but you weren't happy with the process, and yet you signed him anyway. And because you signed him, and you drafted Ricky Pearsall before that, and then now you trade Deebo Samuel, it feels like you're just chasing your mistake with more bad decisions potentially.
One other Warriors note, and then we're going to go back to the phones, which is that Steve Kerr has also mentioned that there will be no load management in this back-to-back.
Okay.
Quote, Steph's in a great place. Steph Curry, both nights.
All right. 2 nights of Steph. That's great.
Yep. Yeah, well, yeah, you're going to need him. I don't know if you watched him last Thursday night, but he's pretty good. Pretty good little player.
Good little player.
Yeah.
And I do think that, you go from bilateral knee tendonitis to now he's playing back-to-backs, and I'm not trying to be like radio doctor, but that tells me that he got some of the good injections in there, which is fine.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not illegal.
No.
I get cortisone every 6 months for my knees because I need it to just live.
I would imagine that most athletes who are playing beyond their 35th birthday are doing all kinds of things on a night-in and night-out basis to be out there. Let's go to Manroop in San Jose. Hey, Manroop, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, man, I was part of the contest earlier. Thank you, guys.
Nice.
Oh, man, thanks for being out here. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was wonderful. I just got to say there was not free parking.
Okay, that's my bad. My bad if I made it sound like that. But you did come in the building, right?
Yeah. I just came in. I was the one in the Klay Thompson jersey. I fumbled.
sure.
I fumbled eliminating Bonte.
Nice.
You were the one who eliminated Bonte?
No, I fumbled it. But he ended up getting eliminated right away.
I do actually remember that. I remember that. All right. So your wallet was a little bit lighter, but you still got to park where where the players park. Like, that's usually completely locked off. But my bad if I made it sound otherwise.
No, it's all good. I'm not tripping. I just wanted to say the parking wasn't free. I paid by the meter, so it wasn't too bad.
Okay.
But, no, thank you guys. It was really fun, man.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for coming down and do it again next year as the world tries to take down Mark Grandy one more time.
Oh yeah, please. And Willard, you're a legend, bro, in the Bay. You've been doing this mad long, like literally forever since I was a kid. So appreciate you, bro.
Well, thank you for calling, man. Great to hear from you. Great day out here. Yeah, man, a lot of us were talking about it down there. Obviously, I don't know what other radio stations in other cities are doing. I don't really know of anything like this. And it's fun. It's fun to see. I mean, hell, it's not even just about the listeners, us too.
Yeah.
It's just different. It's different when you get to suddenly be down there on the Warriors court.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And, you look up at the gigantic screen above, and it's, welcome Odyssey for the second annual knockout contest. And we had all the graphics throughout the building were for us. And so, like our boss, Matt Nahigi, was saying, no other organization goes to any length, let alone this length, to take care of their radio partner. I mean, you let us have the court for about 3 hours. You did full graphics throughout the building.
Yep.
And, every single employee that I encountered, to a man, to a woman, was welcoming, friendly, and happy that we were here to do that.
Yeah, pretty cool. So, and we got a Warrior game coming up here in just over an hour. We've got Warriors Live coming up in about 15 minutes. Glad you're with us here on Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570 is the number. And just chatting out the Deebo Samuel situation, which I have to admit, in seeing that come across the phone on Saturday late afternoon, it was jarring. It was a little much. Let's go to Chris in Tahoe. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, hey. I was wondering what you guys thought about Kuminga. He thought he could be the face of the franchise soon.
Jonathan Kuminga, face of the franchise? Well, two things. First of all, Christopher, you may or may not know, there's been this big discussion about face of the league. And LeBron James had some comments late last week that I think rubbed some people, self-included, the wrong way, where he basically was like, nobody wants that role anymore because all the media does is bleep on us all day long. And it's like, really, dude?
I kind of liked what he had to say.
How come?
Because he's not wrong. No matter what they do, it feels like when you put yourself out there, the majority of the commentary on social media is negative.
Okay, the commentary on social media, but here's what I would say right away. This idea of if you're the face of the league, all anyone does is bleep on you. LeBron, you are the co-face of the league with a guy named Steph Curry. Ever heard anybody bleep on Steph?
No, not really.
Okay, so it's to me, that takes apart the whole narrative.
Well, Steph's not out there like LeBron is, though, on social media. Steph doesn't do a lot of social media. LeBron is much more present on social media than Steph is.
LeBron tweets more, but I would argue Steph is absolutely just as much out there. He and his wife are celebrities all over social media. They're doing things, digital content. He's got shows, that putt-putt show. He does all kinds of stuff. Steph's not hiding from anyone, and they've both been absolutely amazing at handling the job. I just think if you really think that everyone's just bleeping on you all the time, you're only paying attention to the negative.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, these two, you're going to tell me that LeBron and Steph don't get love? Oh, good Lord. And their cup should be runneth over. So, and the other part of his statement that I didn't like is LeBron goes, at one point he said, I didn't ask for this. You didn't? You nicknamed yourself the chosen one.
Well, you had an hour-long special to announce your next destination.
Thank you. You completely asked for this. So, anyway, but the smaller point, when you ask about Jonathan Kuminga, so there's two sides to it. There's what we're just talking about there. Can you handle that responsibility? And then, does your play measure up? we're still so early in Jonathan Kuminga's career. He's still such a young player at 22. But do I see future All-Star, face of the Golden State
franchise,
Warriors?
Yeah.
It's tough. That's tough.
No is the answer.
Yeah, I can't say I see it yet.
No.
With an openness that I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
No,
maybe,
of course
maybe
not.
something else develops out of this.
If he turns into the kind of player that is a best player on a team that is a perennial playoff team and a team that is a real contender, then yeah, you can become the face of that franchise. But like Jordan Poole, is he the face of the Washington Wizards right now?
I don't know if they have a face.
Right, that's the point.
Yeah.
Is when you're not very good, you can be the best player on a team that's not very good, and I guess essentially you are the face of that franchise, but it doesn't really matter. Like today, we're going to have LaMelo Ball. He's the face of the Charlotte organization. He's the face of that franchise, and they're going to go out there and probably lose by 15 or more. The spread's 13.5. So, yeah.
Do you promise it's going to be 15 or more?
Oh, yeah, they're going to get hammered tonight. They're going to get throttled.
Okay.
I put the Warriors, I would lay 20 tonight if I was a betting man.
No, that's the end of that. So I was going to bet the Warriors.
Oh, because we're fading the Denver now.
No, it just makes me nervous. It makes
there
me
it
nervous.
is. There it
makes
is.
me nervous. That's fair.
I'll give you my college locks, too. North Texas -7 tonight.
Every time you and I sit there and talk about your college locks, you tell me you're losing.
No.
Yeah, when we sit there in the show and we're watching the East Coast games, you're always like,
I need Drexel.
I've got North Dakota State plus 24 and a hook, and they're already down 30, and it's the first half.
There's a couple of bad ones.
Am I supposed to trust you?
You don't have to. I mean, I win more than I lose.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. Especially in the horses. Hit another little trifecta.
I'm not talking about
animals
horses.
riding other animals. I'm your guy. Bethune-Cookman tonight laying the 5.
Bethune-Cookman.
We like Bethune-Cookman.
They're laying 5?
Oh,
Who the hell is Bethune favored against?
Dude, the Cooks?
Yes.
The Cookmen?
You don't even know who they're playing.
I'll have to look it up.
You.
I'll have to look it up. I made this bet hours ago.
Oh, my God.
We also like Houston against Kansas. We're going to lay the 9.5.
Well, Houston's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Houston's I know that.
They're
Houston's
good.
one of the best teams in the country.
Bethune-Cookman hosting Grambling.
Oh, Grambling.
In a SWAC showdown.
I'm not betting against Grambling.
Okay.
I refuse. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Line's down to 4.5. Money coming in on Grambling.
Warriors are favored by 13 and a hook tonight?
Yep. Lay the number.
That's a lot of points.
It is, but Charlotte is terrible.
Yeah, well, they're the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
For my money, just by my eye, watching basketball this year, that's the worst team in the NBA. So, look, the Warriors are, in a way, not up against it. You remember the conversation that we had last week with regard to this road trip, and I thought 4-1 was a par. I don't know if you can really think that way anymore. Like, they're going to be hard-pressed to get 2 wins in the next 30 hours. It's doable, and absolutely they could still go 4-1. But I think that Saturday serves as a reminder that this is the NBA on the road. You don't just uncork a 10-game win streak because you want to and you feel like you're the better team. Like, this stuff is quirky and guys get hot and all of that. And I didn't come out of that with any concern. But I don't know, man. I like to then turn around the very next night and lay close to 14 points on the road. That's a big number.
It's a big number, but like you were talking about, that team you're playing is not very good, and you could have beaten them by 60 when you played them here a couple of weeks ago at Chase Center.
That's true.
They absolutely pummeled them, and they were in second gear the majority of the time. And I do think the bounce back spot of tonight is also an indicator because you definitely want to come back and you want to have a better performance than you did the other night against Philadelphia. And so you come out and you've got everybody except Kuminga. I do think you put it on Charlotte early and often, and you try to give a lot of your veterans some rest.
Let me ask you this, based on the start of this road trip, because to me what has been defined in these first 2 games is this, that when Jimmy Butler is either not playing or not at his best, the Warriors go right back to looking the way that they did before. I know it was super fun to win in Orlando. And I made a big deal about take the Warriors minus the 4.5, and they covered.
Barely.
They covered by 6. But, you watch that game, and I don't even know did you see after the game, because the Warriors posted it on digital, Steve Kerr addressing the team when he got back to the locker room, and everybody's kind of sitting in a circle. and everybody's looking at Steph, and it's just like applause. They're just like, we don't even know what to do with you, man. That was such an unbelievable performance. But you come out of there and you go, dude, like that's what it takes to win an NBA game against a mediocre team on the road when Jimmy Butler is not at his best, because Butler had 5 points, did not look right. Then clearly right after the game, they're like, yeah, he's not right and probably not going to play on Saturday. And then they come out on Saturday and they were outplayed. They didn't just lose the game. Like, they were outplayed for the entire night in Philadelphia. So when you see the road trip start that way, it gives me the PTSD of what the Warriors looked like before the trade deadline. And that's scary. That's scary because all these guys are over 35 years old, and I expect them to miss more games.
Right, and even when they don't miss games, you can't expect them to come out and play at their absolute best night in and night out. The thing that troubled me the most about the Saturday game against Philly is the fact that there's another guy, Quentin Grimes, he put 44 on you. So you have a hard time, and Evan was making this point earlier, that you're having a hard time stopping players on the other team, and players are able to get onto a certain role. And Quentin Grimes is a guy who no one will mistake for Kyrie Irving, but you had Kyrie, you had Banchero, and then tonight you think about LaMelo Ball, a guy who can put 30 or 40 on you in a hurry.
Sure.
So it's been the pattern of individual players really giving you the business, I think, is the thing that troubled me the most.
I mean, I can't refute that, but it's funny because since Jimmy Butler arrived, the Warriors' defensive rating is excellent. It's excellent.
Yeah.
So are you a good defensive team or are you not a good defensive team based on what we're seeing right now?
Well, they weren't on Saturday, and Jimmy wasn't there.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, and Grimes that's an offshoot because most people don't even know who that is.
18 of 24.
I mean.
Have a night.
Yeah, when you see a top-level NBA offensive player, Kyrie Irving or Paolo Banchero, when you see those guys go off like that, I usually go, there's not a whole lot you can do to stop them. You can make it hard on them, but if those guys are making shots, then they're making shots. And if that lasts all 4 quarters, then it lasts all 4 quarters. You gotta kind of batten down the hatches on the rest of the guys, which for the most part they did. The Grimes one, I don't know what to do with, but I'm not of the mind right now that suddenly the Warriors are not doing what they need to do on defense. They've been good.
They have been. I mean, Saturday night was one of those nights where maybe you took Philadelphia too lightly because you had no Embiid, and Maxey wasn't really much of a factor early in that game. He wound up with 5 points on 2 of 14. If you would tell me that there's no Embiid, Maxey goes 2 of 14, are you going to win that game? Absolutely, you should win that game, but they didn't.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, which is extra fun today because you can actually take a little look at what the Warrior broadcast booth looks like. We're in the Tim Roy spot right now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and right next door from where Fitz and Buki do their thing. So hop on over to YouTube and you can check that out. And Warriors Live is moments away. Twitch.tv/957thegame, YouTube.com/957thegame. We invite you to subscribe to the channel, like the show. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We are also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And here we go. We're also here for the Warriors game. It's the Magic and the Warriors an hour away, and Warriors Live is next. And it's Willard.
quiet leader.
The Curry quick release, splash!
And a not-so-quiet one.
Rejected by Draymond, knocked away. What a block!
And above all, a team that brings the entire Bay Area together.
Curry, one step in front of the logo! A right-hand slam and a little elevation. Sensation.
This is Warriors Live on 95.7. The Game.
Time to start a new win streak. The Warriors' effort to do so starts tonight in an hour in Charlotte, where they're taking on one of the worst teams in the NBA. The Warriors at 32-28 take on the Charlotte Hornets at 14-45. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. The Warriors are hoping that good stuff is back tonight, and it starts with Jimmy Butler back in action, as it's a get-right game for sure after a disappointing night in Philadelphia over the weekend.
Without a doubt, and you get Quentin Post, who is going to be cleared to play as well, coming off a game in which he started. I'd imagine Post will go back to the bench, and Jimmy Butler goes back in the starting lineup. But yeah, start a new winning streak, and it's tough because you got a game today and then a game tomorrow, and back-to-backs with an older team, not always the easiest thing to do, but you look at this game, this night, with Jimmy coming back and a 13.5-point spread, courtesy of the odds makers, this is one you absolutely should expect to have.
No doubt. Well, and the Lakers helped him out. Minus Austin Reeves last night, they were still able to defeat the Los Angeles Clippers. The Warriors, over their last 10 games, have gained 3 games on the Clippers in the standings and have totally erased this deficit between them and the 6th seed, which, as Steve Kerr said a number of weeks ago, that's the target, and it's very simple. I know this may be fleeting. It doesn't mean anything beyond today, but that's what's sitting there in front of you tonight. Win the game, and you're the 6th seed.
Wow.
They move by the Clippers with a win tonight.
That's big. And, we talked about it before, it's going to take some time. And last year you went 10-2, and it did not mean that you moved up from the 10 spot. You went 10-2, and you were the 10, and you stayed the 10. So I thought it would be tougher to move up no matter what you did. But now they're just chewing up teams in front of them. They're just chomp, 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 moving right up the ladder.
Well,
and with a win, you go to 33-28, and you've got a chance at the 5 even.
Yeah, well, still 5 games as we sit here tonight against Houston. They also play tonight. But yes, they've been a little bit more wobbly of late. Are they catchable? If the Warriors are really hot, maybe. But obviously, I like what Steve Kerr said after the game on Saturday. And I think it was reiterated, or he first said it on Thursday. People continue, and this is because of who the Warriors have been in recent years, people keep bringing up the NBA Finals. And Steve is like, I think we got to stop. We're trying to make the playoffs.
Right.
We're trying to make the playoffs. There's no flashing forward to the second round, the third round, any round. There's we're just trying to make the playoffs. And while there's all this optimism around the 6th seed, because the Clippers look wobbly and the Warriors have the easiest schedule the rest of the way, guess who's got the second easiest schedule the rest of the way? It's the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if you watched them on national TV in Phoenix last night, watch the hell out, because they just got healthy. Julius Randle back, Dante DiVincenzo back, Rudy Gobert about to be back. And the Wolves, if you watch them in the second half, man, when they're hitting shots, they are a completely dynamic team. So just because the Warriors, caught them and by percentage points right now have passed them, dude, this is still going to be a real race and chase to the end.
Yeah, of course. And the Clippers, as much as they've been shaky, they are allowed to use your parlance, they're allowed to play better, and they're allowed to stay in this race. And Sacramento and Dallas, while broken in many ways, they're only a half game back. So between the Clippers and Dallas, 5 teams separated by a half a game.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the Kings have won 3 in a row.
Yep.
Now Domantas Sabonis is going to be out a little while, so we'll see if that hurts them. They're in Dallas tonight, so one of them is going to lose.
Yeah,
but that means one of them is going to win.
Yeah, good point.
One of them is going to win. So you're right. Those teams are not to be forgotten about either, even though I do think the Warriors are in a much, much better position. So here we go. go. This home stretch, you're at the 60-game mark tonight, so it's 22 games to go, and you got to feel like right now, for the Warriors to end up where they want to be, you sort of need to be on the cadence each week of winning 2 out of 3. If you can do that 15-7, something like that on the way out the door, 15-7 would put you at 47 wins. Take your chances with where that puts you in this whole standing.
Yeah, that'd be a perfect middle for those of us who bet the win total. I bet it over 43, and then they started 12-3, and it went to 50, and I bet it under 50. So 47 would suit me very well.
Okay.
That'd be a classic middle.
Good luck to you.
Yep.
We won't fade the dippers on that one. Let's do the injury report because there's some intrigue here. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Jimmy Butler in, Quentin Post in. Jonathan Kuminga is the one that I think part of this is that we kept hearing and feeling leading up to this road trip. Somewhere about halfway through that road trip, you're probably going to see Jonathan Kuminga. Well, after tonight, that's the halfway point of this road trip, and Jonathan does not appear to be close. And so you're starting to get some concern, and that also comes along with the report that that Kuminga was icing the right ankle post-game on Saturday. I don't think ice is a problem, but my gosh, it's been like 9 or 10 weeks, and you sort of figure that this would be feeling a little bit better and that you'd be hearing more optimism from the Warriors organization than we are right now.
And we're not hearing it, and he's scrimmaged a bunch of times, and the fact that he came out of it and needed to ice, and the fact that became a report, because you're right, everyone ices. I mean, watch Draymond tonight when he comes out of the game. He's given ice almost every time he comes off the floor.
I'm going to be icing tonight.
You're going to be icing for
All
sure.
I did was play knockout, for God's sake.
A little bit of a calf strain for you, so make sure, I don't know if it's upper or lower, but make sure you take care of that thing, because
upper, don't worry, the Achilles is
lower
intact.
is the Achilles,
yes.
and so you get that lower.
Yeah, it's upper.
It's just a mid-calf right there in the median.
It's a little howler.
Yeah.
We're all right. It's all right.
You're going to have to ice it, but, for Kuminga, the fact that he was able to scrimmage, his ramp-up has continued to go well, but it feels like it's slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is just precautionary or if there's actually some sort of setback or something that they thought would feel better by now. Shams has been the first to now say it out loud, which we hadn't heard yet. Golden State may wait until they come back home, and they may have Jonathan Kuminga sit out the remainder of the road trip. Obviously, they return on Saturday. And that's going to be one hell of a game to look forward to as well. The Detroit Pistons, who have been as good as anybody in the NBA recently, they will be here on Saturday night. Good barometer for where the Warriors are in that one.
Yeah, and it's funny that now the Pistons are a barometer, but they've been so good over the past 2 or 3 months. I mean, they started slowly, and they've been playing terrific basketball since then. But if you have to wait until you come home to play Kuminga, then you wait. It really is no urgency right now. You mentioned it. This is game 61. You've got 22 left to go, and it's more important to have Kuminga ready for April than it is to try to force him now in early March.
Hornets side of the injury report goes like this. Brandon Miller, the biggest name that's on there who won't play. He had surgery on the right wrist. Josh Okogie, Grant Williams, and Trey Mann are also out for Charlotte tonight. Taj Gibson is listed as questionable and is 48 years old, so that's fine. Miles Bridges, Seth Curry. Now we're talking about players who actually get a lot of minutes. They were both on this injury report, but listed as probable and are good to go.
Nice. You got to have Seth in there, and you got Seth, and you've got Dell on the mic, and you got Steph. So It feels right that the 3 Currys are all going to be in action.
The whole family will be there. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. So, yeah, we called it right off the top, a get-right game, and I do think there's further discussion to be had as to whether does this make you feel good as a Warrior fan that they acquired Jimmy Butler and it's gone as well as it has, but then as soon as he is compromised a little bit, man, snap your fingers and you go right back to looking like the team that was struggling with anybody and everybody before that. So I guess it was a good reminder over the weekend that, yes, Butler has been wonderful for this team, but do not forget that this run that the Warriors are on, dude, it's a little tenuous. I mean, it's one little twisted ankle away from this team struggling to get victories against bad teams again.
Well, that's the case with any of these guys, but I think the Jimmy Butler one makes it even a little bit more of a stark reality because he started playing and you immediately took off and he missed a game and you fell back to your old ways. But Steph and Draymond, I think, similarly, if you were to have something happen to one of them, it would completely deflate this run that you've been on. But tonight's a good night for Jimmy Butler to maybe not be needed as much as maybe in future games. So if you can get Jimmy Butler in and out with 24 minutes and you can control the game early on, then you don't really have to worry about it.
Yeah, obviously that's something that's going to have to be managed the rest of the way. I'm also, though, I'm excited by what you heard Steve Kerr say before the game tonight, in that they can already say with certainty right now Steph Curry is playing in both of these next two games. The fact that they're willing to say that before the game, I think, is really significant, especially after that fun moment where he dunked over the weekend and then immediately was like, so that's the last time I'm ever going to do that again. And it makes you, oh gosh, are you not, did the knees start barking at you a little bit? Look, the Warriors have done a good job, I think, of hitting the urgency button at the right time. I think back to the game in Houston right before the All-Star break where they had been late in Dallas and very short on sleep, but they played all their guys, and a lot of teams didn't, including the Rockets even that night. And while it was a close game, they won that game. I think that they are hitting the right level of urgency, and so they'll do that again tonight and tomorrow. And by the way, shout out to urgency in the NBA, because there are still very few teams that seem like they play with it, but the Warriors are right now.
Yeah, and they have to play with it because the margin right now between being a 6 seed and being a 10 seed is a half a game.
It's nothing.
You got 5 teams right now that are separated by a half a game, so you can't go out there and show anything other than urgency. Even though it's Charlotte, you don't feel like, okay, we're going to sit Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, give Jimmy an extra day and be all ready to go for the Knicks tomorrow. You don't have that buffer. You started 12-3, and you had about 2 or 3 months where you squandered opportunity to have this buffer, and so now you do have to play with urgency.
No doubt. The only buffer that does, I think, now exist, and we had talked about this maybe a week or two ago, the Phoenix Suns are 2-8 in their last 10.
Wow.
And they are now 4 full games out of the 10 seed. I think in the Western Conference where it's jumbled up and we go, man, you don't know what's going on. The one thing you do know is who the 10 teams are that are either going to be in the playoffs or in the play-in tournament. And the Warriors do have a buffer there. I don't think that really feels like much of a backdrop. In other words, that's not comforting to a Warrior fan. Well, at least you'll be in the play-in tournament. To me, the 9 or 10 seed is death. That's Death Valley. You can't go there, and you're right. You can't forget that they are only a half game clear of that as they start this game tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, with a loss, which would be a terrible loss, it would be catastrophic back-to-back losses on this road trip against teams that you have no business losing to. Well, Dallas or Sacramento would go by you.
They would jump you.
Right. They would jump you. And, you were mentioning Minnesota before, a team that is probably better than what their record is indicated, although I know you are what your record says you are, so I won't try and give them too much praise. But you're in a logjam with a lot of teams that have the ability to be better than you.
Well, take a look at Minnesota. Like, if we want to go down this road a little bit and look at their next 10 games or so, take a listen. And so this is just me predicting that Minnesota is about to do similar things to what Golden State has done recently, because the T-Wolves, again, they're getting healthy. DiVincenzo was back last night, and I think he hit 6 or 7 threes. He was fantastic. Julius Randle's back. Gobert's not back yet, but will be soon. And this is what they're doing now. They've got Philly. They've got Charlotte. They've got Miami. They've got San Antonio. They do have a trip to Denver next week, but they follow that by home dates with Orlando, Utah, Indiana, New Orleans, and New Orleans. That's what they're looking at over the next 10 games or so.
A lot of cupcakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably that's at least 7 or 8 wins.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to be mindful of that, and you just cannot let any more slip away like Saturday night.
Agreed, and tonight would be more than one slipping away. This would be a catastrophe. And I mentioned to Evan when I was on with him earlier today for about 8 minutes until Guru got knocked out and he came back to his perch. But one of the things I said was, I thought that Saturday was a debacle because you're playing against a team without Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey was terrible, 2 of 14, and yet you still lost the game. So for me, those are the kind of losses that if you wind up as a 9 seed, you look back at the Utah loss. That's a game you had no business losing. I know emotionally it was hard because you just traded a third of your team and everyone was, in their feels, but you had a big lead and you let it get away. And Saturday night was a game where you just didn't play well enough on defense.
It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. I was just scrolling around Underdog, taking a look at the numbers for the Warrior players tonight. And because he is available officially, because I do feel optimistic that the Warriors will have a lead in the second half, I'm going to say that means minutes for Quentin tonight.
Okay.
And minutes for Quentin usually lead to some 3 balls that end up going in that corner pocket. Quentin Post tonight, his over-under is 8.5 points. Give me Quentin Post higher than 8.5 points.
8.5?
I know.
That's a big number for QP.
Well, lean into it. Now, look at his last couple games. He had 16 in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He had 18 in Orlando.
Yeah.
That's been the road trip so far. And if the Warriors do pull away in this one and get up by 20, he's probably someone who'll get even more minutes because of that.
Although he's getting to a spot now where he's maybe too good for these garbage time minutes, which is where I'm going to go with my prediction because I do think the Warriors are going to come out and put the hammer onto Charlotte. So I'm going to go with my guy, number 61 in your program, number 1 in your heart, Pat Spencer. It's going to be a Pat Spencer kind of ball game. Pat Spencer, not only will he play, he's going to score. Pat Spencer gets on the board tonight with a bucket.
That's your guarantee.
Cuckoosh.
Pat Spencer scores in the box score.
If you look at his last...
register it.
I'm looking at his last 7 games that he's played. 5 of them he hasn't scored. So
you're really going out on a limb.
That is a little bit of a limb. It's a limb. He's coming off a goose egg against Philly.
Am I the only one who I get very tense when you tell me that tonight's going to be an Ottoman game? It tenses me up.
I get it.
I don't like it.
Well, when
you've done this before with the Niners. I'm going to blow out the Cardinals.
They're going to crush Seattle. Yeah, no doubt. Take Bethune-Cookman tonight against Grambling, lay the 5.
Very exciting.
But, I mean, if you look at the spread, Vegas is telling you that it's a 13.5-point spread. So Vegas is saying, we think it's going to be a blowout. It doesn't mean that it has to go according to form, but they're not putting it at 13.5 because...
I think Vegas is saying that we know that you think it's going to be a blowout.
Right. Well, I mean, I wonder if the number is... Actually, the number has moved. It opened at 11.5. So the money poured in on the Warriors, and it's gone all the way up to 13.5.
Well, and it jumps up a little bit when Jimmy Butler gets announced as a definite in, and he is, again, if you're just joining us, available tonight for this game that starts in about 40 minutes. The out-of-town NBA game of the night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are only 7 games around the association today. That includes the Kings and the Mavericks in Dallas. These are 2 teams that are right behind the Warriors in the Western Conference standings and obviously have an attachment to the team as well. Klay Thompson will be hosting the neighbors to the north. The Kings 31-28, just percentage points ahead of the Mavericks at 32-29. Both teams, though, half game behind the Warriors at 32-28. Currently 7th in the West, despite having an identical record as the Clippers. They're the 6th seed, but again, Warriors win tonight, and they will move into that 6th position at least for 24 hours. Anyway, this game is going to tip off at 5:30, a little bit more than a couple hours in Dallas. So that would make it too late for you to get there for this matchup. But SFO can get you down to Dallas whenever you need, whether that's to see the Warriors play the Mavs, the Niners play the Cowboys, or just to head down there and do some kicking around. Warriors in Dallas a couple of weeks ago don't return the rest of the regular season, but there is a chance we see the Warriors and the Mavericks in the play-in tournament or in the postseason. Kind of hope not, but if that happens, SFO can help get you there for that game, no problem. SFO can also get you down to Dallas for Warriors Mavericks next season too. And that's the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. All right. What's your final thought on this one tonight?
These are the games where not only do you want to win, you want to win handily. And I know you want to win every game. Some games, like tomorrow night's going to be a tough one. If you lose tomorrow night, second half of a back-to-back, I get it. That's difficult, and it's going to be a tough game. Tonight is the kind of game where not only do you expect to win, you want to win in a certain way. You want to win and chill. You want to put the beat down early, pull the plug on Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, let Jimmy's back be able to rest, and you go to Pat Spencer, you go to all the fellas, and Gee gets his touches. Not only do you need to go out and win this one, you need to win in a certain way. You need to crush them early and chill.
I like the word early that you just brought up, because I am starting to see a little bit of a characteristic. You watched it in Orlando. Thank goodness Steph hit that three-quarter court shot there just before the half, because it gave them, I think, a little bit of a juice boost heading into the locker room. But they're still down by 14 points, and then they come out and they play great. But what does that all mean? Well, it means that lately on the road, you haven't really loved the way that they've started the basketball game. I would love to see this team go back to what we saw within like the last week and a half, 2 weeks ago. They started fast in Sacramento. They started fast in Houston. Start fast. Don't let the crowd start thinking upset or whatever. Let Charlotte know that you mean business right away in this one.
Yeah, you get to see LaMelo Ball. He comes back and he gets to play, so that's always exciting to watch a ball. But, Curry and a homecoming, go out there and do big things, Steph. We're counting on you.
A Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Sure.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Granny, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Another thank you to everybody who came out to the arena today for Knockout. We'll send you to the other arena next.
It's game time, Bay Area basketball fans.